rebelled against what everyone expected him to be because of John being mayor. These days, they'd just call it acting out. They made their way to the checkout stand, where Winnie Cunningham, who'd been checking out Honeymoon Harbor customers in the market for as long as JoAnn could remember, was still behind the register. "Why, look who's back home," she said, looking at JoAnn over the top of her trifocals while not stopping scanning the items. "I'm so sorry about your breakup." "Thank you." JoAnn was getting tired of telling people she really didn't mind. She also wondered what the reaction would be if she told the absolute truth, that he'd been a bust in bed. "You're lucky to be rid of that bum who was cheating on you with that actress. Is it true you might be pregnant?" She skimmed a look over JoAnn, who had an urge to suck in her stomach. Damn, perhaps she should have checked more of those texts. "Absolutely not." "I told Hazel. You remember, hun, she waited tables at the diner. Still does, for that matter. Anyway, after she read it in the National Enquirer, I told her that was fake news, probably made up, so the story would read more sensational, like that Bat Boy years ago. Because if your mama was going to be a grandmother, she would have been shouting the good news from the rooftops, wouldn't you, Gloria?" "I wouldn't go quite that far," her mother said, exchanging an "I'm sorry" look with JoAnn. "But my daughter would have told me, so I can attest to the fact that she's definitely not pregnant." "I knew that," Winnie said. "I swear, I, for one, am never going to go to another of either of those two's movies. In fact, I was going to hide all the magazines with you on the cover, but Mildred, who still owns the place, though I've been trying to buy it from her for a decade, insisted it stay up in front where everyone could see it. Given that you're a hometown girl and all, it's been selling like crazy. Though some people just read it in line and put it back, which annoys me to no end." As Winnie scanned in the cheeses, JoAnn glanced at the rack and saw her photo on a tabloid magazine in a little circle below the large one of Chad and Tiffany, showing off her iceberg ring. The tagline beneath the main photo promised the inside scoop. The one below her, caught wearing her oldest sweater and leggings with her hair up in a messy bun, simply shouted out her name and jilted. "We were already separated," she hedged. It was almost the truth. They would have been if they'd stayed together long enough for her to break up with him. "It's not easy keeping up long-distance relationships." "I've been down that road, honey pie," Winnie said sympathetically. "My husband, Earl, was a long-haul trucker. Even after he keeled over from a heart attack after a run to Fargo, there were times I'd almost forgotten he'd died. I was so used to being alone." Not knowing what to say to that, JoAnn said nothing. But with that spidey supersensitivity she'd always had toward Aiden, she felt him come up behind her in line. But Earl certainly had nice turnout at the memorial service. Her mother helpfully filled the small silence. "That he did," Winnie agreed. "The man never met a stranger." She began bagging the groceries into the canvas bags JoAnn always kept in the trunk of her car. "We were all real proud when you got nominated for an Emmy. Now that should have been on the cover of People." "I didn't win." "Burke didn't win the Super Bowl last year either." Aiden volunteered from behind her. "But that doesn't mean he shouldn't be proud of playing a damn good season." "That's exactly what I told her," Gloria said. "I always knew my girl was destined for great things. Attending that award ceremony was one of the high points of my life, second only to giving birth to my girl." She shot a dismissive glance at Madison, who'd joined the checkout line. All the girls at the salon had a party watching the show stream online. I was told everyone booed when that other makeup person won. Who needs another Tudor movie anyway? JoAnn laughed, since it was exactly what she'd thought. "I love you, Mom." Well, isn't that handy since I love you too, daughter? Gloria glanced over at Aiden. You have a good evening, Aiden. And maybe we'll see you on Thanksgiving if you have time to drop by the farm for a piece of my cranberry apple pie. She swept another quick glance over at Madison, whose twins were beginning to squirm and scream to get out of the cart. Poor babies, she said. They're probably hungry. Best you get them home real quick. Then she smiled at Aiden. And of course, we'll make sure to save you some of Jolene's famous celebrity chef's cheesy corn and bacon. After all, a man can't live on frozen dinners all the time. That said, ignoring the way Jolene rolled her eyes, she swept regally out of the store like the Dowager Countess leaving Downton Abbey. Mom, Jolene complained as she pushed the cart across the parking lot to the car. Stop trying to set me up with Aiden, because it isn't going to happen. Fair's fair, Gloria said with a toss of her hair, looking like a woman who'd fear nothing. Like the woman Jolene had always known. After all, the only reason we're going to the Mannion farm for dinner is that you accepted in order to throw me together with Michael. Jolene wasn't going to deny it. Great, she said dryly. Maybe we can double date. Either her mother chose to ignore her sarcasm, or it flew right over her head. Now, isn't that something to think about? Jolene flatly refused to look back to see if Madison had managed to catch up with Aiden as they left the store. Even knowing that he wouldn't be tempted to sleep with the married mother of 2 toddlers didn't prevent an uncomfortable prick of jealousy. Especially since she remembered them being a couple for a week or two junior year. Madison had told everyone that she'd broken up with him because he wanted her to do things she just wasn't prepared to do. Jolene hadn't believed that for a minute, since everyone knew she'd already slept with Thane, who'd been playing the field in those days. But if Aiden had been the one to call their short-lived high school romance off, he wasn't talking. That was another problem with coming home. You couldn't seem to escape high school. Especially when she was with Aiden. Even when he'd stopped her for speeding, she'd been too aware of those neon blue eyes. And the mouth that had once had the power to shoot sparks straight from her lips to her breasts, then down to her parts that would begin to hum. He was right. Whatever they'd had was still there. She'd thought at the time it had been love, had desperately wanted it to be love. But just as he'd learned that life could be short, which had her wondering about if Aiden had ever killed anyone, or known anyone who'd been killed, she'd learned that, while happily ever afters were wonderful to read about, if they weren't impossible, Kylie and Mai and Brianna and Seth certainly looked as if they'd be forever. They were definitely elusive, and as ethereal as sea foam. Chapter 14. You are so toast, Bodhi said as they watched the Miata leave the parking lot. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about that connection thing. It's not just the sex stuff, which, from the vibes, must be off the chart. I wouldn't know. Seriously? How could you resist that when you were 17? There were reasons, okay? Complicated reasons. And now there were new ones. She's the real deal, isn't she? Hell, I don't know. Instead of taking the groceries straight home to put them in the freezer, he headed toward Cops and Coffee. The last thing he needed after seeing Jolene was more caffeine and sugar, but it beat picking up a bottle of Jack Daniels. It's complicated. Love's complicated. Aiden gave him a side eye. Says the guy for whom 2 weeks was a long-term commitment. I prefer to compartmentalize, Bodhi said. I save the complications for work. In my personal life, I preferred to just go with the flow. And he had, until work and his personal life had come crashing together like a tsunami, and he'd gotten caught in a riptide. Is there anything you wish you'd said or done before I took that bullet that killed me? Yeah. It occurred to Aiden that he wasn't exactly the one to lecture Jolene about letting things go. But while he'd probably never be able to erase that night when they'd been ambushed and outgunned, he'd climbed out of the pit he'd been in and gotten himself on a path. Was it the path he'd planned? Hell no. But to be honest, while the Marines had taught him some much-needed discipline and the ability to plan ahead and execute that plan, he'd pretty much gone with the flow, same as Bodhi. The judge had sent him off to the military, which wouldn't have been his first choice back then. Then, after basic training, because apparently he had 20/15 vision, they'd sent him to sniper school. Then on to Afghanistan. Again, definitely not his first choice. If someone had asked him to make a list of preferred assignments, Hawaii would have hit the top of the list, followed by California, then Florida. Bodhi had always joked that his mistake was hoping for a beachfront base, while not specifying that he'd prefer an ocean to go along with the miles of sand he'd landed in. Then, when he was about to leave the military and return to civilian life, he got an email from his former instructor from sniper school who'd ended up at the LAPD. They were looking for experienced snipers for their SWAT teams, and hey, since that was what he'd learned to do, why not? He hadn't enjoyed the police sniper gig, because in one way it was like being back in the military. But there was a difference. In a war zone, you and your spotter could walk miles, searching out the enemy like a pair of lions stalking prey. Or could lie concealed for hours, even days, looking for a target. A goat herder taking a grenade out of a burlap bag as he approached a military unit. A guy planting an IED on a roadway. War was war. It sucked, but the plan was for you to take out the bad guys before they killed you. Or that team of Marines you were scouting for. One man, one shot, one kill. But that single shot was taken a long distance away in order not to risk giving away your presence. Being a police sniper turned out to be very different, because his battleground was located within normal society. A neighborhood of tidy houses outside a nightclub, or in the worst-case scenario, that thanked the baby Jesus he'd never had to face, a school. The upside was that you could save a hostage or a classroom of kindergartners. The downside was that after you'd taken the shot, killed another human in such an intimate way, because unlike in the military, a police sniper wanted to get as close as possible. Once the threat was neutralized and you were debriefed, you were expected to act like a normal guy. Go back to your family if you had one, because snipers had one of the highest percentage of divorces. Or stop by a rib joint for takeout on your way to your apartment, where you lived alone. Or, more often, to a cop bar, where even then you put off a vibe most of the other guys stayed clear of. The details of the job, and the pressure it put on you, definitely wasn't something you wanted to share with your wife and kids, or even your priest. Not that Aiden, whose time as an altar boy had been very short-lived, had attended church in years. So, realizing that he was walking a very dangerous razor's edge, he'd wandered through a few other assignments and squads, liking some better than others, and had been headed toward trying to help kids stay out of trouble when all hell broke loose, and his Marine sniper ability to hit a target at 1,000+ yards hadn't been worth squat in a street fight. Although, there'd been the mandatory requirement to talk to a police psychologist after internal affairs had gotten through grilling him, Aiden didn't want to share private feelings with someone who could never know where he was coming from, who'd never killed anyone, probably never seen anyone die, especially someone who'd become as close as your own brothers. "You're doing it again." Bodhi broke into his thoughts. "What? Wallowing in misplaced guilt? It wasn't on you, bro. It was just my time. So why don't we talk about how you're going to nail that hot, curvy redhead, who, by the way, looks like she could be painted on the side of a WW2 bomber." Aiden had never made the connection before, but Jolene did look like an old-time pinup girl. And not just because she was still dressing in those vintage clothes she wore in high school. Back then, she'd warned them to avoid having to wear the clothes wealthier parents had donated to the thrift shop. Clothes that had drawn such derision from mean girls like Madison, who'd felt the need to tell the other kids that they'd once owned them and tired of them. He never told anyone, but that was the main reason he'd broken up with Madison. That and the fact that she'd kept pushing to have sex, and while he might not have been all that wise of the ways of the world, he'd recognized that she wasn't above getting pregnant on purpose, which would have ended with him becoming a teenage father. Hell, ending up fighting terrorists in Afghanistan had been easier than he'd figure parenthood would be.
If you want to talk about her, I'm here to listen,
Bodhi offered.
And by the way, if you do go to bed with her, you don't have to worry. I know how to be discreet.
We're not talking about her, Aiden said. And while I've never known you to have an ounce of anything resembling discretion, thanks for giving me some privacy in my personal life. Not that he had much of one, other than making sure he at least dropped by his mother's Thanksgiving dinner. He'd missed too many while in LA, and although she'd never complained, he knew she'd prefer to have her entire family seated around the table.
I can keep secrets,
Bodhi argued. Name one, Aiden said as he pulled into the coffee shop parking lot.
If I told, then I'd prove your point about my lack of discretion.
Did he have to argue every damn thing? I'm nearly as removed from my old life as you are, so who am I going to tell?
Good point. Okay, but you might want to wait until after you get your caffeine and sugar hit to hear it.
That bad?
Worse.
Great. Aiden opened the door.
Just effing great,
he said. It wasn't often that he'd seen his partner serious. The fact that he was now looking as serious as he had when they went out on that last case wasn't encouraging. After getting a triple shot of espresso in a 20-ounce cup and a glazed donut, they were back in the SUV. Aiden took a long drink, felt the caffeine jolt his system, and began to understand why AA meetings reportedly went through gallons of coffee.
So, let's hear your proof of discretion. Okay, here goes. I may or may not have been sleeping with the wife of the Deputy Chief of Counterterrorism and Special Operations.
That had been Aiden and Bodhi's unit.
The hell you were. Says the saint and moral conscience of the unit.
I'm no saint. He took a hard bite of donut, cracking the sugar glaze all over the front seat. There was just enough rebel remaining in Aiden to resent that label.
Ask anyone in town and they'll tell you I was Honeymoon Harbor's sinner. Was being the operative word, and it's been my experience that reformed sinners make the most obnoxious saints.
Aiden shot him a hard look.
I am not obnoxious. You're not that bad, I guess.
Bodhi allowed.
Though you can't deny that you played strictly by the book. That's the whole idea of a book in the first place. Once you start sliding on the rules in order to make a bust, you land on a slippery slope, and pretty soon you can turn into one of those rogue cops who give us all a bad name. And getting back to the topic of you and the DC's wife, is the reason you didn't tell me was because you couldn't trust me not to turn you into IAD?
Considering whom Bodhi had recklessly chosen to sleep with, that would have had internal affairs going straight to his superior, who just happened to be the guy whose wife was playing around with Bodhi. Yeah, that would have gone well.
I may have been a stickler for rules, but I never would have turned you in. But I would definitely have told you that you were a damn fool for thinking with the wrong head. Hell, stuff like that could cost you your job, or worse yet, get you killed.
A thought occurred to Aiden, one so outrageous he brushed it off as impossible.
How did you meet her, anyway? For some reason, she'd noticed me at one of the press conferences where the DC was blowing his own horn about how his unit was working hand in hand with the feds to keep the homeland safe from terrorists, while we rank and file were required to stand there at attention. Technically, he had us standing at parade rest.
Aiden corrected.
Which isn't relevant to this conversation. Please tell me you weren't dumb enough to hit on her afterward in front of him. Of course not. She sort of smiled in my direction, so it seemed the only polite thing to do was smile back, and I figured that was it. You know, a moment. So, how did you get from this moment to sex? About a week later, I was surfing one evening at Hermosa Beach, by the pier. She later told me that was a beach she liked to run on. Turned out she was a lawyer in Century City. That's a half an hour from the beach. Then, since the deputy chief lives in the valley, which is on a good traffic day, which doesn't exist in LA, another hour from Hermosa Beach, my bet is she was stalking you. Do you trust anyone?
Aiden had to think about that for a moment.
My mom and dad, my brothers and sister, and Seth, and you, though it appears you did turn out to have a loose acquaintance with the truth. If you'd asked, I would have told,
Bodhi said.
And yeah, her stalking me sort of occurred to me too, since I hung out there a lot and would have definitely remembered seeing her. Anyway, I'd been working on aerials and was pretty much through for the day when I came onto the beach, and there she was.
Nice coincidence, Aiden said dryly.
Whatever.
Bodhi shrugged.
We talked a bit, then she asked me if I wanted to have a drink at the beach dive bar. Since, like you said, the DC lives in the valley, and instead of that dark, proper gray lawyer suit she'd worn that day of the press conference, she was wearing short shorts, a tank top and running shoes, with her hair in a ponytail through the back of a Dodgers ball cap, so she didn't stand out enough to ever be recognized. And hell, I was a regular around there anyway, so people were used to seeing me with a new woman. It was still damn risky. Yeah,
Bodhi allowed.
That was admittedly part of the appeal in the beginning. And you might be right about thinking with the wrong head, but hell, Aiden, you should have seen her legs. They were this amazing golden tan, not the sprayed-on Cheetos stuff, and they went on for a mile.
When was this?
It started about 6 weeks before we were sent out to do that gun deal, and ended when I took that bullet and died. Sort of. 6 weeks? Wasn't that a record for you?
Aiden had never known Bodhi to last past a second date.
She was going to leave her husband. I suspect that's what most cheating spouses say. No, I believed her. She told me things had been bad for a long time and had gotten physical. She texted me a picture of her with a black eye and bruises on her arms and shoulders. I wanted to go confront the bastard there and then. The hell with the fucking job, but she begged me to stay away because it would only make her situation worse. She was going to wait until the next morning when he went to work, then call the police and have the locks changed on the house. And she sent you that when?
Aiden had always been a stickler for timelines, and he was getting a bad gut feeling about this one.
The night before we were sent out on that guns for drugs trade. When we walked into an ambush.
Another coincidence. Aiden didn't like coincidences. Hell, he didn't believe in them. Except he allowed. Maybe Jolene coming back to Honeymoon Harbor so shortly after him.
And you were killed.
Fury, more ice-cold than hot, surged through his veins.
Yeah, like I said, sort of killed, since part of me seems to be still around. But that would be my take on it.
Bodhi said with apparently far less anger than Aiden was experiencing. Maybe being dead gave you a more pragmatic view of life? Or maybe because you couldn't do anything, the need for revenge wasn't as strong.
There's more. Of course there is. 6 weeks after that, she drowned. Her body was found in the ocean not far from Hermosa Beach Pier. At night, Dr. Denise, the coroner who drew the case, declared the death undetermined, since there was salt water in her lungs, but she wasn't dressed for swimming. There was some conjecture that she may have been hit by a sneaker wave. Her husband said she'd been drinking at dinner, which guests confirmed, but her blood alcohol level wasn't enough to have her going down into the tide line. Why not? Because it turned out she really did run every day, just never on the beach. She confessed that she'd done that only to meet me because she was afraid of the water. Even in the daytime, there was a full moon that night, but she still never would have been out there that close to the tide on her own.
Aiden had already left LA by then, but that didn't mean that he'd ever stop being a cop, even now that he was a small-town one.
Interesting timing. Yeah, it was a hell of a coincidence,
Bodhi said, his tone heavy with sarcasm.
Where was the DC at the time? At home? Alone? Of course. He did admit they'd had an argument because he hadn't made it home for a dinner party. He said he called her from the station during the dinner to tell her he was caught up in an operation and couldn't get away. Dinner guests remembered the call. He said he came home late after everyone had left. She was furious, threw a crystal vase with flowers that had been the dining table centerpiece, then stormed out. He figured she'd drive around and cool off like she did most other times. According to him, they'd been fighting a lot because of his extra hours on the Homeland Security deal since his promotion. He told the investigating detectives that she had a hell of a temper, tended to get over-emotional, and had threatened suicide more than once. But he figured those were just threats to get him to cut back on his hours. Did you ever notice a temper? Did she seem suicidal or ever mention thoughts of taking her life? No. She wasn't happy in her situation, but she'd never mentioned suicide, and she'd certainly never shown any indication of being a risk. In fact, the last time we talked, she was determined to leave and was looking forward to her new life. And granted, if I were interrogating me, I'd point out that ours wasn't exactly a domestic situation, so we hadn't had that much reason to argue. Unless she'd been planning to stay with her husband, who outranked you, so made more bucks. A fact that could have made him the more attractive choice to stay with, while you were younger, better looking, and more fun to play around with as the guy she kept on the side. Yeah, since investigations always start with the husband and or boyfriend, under normal circumstances, I'd have been a person of interest if I hadn't already been out of the picture by then. And for the record, she didn't care about money or position. She'd wanted to leave because of the abuse. I told you about the bruises. What did the coroner's report say about them? That she could have gotten them by her body hitting the pier or rocks. She was wrapped in some kelp. But like I said, she was looking ahead. We were planning on making it permanent.
He turned, looking out the window at the harbor, where a white and green ferry was chugging toward the dock.
I loved her, Aiden. I'd been through enough hookups to know this was the real thing. And I know it was real for her, too. I also suspect that us falling in love might have been the impetus for her getting up the nerve to leave, so that puts her death on me.
Aiden was about to point out that Bodhi hadn't been responsible. Maybe he'd been part of the reason she'd upped her timeline, but the simple fact was that if she hadn't left, her husband could well have killed her. Aiden suspected he had. Women had also been known to be killed after getting an order of protection, something he was determined not to allow to happen to Amanda Barrow on his watch. No longer hungry, he rolled down the window far enough to toss out the rest of the donut that the seagulls, who'd been flying hopefully over the harbor, waiting for ferry to churn up fish, immediately attacked. As the noisy birds began fighting over the sugary fried dough, Aiden raised the window again.
And you never told me anything about all this back then. Why? Like I said, I knew you'd warn me about being crazy, and I didn't want to get in an argument about it because I wasn't going to quit her. I figured once we moved in together, I'd probably get kicked off the team. You think?
Aiden's tone was as dry as the sand on Hermosa Beach.
But you could have told me afterward, when you showed up here. I was planning to, when the right time came along. But at first you were so fucked up I didn't want to risk you running down to LA to confront the DC, avenge my death like the straight arrow guy you are and get yourself killed. That wouldn't have happened, because I'd have fucking killed him first.
Aiden had killed before. Twice in the line of duty as a Marine, then once as a sniper during hostage situation, to save a life. And again, that night he and Bodhi had been ambushed, he'd blasted away at the bad guys in an attempt to keep his partner and him from being killed. But although he didn't want to think of himself as being capable of murdering in cold blood, Bodhi had been like a brother, sometimes even closer than his own, given what they'd gone through together. If he'd found out about this while he'd been trying to drink the state dry, with his brain all messed up, he damn well might have done exactly that.
You just proved my point,
Bodhi pointed out.
I probably wouldn't have killed him, but I damn well would have wanted to.
Aiden took another long drink of coffee and made a decision.
I'm calling a couple of guys I know in LA.
No way would he go back there, not unless he wanted to do something that got him arrested. And cops never fared all that well in prison, which could have made it a suicide mission.
Guys in IAD?
No, homicide.
What makes you think they'd be interested? Solving murders is what they do. They're also former Marines who take that Semper Fi thing as serious as all of us do. So they'll look into the case for me. But also because they believe in upholding the law. The idea of any cop, especially one with the power the deputy chief has, making deals with drug dealers and gun runners, would majorly piss them off. That's not the part of America they risked their lives for on 7 combined tours. If there's anything there, they'll find it, and probably bring internal affairs into it. I'm going to also call the coroner, since we both know that once IAD gets started, they aren't going to tell me anything during the investigation. Dr. Denise always liked you. Didn't you go out with her for a while?
Not that long. A few weeks. Then I started noticing wedding magazines on her bedside table and she asked me if I liked kids.
You don't?
Sure, it's just marriage I wasn't into. We both know cops make lousy husbands. Undercover cops have the worst divorce rate on the force because the only people we meet are scumbags and women who tend to be junkies, strippers, or hookers. Or all of the above. I like Denise too much to put either one of us through the hell that relationship could have been. Meanwhile, you need to tell me everything you know, including how the hell you know that the DC's wife, Jessica, that was her name, but I always called her Jess.
Sorry.
Of all people, Aiden, being a cop and talking with too many victims' family members, should have remembered how important it was to use the names of loved ones. But how the hell do you know that Jess supposedly drowned after you'd already been killed?
I haven't a clue. I guess that's another one of those eternal mysteries. Fuck that woo-woo stuff. We're going to break this case and bring that murderous son of a bitch down.
Aiden pulled out of the parking lot.
Now that,
Bodhi said,
is worth coming back for.
Chapter 15. Dr. Lauren Lancaster's office was located in one of Honeymoon Harbor's big, old, historical Victorian homes, much like the one Brianna had restored for her bed and breakfast. There had obviously been a great deal of interior wall moving, allowing for a reception area and waiting room that led to various treatment rooms that probably would have been parlors back in the day. Although Jolene had never been invited into the older heiress's home, the office appeared to have once been a library. The doctor had kept the jury-paneled bird's-eye maple walls lined with bookshelves. Many, Jolene noticed, were medical tomes. Other volumes covered history, art and nature, including several books on the Pacific Northwest. "Hello, Gloria." The doctor rose, came out from around the desk, paused to pump some sanitizer on her hand from a container over a sink, and greeted her mother with a handshake, then turned to Jolene. "You must be Jolene. I'm pleased to meet you. Your mother has told me so many wonderful things about you. including how hard you work, always flying around the country or the world to work on movies and TV shows. It must be a very exciting life. It's one of those jobs that sounds more exciting than it is, Jolene said, grateful that her Emmy nomination hadn't come up. She had a feeling that loss might end up being the first line in her obituary, and wasn't that depressing? I totally understand. From some of the comments I've received at social events, I get the feeling people expect my life to be like Grey's Anatomy, with me having a grand love affair with Dr. McDreamy. He died, Gloria said, then literally covered her mouth. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm just really nervous and I wasn't thinking. It was quite a few years ago. Dr. Lancaster turned toward Jolene to explain her mother's dismay. I'm a widow. My husband, who was an ER doctor and quite dreamy, at least in my opinion, died of sudden cardiac arrest at 43 while running on one of the park trails. I'm sorry, Jolene said. Not as sorry as I am, Gloria murmured. You truly have nothing to apologize for, Gloria. I understand why you'd be nervous. So, let's get down to business. Would you like some water? Coffee? Tea? Your receptionist already asked, Jolene said. We're good. Just impatient. The ultrasound showed a cyst. Oh, that's positive, right? Jolene asked. I had a friend who had one of those and they just kept an eye on it. It's fairly good news, Dr. Lancaster said cautiously. But in this case, there are some concerns, because it also contains some solid factions that could just be fat necrosis, or blood cells that died. She brought out the film and pointed them out. There's no reason to be terribly concerned, because I sent a copy to another radiologist, and he agrees with me that since the shape is very regular and the low odds of cysts being cancerous, it's very encouraging at this point. But we all agree that you should have a biopsy to be sure we don't miss anything. Fine needle? Jolene asked. You've been doing your homework, Dr. Lancaster said. Some of my fellow doctors get annoyed when patients get medical information from the internet, because there's a great deal of misinformation out there. But I find it helpful if a patient does have some idea of what can often turn into medical speak. So, she turned back to Gloria. The needle used in a fine needle aspiration is a very fine needle, hence its name. It's a smaller gauge than the needle normally used to draw blood. I hate having blood drawn, Gloria said. I doubt many people enjoy it. This is a simple outpatient procedure that you'll have in the same department where you had your ultrasound. Your file doesn't show you taking any herbal supplements or blood thinners. Have you avoided aspirin products like I asked you to when we made the appointment for the ultrasound? I haven't taken a thing, Gloria said, but I did have a glass of wine at Lake Crescent this weekend with my daughter. That sounds lovely. I envy you. My daughter's still too young for wine, but the 2 times we've been there, we had a wonderful time. I spoke with the radiologist first thing this morning, and he can fit you in for the procedure tomorrow morning at 7. How does that work for you? Fine, Jolene answered for her mother. I'll go with her. Good. She turned back toward Gloria. You'll be locally anesthetized beforehand, like the deadening a dentist injects before filling a cavity. Another one of my not-favorite things, Gloria muttered. You won't get any argument from me on that case, the doctor said. Do you put me to sleep? Gloria asked with a swipe of her hand through her hair. Like for surgery? No, that's not necessary. It's a percutaneous procedure, medically meaning through the skin, and, as I said, shouldn't be painful. The procedure itself usually only takes a few seconds, but you should count on being in the room from 15 minutes to 20 minutes.
If the fluid extracted is clear, the lump is most likely merely a cyst and not cancer and should deflate. Bloody or cloudy fluid can mean either a cyst that's not cancer or, very rarely, cancer. If the lump is solid, the radiologist will pull out a small piece of tissue as well. Once the biopsy is done, the area will be covered with a sterile dressing. The main advantages of FNA are that the skin doesn't have to be cut, so no stitches are needed and there's usually no scar. Also, we get a faster turnaround on the diagnosis.
How long do we have to wait for the results? JoAnn asked.
For FNA, we should have it back in 2 to 3 days. Probably, in this case, since we're dealing with the Thanksgiving long weekend, a bit longer. And if it's benign, that's it?
Gloria asked hopefully.
It's not that cut and dried, unfortunately. Even if the biopsy reveals normal results, or if the lump is benign, the radiologist who took the sample and the pathologist who also will study them have to agree on the findings. While an FNA biopsy is the easiest type of biopsy to have, it can miss a cancer if the finer needle misses the cancer cells. Even if an FNA does find tissue that suggests cancer, there may not be enough cancer cells to do some of the other lab tests that are needed. So, the short answer is that if the results of the FNA biopsy don't give a clear diagnosis, or if your medical team still has concerns, you might need to have a second biopsy.
The doctor folded her hands, nails neatly manicured and tipped with a clear polish on top of the medical file.
In the unlikely event your pathology report finds cancer is present, it'll include what type you might have and a great deal of other information, including whether it's hormone receptor positive or negative. We've learned a lot in the past years. Together, you and I and your team, and it would include a team, would develop a treatment plan that best suits your needs.
This is my busy time of year, Gloria complained.
What I need is to put the biopsy off until after the new year.
There's no way either of us are going to be able to enjoy the holidays with this hanging over us, JoAnn said. If necessary, I can take those clients. I kept my licenses active in both states. If you need that second biopsy and you're worried that I won't do their hair up to your standards, you could come downstairs for short times and observe.
Gloria shook her head. I don't remember you being so strong-willed.
Yes, you do. You just never minded because we almost always agreed on everything.
The doctor laughed at that. I'm going to remember this conversation when my daughter grows up, she said. Are there any questions you might have that I didn't cover?
It was hard to know what to ask with so much still in the air. JoAnn and Gloria exchanged a look.
I don't think so,
Gloria said finally.
With instructions to wear a bra to the radiology clinic in order to place a cold pack inside afterward to help reduce swelling, they were on their way back to Lighthouse Lane, stopping at Luca's for some takeout fettuccine alfredo and garlic bread JoAnn ordered from her phone. It's a heart attack on a plate, Gloria said. But at this point, I'm not going to worry about that.
We're not going to worry, period,
JoAnn said. Liar, her mother returned, but with a resigned half-smile.
We've been through a lot, Mom,
JoAnn said. We'll get through this too, with flying colors. She hoped. Aiden easily spotted JoAnn sitting in the waiting room outside the day surgery unit in the radiology department. Her hair was pulled back and tied at the nape of her neck with an elastic band, and she hadn't bothered with makeup. Not that she needed it, but it did make those freckles across the bridge of her nose and the bones of her two pale cheeks stand out. He'd loved her freckles. She'd hated them. Today, he figured she probably didn't give a damn about them. She glanced up as he entered.
What are you doing here?
Keeping you company. Mom was going to come, but the school had a surprise lockdown drill.
I know she called, but how did you know? He watched her process that. Never mind. You would have known about the drill ahead of time. Somehow, even wearing that patch on your jacket, I have a hard time remembering you're chief of police.
I had the same problem a few weeks ago.
And now?
It's starting to feel like not such a bad fit. I brought you something.
He held the white, oversized Cops and coffee bag out to her. She opened it, finding a cup of coffee, but instead of the donuts she was expecting, there were 2 small flowered boxes. She opened the first and drew in a breath. Oh, wow. You brought me chocolate croissants.
Yeah, I got one for you, and another for your mom when she gets out of her test.
He shrugged out of his jacket and sat down on the plastic chair beside her. That's so sweet. She took a bite. Even though it's probably got a bazillion calories that will go straight to my hips.
I've always liked your hips, and their sassy swing when you walk.
I am not sassy.
Yeah, you are.
He smiled and leaned over, giving her time to back away, before brushing a flyaway hair from her cheek to behind her ear.
And for the record, I've always liked the rest of you too.
I'd accuse you of coming on to me, but I know that even at your wickedest, you wouldn't hit on a woman waiting for her mother to finish a breast cancer biopsy.
Just stating the facts, ma'am,
he said in his best Joe Friday voice. Although, admittedly, he was hitting on her. She'd always proven irresistible, and it appeared time and distance hadn't changed that. At all.
There are cookies in the other box. I didn't know which kind to get because there were so many, but Desiree said your mom likes the lemon-glazed madeleines, so I figured they were the safest way to go for her. And I got coconut ones for you.
Damn you. Her eyes were misting up again. He prepared to pull out the fresh handkerchief he'd put in his jacket pocket this morning, but she resolutely blinked the moisture away. Stop being so nice. You're making it harder and harder for me to keep my distance.
Any special reason why you should?
He asked before taking a drink of his own cup of coffee. More than a few, but Mom's the main one.
Are you referring to that same mother who tried to fix us up in the freezer section of the market?
She blew out a breath between those lips he'd tasted last night in a damn nice dream. You don't fight fair.
Here's the thing, he said. I don't want to fight, Jolene. I never did.
He just wanted to love her, even after he'd screwed everything up because he was young, impulsive, and trying to do the right thing. And how had that turned out? Aiden asked the question Bodhi probably would have asked if he'd been in the room. Apparently, being true to his word, he was staying out of Aiden's personal business.
And just because I hadn't seen you in years before Kylie and Mai's wedding, I never stopped thinking of you.
Huh. She bit into the croissant and moaned like a woman on the verge of an orgasm. Then her eyes cleared enough to shoot him a skeptical look. Brianna never told me you'd joined a monastery.
I never claimed that. I just said that I hadn't stopped thinking of you.
He paused. If there was one thing years of being a cop had taught him, it was that there were times to talk, times for silence, then times to go in big with the exact words that nailed your point.
Ever.
He watched her process that. First came surprise, then cynicism, then an even deeper surprise as his words fully sank in. That even when he'd been with other women, there'd too often been a flash of Jolene's expressive eyes, a taste of her lips, a touch of her hands that were the smoothest he'd ever felt. Hands that he wouldn't mind feeling everywhere over his body. She shook her head, causing more of those streaked strands to fall free of the band. Once again, this is neither the time nor place to talk about this. She was right, but accustomed to listening to what people didn't say as much as they did, because omission was often the important parts. He was encouraged.
You'll want to be with Gloria today, and tonight.
Of course I will.
And however long it takes for results to get back.
I can't even think beyond the moment right now, Aiden. Her eyes darkened with concern and stress, and he thought the same need that appeared even stronger than it had been back when they were kids. Maybe, he thought, because now they were both adults who'd experienced enough to know that the feelings they'd shared weren't merely teenage hormones, but something deep, something more.
I get that.
He reached out to touch her cheek again, then pulled back when she suddenly drew away and put a restraining hand on his chest. Wait a minute, she said. How did you know to bring me coconut madeleines?
You ate 3 at the reception and snuck another 2 into your purse.
Wow, you really are a cop. I cannot tell a lie, officer, she said, even as she appeared bemused that he'd been watching her that closely. Bemused and a bit unsettled. I shoplifted madeleines from the dessert table. Because, although she might not have noticed, her fingers had started stroking the front of his shirt. He covered her hand with his own. And hot damn, it felt good. But only made him want a whole lot more.
Since it's only petty larceny, I could let you off the hook.
For a moment, the years spun backward, and they could have been back on the deck of his boat, struggling for control, discovering that pleasure could indeed also bring pain. They were, he'd thought at the time, probably the only couple in school who weren't jumping each other's bones every chance they got. So, no arrest? She lowered her lashes, paused a beat, making him wonder if just maybe... No. The same way he shouldn't be hitting on a woman while her mother was in getting a vital test, there was no way she'd be flirting with him. Then, she looked up at him through thick lashes, nearly the same dark red as her hair. That seems like a waste of handcuffs.
No.
Make that hell no. There was no way Jolene Wells would be suggesting they play policeman in this situation. Their gazes held so long that Aiden wasn't sure if he was still breathing. Not that he cared. Though he'd rather wait to die until he'd finally gotten to make love with her. All done! A cheerful voice broke in the tension that had strung between them like a taut electrical wire. They both looked up at the nurse who was returning Gloria back to the waiting room. Surprisingly, Jolene's mother didn't look like a woman who'd just had a needle shoved deep into her breast. And yes, he had looked up the procedure last night when he'd gotten his mother to tell him what the scheduled test was. Mom, Jolene jumped up. That didn't take long. How are you feeling? Surprisingly, just dandy, her mother said. Everyone was so nice, though my breast is still numb right here, which feels really strange. Like it's asleep. She rubbed the spot in question, then looked past Jolene to Aiden. Well, hello, Aiden, she said. I'm sorry if I embarrassed you. I've never been very good with drugs. That Xanax seemed to have made me feel a little tipsy. Or floaty. Both the nurse and Jolene caught her as she weaved like a drunk on a bender. There's a wheelchair just through that door, the nurse said. It's in an alcove on the left. Would you mind getting it, Chief Mannion?
Sure.
He helped the 2 women ease Gloria into the chair.
I'll take her out,
he told the nurse, with whom he'd spent one hot date not watching the movie at the Rain Shadow Drive-In one summer night back in high school, before he and Jolene had become a couple. Her smile suggested she wouldn't turn down a repeat.
As a first responder, I'm the obvious choice.
Well, having someone on staff wheel a patient out is hospital protocol, the nurse said. But being as you're the chief of police and apparently a friend of the family? She glanced questioningly at Jolene. Aiden's mother is a friend, Gloria said. And although that makes Aiden young enough to be my son, no way am I going to turn down such a gallant offer. Looking up at him, she fluttered her eyes in an even more exaggerated way than her daughter had. The Wells women were damn dangerous, Aiden decided, wondering how Jolene's mother had managed to stay single so long after her small-time crook husband's untimely death. "Thank you," Jolene said stiffly, with none of the flirtation she'd treated him to moments ago. She handed him the fob with the car door remote on it. "I'll just get the discharge instructions and meet you outside." "Fast work. So, are you and Officer Hot Buns a thing?" He heard the nurse ask as he wheeled Gloria out of the waiting room. He paused, waiting for Jolene's response. "He's just an old friend of the family," Jolene said. "His mother was going to come, but the high school had a lockdown drill, so she sent him." "Meaning he's free?" "You'd have to ask him," Jolene answered. "But I'm going back to LA after New Year's unless my mother's test shows problems, so my life's too complicated for any holiday fling." "Good to know," the nurse, Emily, Aiden remembered, said. "I hope everything turns out okay with her test and with her plan for Officer Hot Buns' uncle." "How did you know about that?" The nurse laughed. "Your mom's right. She's a Xanax lightweight. She told everyone in the room that she couldn't possibly have cancer because she'd decided to take Michael Mannion as her lover." It was good to hear Jolene laugh. The sound was like a clear glacial brook tumbling over rocks beneath a summer sun. As Aiden wheeled Jolene's mother, who dozed off, to the Miata, he decided that he was definitely going to change Jolene's mind about a holiday fling, and more. Gloria roused long enough for him to get her into the car. He'd just safely buckled her in when she dozed off again. After checking her pulse, he leaned against the car, watching the door. When Jolene finally came out, her hips weren't sassy. In fact, she reminded him of a Marine marching on a drill field. "I don't know what we helpless little women folk would have done without you," she said, not offering a single word along the lines of, "Gee, thanks, Officer Hot Buns." And, okay, he was vain enough to kind of like that name. Not that she'd ever been helpless, but he wasn't the one who'd brought up the handcuffs, which he now was going to be thinking about all day, damn it. "Officer Hot Buns?" "You weren't supposed to hear that, but you'll note I wasn't the one to come up with it. The nurse, who, by the way, is interested if you are, did. Though it admittedly fits. You and your brothers were always the hottest guys in town. And your uncle's not bad either. At least Mom chose well this time." She glanced past him. "How is she?" "Conked out, don't worry. I checked her vitals after buckling her in. She wasn't kidding when she said she doesn't do drugs." "Her limit's always been a glass of wine," Jolene said. "Thanks. I do appreciate the help." "No problem. I'll follow you home." "Why?" "Because there's no way you're going to be able to get her up the stairs into her apartment." "Good point. She can stay in the guest house today and tonight with me. That way I can keep an eye on her without her getting away and falling down those stairs." "You still need to get her into the house. That isn't all that easy when the person you're trying to move can't stand up." Damn. He saw the flash of embarrassment and wondered if she'd thought he was referring to her dad's drinking, which he wasn't. "Thanks," she said again, with a slump of the shoulders that had him feeling like Officer Asshole for having caused. His only excuse for the lapse was that Jolene Wells had always messed with his mind the same way the Xanax had fogged her mother's. He followed her to the Lighthouse in his SUV, then carried the still sleeping Gloria into the bedroom, where Jolene got her undressed and into a pair of pajamas, while Aiden waited in the living room of the cozy cottage. That Jolene's mother had turned into an entrepreneur didn't really surprise him all that much. She'd proven her strength and ingenuity by supporting her family all those years, first when she'd been married, then widowed. "Thanks again," Jolene said when she returned from settling her mother in. "And about what I said about the, you know." He lifted a brow. "The handcuffs?" "I don't know what came over me. It must have been nerves. and sugar overload.
I'm not letting you get off that easy, he said. It came from the same place we've always been. That's why we're going to talk about it. On Thanksgiving.
Your mother said you have to work, she said, walking toward the door. Having been a hotshot detective until his life had blown up, he recognized that as a clue it was time for him to go.
I'll make time. For you.
Humoring her for now, he went along with her ploy, then stopped at the door and grinned down at her, flashing those God-given dimples he'd discovered sometime before preschool seemed to work wonder on females of all ages. Who'd figure?
And that super cheesy corn and bacon side dish.
She shook her head, slowly, a bit regretfully, but Aiden figured he could get past that. It can't work.
You don't know that. We'll talk.
Everyone will be there. Your family is a crowd by itself. And now adding Seth's means there isn't going to be any place to talk privately. Except one of the many upstairs bedrooms that he noticed she didn't mention.
Then we'll go somewhere. Someone always forgets something and has to go to the market. We'll volunteer.
Because he couldn't resist, he run his thumb along her lower lip that was turned down in a frown.
And then we'll see where we go from here.
If Mom's okay, I'm going back to LA right after New Year's, she reminded him. He laughed.
If you think a few 100 miles is going to stop me this time, you've got another thing coming.
He bent his head, waited a whisper away from those lips he'd been wanting to taste again. When she didn't move away, he finally touched his mouth to hers. Chapter 16. His lips were as silky as thistledown. He tasted like coffee, and as much as he kept the kiss tender, he skimmed the tip of his tongue around the arch of her upper lip, before nipping at the bottom one, the Aiden she remembered. The wild boy who was in reality all alpha male, but at heart a patient caretaker, rather than the hellion he'd tried so hard to portray. As she heard herself whimper for more, he drew back for an instant, and she found herself drowning in those blue eyes that could always see inside of her, past the rumors, beyond her insecurity, her pain, deep down to her very essence, that teenage girl who, looking back on it, had had a desperate need to be loved. That almost X-ray vision must have served him well as a cop. She wondered if it was as unnerving for suspects as it was at this moment for her. He blew out a breath, lowered his forehead to hers. Surely he wasn't going to stop. But wasn't that what she wanted? No. Even as her head told her it would be better if they stopped now, her heart and other vital parts that were being bombarded with lust had different plans. "Please, sir," she said, deciding to play it cool, even as heat flooded through all those parts. "May I have some more?" He lifted his head. His lips quirked as those all-seeing eyes let her know that he knew she was feeling it too, that he hadn't forgotten how they'd been together. His hands turned her around, his body pressing her up against the door, the winter wool of his uniform shirt rubbing against her achingly sensitive nipples. He was gloriously hard, everywhere. And she wanted to rip off that uniform and do what she'd never allowed herself, or would have dared to do back then. Lick him all over. A low sound escaped from deep in his throat as he captured her mouth, tangling her hair in one hand, pulling it free of the elastic tie she'd put on at the ungodly hour of 5 this morning, holding her head as he kissed her, deeper, harder, hotter, until her toes were curling in the high green boots she'd worn today. Knowing how flammable nail polish could be, she wouldn't have been at all surprised if her toes, polished and unrepentantly red, burst into flames. His other hand was roaming everywhere, down her side, slipping between the wood door and her butt, squeezing her cheeks, pressing her up against that part of his body she'd never allowed herself to touch. But oh, how she'd looked at the way it was so temptingly cupped in those 5-button Levi's he'd worn back in the day. She twined her arms around his neck, pressing tighter against him, as if she could imprint him forever on her own body. Between the kiss and all that male hardness, being bombarded with all those feels, JoAnn was quickly losing her ability to think. Like her mother, who was hopefully sleeping, she was drunk. Not on any pills, but on pure, or impure more likely, unadulterated lust. Did he feel it too? His hard body and crushing mouth certainly suggested he did. As her tongue tangled with his and her hips swayed, definitely purposefully sassily, she wanted Aiden for once to lose control and take her with him. Since she'd left Honeymoon Harbor, there had been other men, many equally good-looking, because you couldn't throw a stone on any LA beach without hitting some wannabe actor hunk, all with the same parts. But none had ever made her feel like Aiden made her feel. None had ever gotten past her emotional barricades enough to allow her to completely let herself go. But she knew, with a female knowledge as old as Eve, that Aiden could break through those carefully constructed walls and take her there, to places she'd only ever gotten close to in her dreams. She wasn't frigid. She enjoyed sex, although early on, when some more insecure males had blamed her for her inability to climax, leading to some very uncomfortable moments, she'd become the best actress in Los Angeles. If there had been an Oscar for fake orgasms, she would have gone home with the gold statue every year. But she'd always known deep down that it wasn't her fault, nor theirs. Well, except for those few duds who'd spent too many years being stoned or coked up to perform. The problem had always been that they were the wrong men. They weren't Aiden Mannion. Just as she'd come to that realization, he broke off the kiss and, no, backed a few steps away. "Not here," he said on a voice roughened with the lust still zinging through every atom in her body. "And not now." "Where have I heard that before?" she said. "Damn." He dragged both hands through his black hair. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put us back in that place. I was just thinking about your mother." He nodded toward the short hallway to the bedroom. "Because when I take you, and because I'm a modern guy who believes in equality, when you take me, I prefer not to have an audience." The fog of lust was starting to lift from her brain. "That would probably be a good idea," she said, noting that he said when, not if. As if the universe was against them, the radio on his open jacket called out a code. "Gotta go," he said. Then, bending down, instead of the sorry but duty call so I have to take my boner and leave, curl her toes again kiss she was expecting, he dropped a light one on the tip of her nose. Her nose? "See you Thanksgiving. I've been really hungry lately," he said as he opened the door and let a gust of cold wind in. With a wicked bad boy wink, he was gone, leaving JoAnn to wonder if that had been a metaphor for something entirely different. "You have a dirty mind," she muttered as she went off to check on her mother. Gloria had mostly come out of her Xanax fog as soon as the cold air had hit, when Aiden had lifted her out of the little car. But she wanted to give him and JoAnn time to talk. And yes, so what if she might just possibly be eavesdropping just a bit? A daughter was still a mother's little girl, whatever her age, and it was a parent's duty to watch out for her. At least, that was what she conveniently chose to believe. But it was true. While Aiden and JoAnn had been too young when they'd first fallen for each other, she'd known they'd had a serious relationship they'd tried to keep secret. As far as she knew, the only other person in town who hadn't missed the signs was Sarah, whose day job was watching teenagers like a hawk. Gloria had never told JoAnn that, afraid they'd do something foolish, she'd had a talk with Aiden that spring before he'd gone off to the Marines. And from what she could tell, he'd never told either. Looking back, she'd made a tactical mistake. But how could she have known that her daughter would have ended up suffering such dire consequences? She hadn't, after all, instructed Aiden to break up with her. Just try to hit the pause button while he was away. But as bad as it had been,
it all seemed to be working out all right. And if her health problems were the universe's way of evening things out by getting her daughter and Sarah's son back together again, well, she'd take it. She heard the footsteps coming down the hall, the door opening. She yawned, stretched, and opened her eyes. "I'm sorry," she lied. "I've no idea what came over me." That much was true. She couldn't remember anything from the time she'd laid down on that table in the surgical room to when Aiden had carried her into the house. If she were 20 years younger, and he wasn't obviously still in love with her daughter, she might have found that gesture wonderfully romantic. As it was, she'd found it convenient. "The Xanax?" Jolene said. "Remember when you had your tooth crowned? We had to call Mr. Wagner to come pick you up in his taxi at the dentist because I didn't have my permit yet." Earl Wagner had been the only taxi in Honeymoon Harbor. She wondered if he was still driving. "I do remember that. I passed out as soon as I stood up from the chair. I hope I didn't make a fool of myself today." She noticed Jolene's flinch. "What did I do?" "Nothing." "Try again. I can always tell when you were lying." "You didn't know everything," Jolene said. "Like when you and Aiden spent that night at the Mannion's coast house?" "What?" Her daughter's eyes widened. "How could you possibly know that? And for the record, we didn't do anything. At least we didn't have sex." "I knew because Sarah and I talked and kept track of things, which wasn't that difficult in that case because Aiden didn't come home that night either. And no, before you bother to give me a lecture about the right to privacy, I'm not going to apologize. Someday you'll be a mother and realize that giving a child total privacy and free rein can prove dangerous. As for how I know you didn't have sex, Aiden promised me that you wouldn't." Damn, a bit of the Xanax still must be in her system. She hadn't intended to say that. "You talked with Aiden?" Jolene narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. "Back then? About us having sex?" "I did. He assured me that I hadn't needed to worry." "He never said a thing, even in the market." "You talked about that in the market? In the freezer section while Madison Covington was listening in on the two of you?" "She wasn't there yet. And we didn't talk about that, just about whether or not you and his mother knew we'd been seeing each other." "Darling, I'm a hairdresser. I can tell the difference between a curling iron burn and a hickey." "Well," Jolene blew out a breath, "since we're having this mother-daughter sharing thing, I think this is where I warn you that you told everyone in the room during your procedure that you'd decided to take Michael Mannion as your lover." The bedroom that had been warm despite the cold November rain falling outside suddenly chilled. "I did not," Gloria gasped, appalled. "You're just saying that to get back at me for not being entirely honest with you back then." "You really, truly did say that. And you weren't dishonest back then." "Exactly. However, if you'd asked, I'd have told you that we weren't having sex. Not because I didn't want to, because I did. So much it hurt, but because I didn't want to ruin my life." Jolene's cheeks flamed. It seemed they were both having trouble with safe words during this minefield of a conversation. "Not that I was talking about your life being ruined." "Of course you were. And I'm glad in a way that my situation, as rocky as it admittedly was, seems to have proven instructional. Besides, as I said, getting pregnant turned out to be a plus because I have you." "And I have you." "And Aiden? What are you going to do about him?" Gloria was more than happy to skim over the subject of Aiden's uncle. "I don't know. It's complicated." "Life's complicated," Gloria said. "Love even more so. But you're both reasonable, logical adults now. You'll figure it out." Jolene sat down on the edge of the bed and gave Gloria a hug, careful not to touch bodies so she didn't cause her mother any pain. "How are you feeling?"
Still a bit woozy, and I think I could use another package of peas. Dr. Lancaster was right about my breast being a little sore. You've got it. You've also got your TV. And I see you already have books on the table, and your iPhone for music. Oh, and Aiden got you a chocolate croissant and some madeleines. He did? Lemon glazed, because Desiree told him that's the kind you liked. That's so sweet of him. It was. Gloria could tell Jolene was a bit conflicted about that, which was okay. They had time to work things out. He also bought coconut ones because he noticed I ate so many at the reception. See? Gloria settled back on the pillows Jolene had plumped up. He's perfect husband material. I certainly would love him as a son-in-law. He's ever so much better than the others. You never met any other men I went out with. Which tells the tale. If they'd been worth being serious about, you would have introduced me to at least one of them when I'd come visit. You're not wrong. I never made it to the meet the mom point in a relationship with any of them. I already know Aiden, so you don't have to go through that uncomfortable situation. Why don't I make you some soup and tea? Jolene suggested, dodging the issue. And get you a tiny but annoying bell in case you want to summon your daughter Housewench, who will promptly come fetch whatever the Countess may require. It's Contessa, Gloria said, recognizing the Gilmore Girls episode where Rory was feeling both emotionally and physically bad, and her mother had taken care of her. And I'll start with the croissant and tea, please. Then you can get into pajamas and we'll watch that episode together. It's a date. Jolene kissed her mother's forehead and had just reached the door when Gloria called out, I love you, my darling daughter. She turned. I love you, my bestest mom. Ah, but I've loved you longer. Unable to debate that point, Jolene left the room to fetch the Contessa's croissant and tea, leaving Gloria to imagine walking her daughter down a white runner toward Aiden Mannion in the lovely Heron's Landing garden Amanda Barrow had created for Brianna's B&B. She'd have to ask both Brianna and Amanda when the gardens would be the most glorious, because her daughter deserved everything to be perfect. Chapter 17.
So,
Bodhi said as they drove away from the lighthouse.
How did things go?
Aiden slanted him with a look.
You don't know? I told you I could be discreet, and that includes not being around the two of you. Besides, you make a guy realize what he's missing. Hell, I'm sorry. Like I said, it is what it is. That doesn't mean I have to like it all the time, though. I thought paradise was supposed to be perfect. Maybe it is, after what you left unfinished is settled. You get to do that? I don't have a clue. But again, if not, why else am I here? You really weren't told? Sorry. He shrugged in a who-knows gesture. The big guy isn't exactly in my circle of acquaintances. You realize your little glimpses of what appears to be an afterlife can be damn frustrating.
If they weren't hallucinations, or echoes of Aiden's own thoughts.
It's not that easy for me either, dude. So, did you hit on the redhead? A guy doesn't kiss and tell.
Yet if Bodhi had only told him about his affair with the DC's wife, both he and Jess might still be alive. Unintended consequences.
Then you did kiss her,
Bodhi said.
You'd be a fool if you didn't. She's hot, and definitely one of a kind. Hell, if you didn't want her, I'd go for her if I were still alive. Apparently, you've never seen The Ghost and Mrs. Muir.
Another old movie his mom had made him watch.
Nah, I wasn't into that old stuff. And before you try to claim it's a classic, may I point out that you've never seen The Endless Summer. That really is a classic.
Since there was no response to that, Aiden said nothing. After refereeing a fender bender between two harried shoppers in the parking lot of Marshall's Market, that ended up with both calling their insurance agents and delivering the last of the turkeys from the food bank to local families down on their luck. Aiden decided to stop by Mannion's for lunch. As they drove through the town, the fire department was getting a head start on Christmas, using their cherry picker truck to hang tinseled garlands of lights across the street and snowflakes on the old-fashioned Victorian lampposts. All the storefronts had decorated for the season as well, getting ready for Honeymoon Harbor's version of Black Friday.
"It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas," Bodhi said. "By the time they finish, this place will have turned into Bedford Falls."
His mother had decreed that movie a Christmas Eve tradition, wondering how, while he and his siblings had been drinking cocoa with marshmallows and watching Jimmy Stewart's transformation, JoAnn and her mother had spent their Christmas Eves. Aiden realized yet again how fortunate he'd been. They'd nearly reached the office when his cell rang, with news he could have done without. The sniper business had taught Aiden patience. Being a detective had been much the same. Hours of tedious waiting, and hell, making out with JoAnn back in high school. And now, not just taking what he knew they both wanted wasn't helping, because just because he could be patient didn't mean he'd ever learn to like it. JoAnn was worth waiting for, especially now that she had this complication with her mom. But getting the news that the two detectives he'd wanted to talk with about Bodhi's cold case had both taken time off to spend a long Thanksgiving weekend with their families sucked.
"Perks of seniority,"
Bodhi said.
"We would have done the same thing."
That was true. Bodhi would have hit the beach for the weekend, while Aiden probably would have come home to Honeymoon Harbor, because his mom always made a big deal about all holidays, but especially this time of year. She was like a walking, talking Hallmark commercial. He'd grown up surrounded by people he knew would always have his back, while JoAnn had that mess of a dad, and a mother who worked long hours to make ends meet. No wonder they were so close, often more like sisters. He didn't want to think how hard it would be on her if anything turned out to be seriously wrong with Gloria. It had to be hell for JoAnn, waiting for test results. And there wasn't a damn thing he could do but stand by and be there for her. It didn't seem enough, but damn, he thought as he pulled into the pub's parking lot. He wasn't used to not being able to control events. Sure, as a Marine, things could always and would go wrong. They didn't call it the fog of war and snafu for nothing. But at least there were actions to take, protocol to follow. The same in the police department, which had felt comfortable because it was the closest thing you'd find to a civilian military. It had rank structure, organization, guidelines, and rules designed to get you the results you were looking for. Being a detective had involved a lot of boring door-knocking and digging up informants. But at least you weren't sitting on your butt, waiting for someone else to handle the situation. White fairy lights framed the mirror behind the bar, and a tree decked out with colored lights and shiny balls brightened the corner over by the pool tables and dartboards.
"Wow, you've turned into Martha Stewart," he told Quinn as he took it all in. "Ha ha. Mom and Brianna came in loaded with boxes of stuff like they were storming Omaha Beach. There was no stopping them."
"That's not quite true," Seth, who'd apparently had the same idea, said. "He did manage to man up and refuse to let them put Christmas music on the sound system."
"Thank God."
Aiden slid onto a stool next to Seth.
"Speaking of Brianna, where's your bride-to-be?" "The B&B is fully booked for Thanksgiving with lots of people here to celebrate with their relatives. The noise level of all the catch-up cross-talking rivals the decibels at a Seahawks home game, and they'd all booked a dinner, so I decided to make my escape." "Rather than help out my little sister?"
Quinn's eyes narrowed in a way that looked as if they could laser right through a guy. "Hey, she told me I'd just be in the way. She's hired some students from the college's culinary program. It lets them experience a real-time situation. Win-win."
"That's good. I'd hate to have to ban you for deserting her. After all, for a long time, you were my most loyal customer."
Quinn had told Aiden that for the 2 years after Seth's wife had died, he'd come in every night, order a burger to go, drink 1 beer, then go home to eat in an empty house. Until Brianna had returned to town and saved him from himself. "Since you still make the best wings in the state, I'd never risk banishment," Seth said. "I'll take an order of the maple whiskey bacon ones and the blue cheeseburger with fries." "You know, we do have things other than burgers on the menu," Quinn said. "I know. You've even added salads, which still mystifies me. But there's something to be said for tradition." "You'll get no argument from me. I happen to know that women are the ones who choose where they're going to eat on a date. And apparently, they often like salad as well as burgers and fries." Quinn turned to Aiden. "How about you?" "The same wings, but pulled pork on a Kaiser bun with beans, coleslaw, and the hot spiced fries." "A man with an appetite. I like that," Quinn said approvingly. He put the orders on the clip in front of the open window leading back to the kitchen, where Jarl Bjornstad, a Norwegian who'd given up cooking on fishing boats when he'd gotten tired of freezing his ass off during Alaska's crabbing season, reigned supreme. Fortunately, he was one hell of a cook, because at 6'7", with shoulders as wide as a redwood trunk and arms, one that boasted a full sleeve tattoo of a butcher's chart of a cow, Aiden doubted anyone would ever dare send anything back. "What'll you have to drink?" "That winter blizzard brew. That is, by the way, really good." "I didn't give up the big legal bucks to brew shit beer," Quinn said. "Bottle or tap?" "Tap." "So," Quinn said, "how's Jolene's mom doing?" "She was sleeping when I left." Seth hoped. "She didn't seem in any pain." "So I heard," Seth said. "Apparently she told one and all that she's got her eye on your uncle for a lover." "Where the hell did you hear that?" Aiden asked. "It was on the town's Facebook page." "Damn. What exactly did it say?" "It wasn't that specific. It was something about what merry widow had staked her claim on Honeymoon Harbor's resident artist. It didn't take a genius to figure it out." "I didn't realize you read the Facebook page," Quinn said to Seth as he put the pint glass in front of Aiden. "I don't. Brianna checks it a couple times a day to check for comments about Heron's Landing. She doesn't want to miss a complaint. She's never received one, but you know what a perfectionist she is." "Sort of like the guy she's marrying," Quinn pointed out. "I watched you redo this place. I didn't realize it was possible to measure to 1/64th of an inch." Seth shrugged. "I didn't take over a century-old family business to build shit," he said, tossing Aiden's words back at him. Mildred Marshall posted it. "If that woman had lived back east in the Revolutionary War days, Paul Revere could have saved himself that midnight ride," Quinn said. "So, how's Jolene holding up?" "Fine," Aiden said. "She's tough, like her mom. She's naturally worried about the cancer thing, but the breakup with that actor doesn't seem to have fazed her, except for maybe seeing herself on those magazines in the market." "Well, at least it opens the field for you," Quinn said as he filled an order for 2 glasses of wine a waitress had brought over. "About time." "Did everyone know about us?" "Hey, I shared a bedroom with you growing up. I knew what time you got in, and the shaving lotion in the bathroom sure as hell never smelled like gardenias. But Jolene did." "She's got a lot on her plate right now," he said. "We're taking it slow. Besides, she's going back to LA after New Year's." "And you're going to let that stop you?" Seth asked. "Jeez," Aiden complained. "What are you now, a sorority girl?" "Now that Seth's proposed to our sister, he's turned into an expert in love and marriage," Quinn said. "He's nearly as bad as Mom when it comes to trying to fix people up. I've warned him if he even tries to turn his evil powers on me, he'll be banished from here for life." "You're going to be my brother-in-law," Seth said, appearing unafraid. probably because he knew Brianna would never let her eldest brother get away with that threat. "I just want you to be as happy as I am."
"I am happy. As a clam."
"So you don't miss being one of Seattle's rising young lawyers?" Aiden asked.
"Not for a minute. I'm doing what I want, where I want to, which is all that matters. Life's too short not to make the most of it." "Your big brother speaks truth,"
Bodhi, who was standing behind the bar checking out the top shelf labels, said. "Jolene came back here to work on her organic skincare business," Aiden said.
"But this thing with Gloria threw a wrench into the works. Apparently, she's got a good customer base down in LA, but doesn't have enough money to expand. Or the expertise because she's been too busy with her TV and movie makeup gig. It's a learning curve," Quinn said. "I spent a long time studying microbrewing and running a restaurant before I jumped into this place. Fortunately, I was able to find the perfect brewmaster to make it happen. Brendan O'Keefe, who graduated from UC Davis brewing program, worked in a few places in San Francisco and Eugene before he found my ad for a master brewer on a BrewBiz site. Having established a reputation for using local ingredients in his beers, he's been inspired by all that we have available here. You know, after a couple of years in litigation, which I didn't enjoy because it reminded me of high school debating."
"Speaking of debating, I stopped Covington the Fourth for going over 70 in a 35 zone the other day." Aiden broke in.
He was his usual narcissistic self. I also nailed him for the tint on his window, but left off the reckless driving because I didn't want him to sick his father on Mom and Dad. "Good call. But I would have been happy to see him behind bars,"
Quinn muttered, still apparently pissed over that state disqualification.
"It still worked out. I learned about the courtesy cards." "Courtesy cards?"
Both Seth and Quinn said at once.
"Yeah, a get-out-of-a-ticket-free card. I've heard of departments that use those. Lots of times sheriff's departments because that's an elected position and it builds goodwill at election time. 10 years or so ago, Seattle PD had a sticker off-duty cops could put on their family cars that pretty much did the same thing. But I had no idea the HHPD had them,"
Quinn said.
"We don't anymore,"
Aiden said.
"Is that why you fired James?"
Seth asked.
"A good lawyer could have gotten him out of that,"
Quinn said.
"And last I heard, you also arrested him."
"For embezzlement, setting up a fake charity, and a bunch of other stuff the DA is going to toss at him. He'll probably end up doing some time."
"Karma's a bitch,"
Quinn said with a wicked smile. Oh yeah, he was still pissed about that debate.
"Where I was going until you made my day with that newsflash,"
he continued,
"is that I switched to mostly doing business law, including some startups. I could help Jolene with the incorporation and other legal tax stuff. If she plans to ship to different states, it could get complicated." "I think that's her long-term goal, but it's a case of the chicken and the egg. If she can't afford to expand her line and produce enough products, she can't afford to expand. And there's no point in trying to expand if she doesn't have the inventory to sell." "I'll try to talk to her at Thanksgiving," Quinn said. "If she's interested, Gabe could help her with the growth and scale part of the plan."
"He buys and sells bazillion-dollar businesses," Aiden said, of the brother who'd left the state after graduating UW, gotten a master's in finance at Columbia, and gone on to make a fortune.
"Why would our very own Wizard of Wall Street even consider such a small deal?" "Because he's in the weird position of having too much money. So, along with contributing a lot to charity, he's also started investing in businesses that interest him." "My heart, if I had one, would be bleeding for him," Bodhi said. "Talk about your first world problems." "I didn't realize he was doing that," Aiden said. "Well, you kind of went off the grid for a while," Quinn pointed out. "More like off the rails," Bodhi corrected. "But same thing. The past couple years he's invested in smaller businesses, like an eco-toy company based in Rochester, New York. and a mobile pet grooming business over in Tacoma that he's helping to start selling franchises. You're kidding. Hey, do you know how much money Americans spend on their pets? No. Neither did Aiden care, but apparently Gabe did. Neither did I, until he told me. Last year, Americans spent nearly $70 billion on their pets. You mean million? That's what I said. Nope, it's billion with a capital B, and it's growing. Wow. Yeah, he took that one on last year. I wrote the franchise agreement. It felt good to use my law degree for good rather than greed. Not to knock your brother because I've always liked him a lot, but billion sounds a bit greedy, Seth suggested. Not when you're easing people's minds by having their animals groomed at home. The groomer who started the company only uses made-in-the-U.S. allergy-free products that haven't been animal tested. Gabe seems to enjoy being an angel investor more than he does the big buck stuff. Made in America, going green, as Seth managed to do when remodeling this place, and organic are all hot topics right now. I could see him being interested in Jolene's skincare line. Is he coming to Thanksgiving dinner? Quinn laughed. Gabe take a day off? Not happening. No, he'll probably be at the computer, wheeling and dealing and trading dollars for euros, yens, pounds, rupees, or whatever the hell else he does. But you might want to give him a call and see what he says. Hell, her mother's proven to be a good entrepreneur. And since Jolene in no way takes after her father, I'd say the apple probably didn't fall far from the tree. Thanks. I'll do that. First, he'd have to think of some way to pull it off without having her think he was trying to take over and tell her what to do. Because the one thing he had figured out was by leaving Honeymoon Harbor when she did, and not only making a living in Hollywood, but as the Emmy nomination proved, achieving some serious recognition, she was every bit as independent as her mother. You wouldn't last a week with a woman who wasn't, Bodhi said, showing an apparently new spooky ability to read his mind. Whatever happens with the investigation, which I'm starting to wonder if making sure you two end up together is really what I'm here for, I may just stick around for your wedding. As Jarl came out of the kitchen with a huge aluminum tray laden with food designed to keep cardiologists in Beamers for years, Aiden couldn't decide whether to take that statement as a promise or a threat. Chapter 18. Jolene had left her mother napping after watching their Gilmore Girls episode and went into the kitchen to test the recipe Etienne had sent her. A mere 15 minutes after putting the casserole dish in the oven, Jolene took a tentative taste. Wow. The cheesy corn and bacon side dish turned out as insanely good as promised. Even better than she'd hoped. She immediately called Shelby. Tell Etienne that I love him. If he wasn't already engaged to you, I'd have his children. You don't want children, Shelby reminded her. I would for this dish. No wonder it's sold out when he had his food truck. Hell, maybe since you've staked your claim on him, I'll just marry this side dish. I'm glad it worked. Jolene could hear the smile in Shelby's voice. It totally did. And the best part is that he's saved me from poisoning anyone on Thanksgiving. Always a plus. So how did things go with your mom? The test went well, and it was quick. About half a Pioneer woman and 10 minutes of Trisha Yearwood. I never will understand why you watch so many of those shows when you don't cook. It's food porn. I have very imaginative taste buds. Anyway, if we don't get the results back tomorrow, we won't hear until after Thanksgiving. Though the part of me that's worried sick it'll be positive is thinking it might be better to wait until afterward to hear the news. You'd just be anxious and unable to enjoy the day anyway, Shelby said. You can compartmentalize it in one of those infamous mental boxes of yours and concentrate on celebrating the day. That's a point. I don't have a single doubt that Mom can handle whatever comes up. One of the hardest parts will probably be hiding the fact that I'd be terrified. But right now, I have all this anxiety because I don't know what to expect. I should have asked the doctor for a Xanax when she prescribed one for Mom. Oh, funny story.
JoAnn paused and listened to the bedroom TV that was now playing a Christmas romance movie, one that her mother loved. There were times that she suspected that her having worked on 3 of them meant more to her mother than her Emmy nomination. Especially since, when hearing what a fan Gloria was, the director of the 3rd one had invited her to Vancouver, BC to watch a day of filming, where the July green grass was all covered with fake snow, and the actors were sweating profusely in their wool caps, puffy jackets, and boots. The best part had come when the female director had surprised JoAnn's mother with a role as an extra in the ice sculpting contest scene during the town's Christmas festival. Having proven that years-old, mean-spirited gossip about what she might have been doing out in that trailer dead wrong, Gloria had already become an accepted part of the community. Being in that film had elevated her to the closest thing Honeymoon Harbor had to a movie star. Last holiday season, the Olympic Theater filled their red velvet seats over 3 consecutive nights and a Saturday matinee with a showing of The Little Bakery Around the Corner, a story about a cynical food industry billionaire, think Richard Gere's character in Pretty Woman, who comes to a small town to convince the heroine to sell her Christmas cookie recipe so he can add it to his company and make it a worldwide brand. When he finally learns the magical secret ingredient none of his many food chemists have been able to unearth turns out to be, of course, the love put into each cookie, he discovers the true spirit of Christmas. And, as the viewers knew would happen all along, fell head over his Gucci boot heels in love with the sweet and all-American Pretty Baker. JoAnn had long ago figured out that the movies swept viewers into a magical snow globe where all the stress and family drama the season can create turned perfectly pretty beneath those falling snowflakes, where families reunited, people were kinder to each other, and it was possible, for 2 magical hours, for even a cynic like JoAnn to believe in happy endings. "Sorry," she said to Shelby. "I just wanted to be sure Mom wasn't eavesdropping," which she'd already admitted to doing once today. "But the doctor gave her a Xanax before the procedure? I'd want a bucket full if it were me," Shelby responded. "Yeah, me too. Anyway, she's a substance lightweight, so under the influence, she informed everyone that she was taking Michael Mannion, remember he's that artist I introduced you to at the gallery on Rodeo Drive that night, as her lover." Shelby broke into giggles. "She did not." "She did. I wish I'd been there for that. I love your mom. And, I don't really blame her. Michael was too old for me, but he was hot, like Pierce Brosnan. That's him. Oh, talk about small worlds. Maybe you and your mom can double date. Didn't you tell me that he was your Aiden's uncle?" "He's not my Aiden, but okay, here's another not-so-funny thing. I kissed Aiden. Or he kissed me. I'm still not sure exactly how it happened. I'm blaming the pastry for the momentary lapse." "Back up a minute. What pastry?" He showed at the hospital with coffee, chocolate croissants, and lemon-glazed madeleines for Mom, and coconut ones for me. "That's your favorite kind. You always have them with the fresh peach ice cream when peaches are in season. But how did he guess that?" "Apparently, he saw me eating them at the wedding." "The one where you kept running away from him?" "I wasn't so much running, just avoiding. And apparently missing a great opportunity if he was watching you that closely and thought to buy them for you. That's so sweet. I love him already." "How was the kiss, on a scale of 1 to 10? "It wasn't that long, and there wasn't really any grabbing or tearing of clothes going on." 1 to 10, Shelby reminded her. 12. Oh, wow. I wish I was a scriptwriter instead of a caterer. I can just see it now. Workaholic heroine on rebound from breakup to horrid, self-centered, cheating cad returns to the small town she grew up in, where hot high school boyfriend is now the police chief. Problems arise, kisses ensue. Romance blooms, then hot hero proposes to heroine at the town Christmas tree as big, fluffy snowflakes fall around them. You know how Mom and I watch Gilmore Girls together, even when she's up here and I'm in LA? Sure. I don't know any daughters and moms that are as close as you two are. You're lucky. I know, but my point is that you two should sync your Christmas movie channel watching together, because that's exactly what she's doing now. What can I say? There was a shrug and a grin in Shelby's voice. They're more addictive than ATN's croissants. Kind of like Xanax for holiday stress. And here you are, living one your own self. Did you forget my mother may have cancer? Or may not. But that adds needed conflict to the story. And, sweetie, Aiden brought you croissants and cookies. That could so be in a movie. Street-toughened Marine/cop showing his softer side to his high school sweetheart he's never stopped loving. That'd definitely go to the top of my Christmas movie faves list. It had been years since Jolene had thought about Aiden like that. But as she found herself falling into Shelby's fictional scenario, she was torn between wishing it could be true and wanting to run as fast and as far away as she could. Life isn't a feel-good Christmas movie. She paraphrased her mother's earlier words about her favorite TV series. Well, the world would be a lot better off if it was. You're not going to pass up this chance for your own happy ending, are you? You have romance on the brain because you're engaged to get married to a hot chef who has glittery little stars in his deep brown eyes whenever he looks at you. That is true, Shelby allowed. But two things can exist at the same time. Just because I'm over the moon in love doesn't mean you can't also allow yourself to be. Allow. Was that the definitive word? Jolene had sworn since leaving Honeymoon Harbor to never put her heart at risk again. But here she was, back in the same place with the same man, with all those same feels. It's not the same, her friend argued when she admitted to that. You've both changed. You're not that damaged girl who escaped, and may I point out, survived a terrible situation. And he's not the boy who loved and protected you. After he broke up with me. Did you ever think that might have been because he was going off to war? Honestly, no. In their years apart, he'd grown from a rebellious teenager to an adult responsible for the safety of an entire town. Granted, they hadn't had much private time together to talk about their lives during those years apart. But now she was wondering about what all he might have experienced to cause that change. He said he never forgot me. See? There you go. Didn't I say that? It's right out of a script that hardly ever gets written because guys in Hollywood just never get romance movies right. Her voice turned serious. Fate's given you a second chance, Jolene. You'd be a fool not to go for it. And being your best friend, I can attest to the fact that you're no fool. He wants to talk. On Thanksgiving. I thought when you texted me last night, you wouldn't be seeing him because he has to work that day. He said he'd make time. After he kissed me. And she'd kissed him right back. He's stealing time away from protecting Tiny Town for you. Jolene heard the long sigh. Be still, my heart. It's not as if the town won't be protected. It's not that small. There are other officers on duty. He's just working to give the day off to those with families. My heart is melting here. How can you possibly resist a man who'd not only do something that generous, but bring you and your mom chocolate croissants and French cookies? I'm afraid. Impossibly, perhaps, more so than she was about her mom's health scare. Even if the tests did show positive for cancer, as Dr. Lancaster had said, there were plans to make and protocols to follow. But what she was feeling for Aiden was like being adrift at sea on a moonless midnight, without even a lighthouse or buoys to prevent her from crashing onto the rocks. Of course you are. Don't forget, I threw up while getting ready to go out the night I knew would be the night Etienne and I first had sex. I remember that well. Probably partly because Shelby had refused to eat all day for fear of ingesting as much as an apple would require a body shaper. That was probably the unsexiest piece of underwear ever. You were a wreck. I think you tried on everything in your closet. Twice. They'd been roommates at the time, and Jolene had been amused by Shelby's nerves because it was obvious that Etienne was the one. And damn if that wasn't exactly how she was feeling now. Not the for sure part, the hovering on throwing up part. How did you know? She asked seriously. That you'd end up where you are now. That's easy. I'd gone out with my share of guys, just like you have, but Etienne was the only one who ticked every one of my boxes, even ones I hadn't realized I had. And don't forget, he was still doing his food truck thing at the time, so I wasn't even thinking about him going on to win all those awards and getting on the covers of all those foodie magazines as one of the hottest new chefs in the country. You'd never marry a man for his money. Of course I wouldn't, even if I hadn't seen so many of those marriages go on the rocks. I just knew that he was the man I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. The one with whom, may I point out, I'm considering having 3 children with. Something that, if you'd even suggested a year ago, I'd have asked you what you'd been smoking. When it's real, it gets even better than in those first giddy days. I'm happy for you. I know you are. And because you're my best friend and I want you to be happy, I wish the same for you. Speaking practically, what would it hurt to have yourself a holiday romance? The worst that'll happen is that you'll get tired of him and move on like you did with Chad and every other guy who came before him. Then you'll come back here after New Year's, or if your mom does turn out to have cancer, once she gets better, you'll either launch your new business to smashing success or continue working in the industry, or both, and be beloved Aunt Jolene to my offspring. When you put it that way, it sounds reasonable. That's because it is. Promise me one thing. What? That you won't let your past get in the way of your future. From the bedroom, Jolene heard the closing music of the movie her mother must have caught just in time for the happily ever after in the fictional snow globe town. I've got to go, she said. Promise me. Shelby pressed. She heard the TV click off. Okay, I promise. There, was that so hard? Just remember, you had a front row seat to my grand romance, so I'm going to expect to be updated on all the deets about yours. She ended the call before Jolene had a chance to respond. Touching a finger to her lips, Jolene could have sworn she could still feel Aiden's on them. Then, shaking off the lingering need that her conversation with Shelby hadn't helped at all, she went to dish up some cheesy corn for her mother. Chapter 19. With her nerves jumping nearly out of her bruised skin, Amanda stood at the window of the parking lot, watching for the white sedan Aiden had told her would be arriving to pick her up. She'd never before realized how many white cars there were in Honeymoon Harbor. But finally, one parked in the zone that had been reserved for patient pickup, and watched as a woman matching the description Aiden had given her climbed out while the driver waited inside the car. She was wearing a blue parka, jeans, and ankle-high boots. Stephanie Dunn entered the building without so much as glancing around, carrying a small duffel bag with her, which Aiden had assured her wouldn't look suspicious in the event Eric, who despite a bulletin sent out to all the police and sheriff departments in the state, and neighboring Oregon and Idaho, still hadn't been located, might be watching. After all, he'd said many people needed fresh clothes coming home from a stay in the hospital. 10 minutes later, she was looking at herself in the mirror, unable to recognize the woman in the long brunette wig, a Seahawks sweatshirt, and skinny jeans, something she'd never worn because they definitely weren't designed for planting gardens. Is all this necessary? She'd asked as the former detective had begun taking the disguise from the bag. Probably not, Stephanie replied. If your husband was hanging around the hospital, waiting for you to leave, he'd have been noticed. There are cameras focused on every part of the parking lot, and the doors, but there's no point in taking any chances. Do you have your phone? Yes, it's right here. She held up the burner phone Aiden had brought her, because Eric could probably track her old one, even if it was turned off or dead. Her old one was now smashed and in the town's electronics recycling bin. Good. Here's your ID. I don't expect you to need it either, but you never know, and if we get in an accident on the way to the house, we'd want emergency personnel to know who you are. That's something I wouldn't have thought of. You're not supposed to have to. My husband, Scott, and I are professionals, and one of the things he learned in the SEALs was a failure to plan was a plan for failure. So if we seem overly cautious, it's just because we've never lost a woman yet and don't intend to. We have gained a new resident since Aiden called about you. Stephanie changed the subject. A young mother with a 6-month-old baby and a 4-year-old. I hope you're okay with kids. I love children. Amanda had always pictured herself as a mom, reading Goodnight Moon to her children, celebrating birthdays, and most of all, at this time of year, she imagined staying up all night, putting together bicycles and dollhouses for them to find from Santa on Christmas morning. But I didn't dare. She'd never fully admitted that, not even to herself. That makes it easier to relocate you. Fortunately, these kids are young enough that we don't have to worry about enrolling them in a new school. So, she handed Amanda a brown parka with a hood. Let's get going. I picked up some fresh oysters at Kira's Fish House and have oyster stuffing to make. And don't worry if you don't like oysters. I'm also making sausage dressing in a casserole dish for my husband and Emma, the 4-year-old. We're having Thanksgiving? The holidays had always been a bad time with Eric. Too many parties, too much drinking, which, from what she'd researched, was a form of self-medication. As much as she grieved for the man she'd once loved, Amanda also knew that Chief Mannion was right. Her marriage had reached the point that if she'd stayed, she might not have made it alive to Christmas. She hadn't been surprised that they hadn't found Eric right away. He was so smart. But, as she'd been reassured, so were all the law enforcement officers and the police at SeaTac Airport looking for him. He was outnumbered and would be apprehended. And because it turned out that he'd also stolen property from his work computer at the National Reconnaissance Office by downloading on a thumb drive, the FBI was now involved. That, the chief had assured her, would keep him away in a federal prison for a very long time. Of course we are, Stephanie said. Everyone pitches in. It's like one big family. And best of all, Tara, that young mother I mentioned, learned how to make pies when she was working at a chain restaurant in Spokane while going to WSU. We usually have frozen, which are simpler for women like me who are baking challenged. Her smile was warm, making Amanda feel as if she'd been wrapped in a warm woolen blanket. So this year, we're lucky. Lucky, Amanda murmured as she glanced around the hospital room, then walked out the door. She was in the car, driving away from the hospital, when she recognized the emotion she'd felt as she'd left the room. It was one she hadn't felt in a very long time. Hope. The day after, being assured that Amanda Barrow was safely ensconced in the safe house, Aiden drove out to the farm where the Mannion farmhouse was bustling with activity. The air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasting turkey, fresh baked pies, yeasty rolls, and all the other items that were filling the table large enough when the leaves were added, as they were today, to seat 18. In the center of the lace tablecloth Sarah's parents had given them for their wedding so many years ago was the centerpiece Amanda had sent from her nursery. As glad as he was that she was temporarily settled and safe, Aiden was frustrated that her husband had disappeared, giving credence to his wife's belief that he'd been planning his escape for weeks. Along with the county sheriff's department and the state troopers, he'd been working with the FBI and U.S. Marshals because Eric Palmer had allegedly stolen sensitive government rocket secrets from the National Reconnaissance Office. After entering the rental house where Amanda and Eric had lived, they'd discovered the manic-created chaos she'd described, including the laptop with the thumb drive on the desk beside it. But no Eric. A credit check showed he'd spent over $1,000 at a sporting goods store in Port Angeles. I remember the guy. Joe, a bearded giant that looked a lot like Jarl, had helped Eric at the store. We were busy that day with Christmas shoppers, but you don't forget a guy who says he's going to live off the grid in Alaska. That happens a lot, but sure as hell not this time of year. He bought snowshoes, poles, a ski jacket, pants, a balaclava, and gloves, and an ice pick in case he said he needed to build an ice cave, and said he'd watched a video on how to do it on the internet. He did say he had a tent, and the ice cave was just a backup plan. It was obvious he didn't have a clue what he was doing, but hey,
He didn't want to listen to any advice about this being a bad time of year, so what are you gonna do?
He shrugged his massive shoulders.
I expect he'll be found sometime around spring thaw between here and Alaska.
No way is he going to get to Alaska, the lead FBI guy said as they left the store.
He'd have to cross into Canada. We can pick him up at one of the checkpoints, whether he drives, takes a train, or a ferry. And the police at the airport and TSA have his name and a photo.
He's not thinking clearly, Aiden pointed out. But from what his wife said, he's traveled internationally for conferences in the past, and they've been through the Peace Arch, which is the busiest. So he might go for that one since it's familiar. Though even during manic episodes, he'd probably be smart to realize he'd need a passport. He'll also figure out that his lack of access to credit now that his cards have been cut off is going to prevent him from a long road trip. Thus, the camping equipment, the FBI special agent said.
Exactly. He's probably still aimed for Alaska, but my guess is that he's going to wait around here until he figures out an escape plan. Or swings back to normal.
Or at least what was normal for him, which had been enough for Amanda Barrow to keep trying to make her marriage work.
One problem is that we're talking about a lot of geography. Olympic National Park is 1 million acres, larger than Rhode Island. And then you've got Rainier and Baker and the forests. Washington State encompasses 43 million acres, half of which is forested. So we've got a needle in a haystack situation,
one of the FBI guys said.
It's coming on winter, Aiden said. Even with all that gear, he's probably not going to last all that many days.
But they'd find him, eventually. Unfortunately, the longer he stayed on the run, the slimmer the chances of finding him alive were getting.
Wow, dude,
Bodhi said, taking in the scene as they'd entered the house.
If I'd known your family made such a big deal of the holidays, I might have come home with you one year. This could be right out of a Norman Rockwell painting that should be corny, but it's pretty awesome.
Thanksgiving was the last day until Christmas that the Mannion family could all gather together for a meal. Because first thing tomorrow, come rain or shine, even before the sun rose, everyone would be setting up for the festival they'd been preparing for most of the year. Beginning with the spring tree planting, then later, the summer trimming to ensure all the trees were a perfect Christmas shape. The running joke among all the Mannion kids were that their parents had had 5 children in order to get so much free labor. Gallons of cinnamon-spiced apple cider were waiting in a huge walk-in commercial refrigerator, ready to be warmed. Cookies that had been baked all fall had been taken out of the freezer to thaw. And wreaths and swags and sprigs of mistletoe, tied with red velvet ribbons for hanging, were waiting in one of the 3 barns to be put out for both decoration and sale. Seasonal employees hired from around the peninsula would continue to create more over the next month, and cut and wrap trees to secure onto the tops of cars or backs of trucks, and colored lights had been strung on the barn, fence, and farmhouse. The old sleigh that John Mannion had bought at auction and equipped with tractor wheels, since snow was a rarity in this corner of the world, had been painted, as had the train that would take children and parents for a ride around the front part of the lot. The farm offered 3 choices. Choose your tree and have one of the workers cut it for you, cut your own, or buy one of the potted living trees meant to be planted once the season had ended. Over the years, many parents would buy one for each child, and now the Mannions were seeing a second generation, with those children returning to buy a living Christmas tree for their own family. Partly due to the fractious history between the Mannions and Harpers, his mother's parents had originally forbidden her to date John Mannion. But over the years, they'd carried on a secret romance and had even separated for a time to different corners of the world, but had eventually reunited, returned to Honeymoon Harbor, bought the farm, and established the holiday tradition they'd both dreamed of back when they'd been younger than Aiden was now. The similarities between his parents' romance and his and Jolene's story gave Aiden hope that theirs would turn out the same way. If it didn't, he was determined it wouldn't be for his lack of trying. Wanting, no needing to see Jolene, If only for the few minutes while the FBI and marshals went shopping for some heavier-weight jackets and boots, he'd managed to arrive home before everyone had sat down to eat, so braving the kitchen filled with women, his eyes immediately found JoAnn, who, even without standing out with her dark auburn and burgundy hair, was even more of a beacon, in a green and blue tartan-pleated schoolgirl skirt, a dark blue turtleneck sweater, purple tights, and a pair of black ankle boots. Hunger hid in his gut, and not for the enormous turkey that his mother had resting on a cutting board. He was so concentrated on watching her mash a huge pot of potatoes that she was the only person he saw until he heard his mother say, "Why, Aiden, what a wonderful surprise! We hadn't expected you."
"I can't stay long," he said as he returned her hug. "I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop in and see if maybe you needed me to get something from the market."
Given that the farm was on a dead-end road outside of town, that was definitely the lamest excuse he could have thought up. If he'd been that brain-dead while working undercover, he wouldn't have lasted the first day. His only excuse, as his eyes locked over his mother's shoulder with JoAnn's, was that every rational thought in his head had been washed away by the sight of those legs that, as Bodhi had said, went on forever. The chemistry sizzling in the air didn't escape Sarah. "No, we seem to have everything we need."
"You sure?"
he said.
"No rolls, butter, peas, anything? Because I could run down to the market to pick them up for you."
"We're fine," she repeated. "But, JoAnn, why don't you dish up a bit of your amazing side dish for Aiden? It's so delicious, I'm not sure any will last for leftovers. And why don't you take it to the sunroom so no one can complain that you're getting a head start on dinner?" His mother was as obvious as he'd been about supposedly dropping by, but Aiden didn't care. And neither, apparently, did JoAnn as she spooned some of her corn into a porcelain bowl with a scene of a snowy old bridge on the bottom. His mother had brought out that same set of dishes for Thanksgiving and used them every day through New Year's Day dinner for as long as Aiden could remember. Following JoAnn out of the kitchen into the sunroom Seth had added during the last remodel, he enjoyed the sway of that plaid skirt.
"Sassy,"
he said. "I feel that way," she admitted as he closed the door behind them. "I think you'll like this. It's 3 kinds of cheese, corn, bacon, and chopped up jalapenos. But of course, you already know that since you were in the market when we were buying the ingredients."
"It looks great,"
he said, taking the spoon and bowl and putting them on a side table next to the towering Christmas tree he'd helped decorate 2 weeks ago. The Manions had always put their own trees up early because the weeks leading up to the day after Thanksgiving to December 26 were the farm's busiest time of year.
"But I've only got a couple minutes, 5 tops, and want to taste you."
She smiled and, without hesitation, walked into his outstretched arms. As he gathered her against him, her female curves melded into his hard male body as if they'd been created to fit together in just this way. JoAnn lifted a hand to his cheek, her fingers brushing against the dent that would become that dimple that always pulled something elemental in her whenever he'd smile. "I've missed you," she said.
"It's only been 2 days."
She looked up at him as he looked down at her and realized that he could see her unguarded heart gleaming in her eyes. The remarkable thing was gazing into his blue eyes was like looking into a mirror. She'd once loved Aiden Manion, truly, madly, deeply. But it had been young love, created from a teenage girl's dreams of what romance should be. As his beautiful dark hands with their long fingers cupped her face, she reminded herself that she was a grown woman, sane, realistic. And, okay, maybe Shelby was right about her being a bit cynical. A reasonable adult woman couldn't fall in love this fast. But even as her rational mind warned her of that, her newly opened heart felt neither rational nor cautious. "Longer than that," she said. "For years and years." There, she'd said it. Those years she hadn't dared fully admit to herself. A silence hovered between them as he seemed to be taking that risky statement that could once again cause her to end up with a broken heart in. No one had ever looked at her like Aiden was now. So deep and so long. Just when she was no longer sure whether or not she was still breathing, it happened. His beautifully cut lips curved in that slow, wonderful smile that had always held the power to tangle her emotions and weaken her knees. "You're sure as hell not alone there," he finally said, his gaze turning so tender she nearly wept with relief. Then, proving that actions spoke far louder than words, he dipped his head, touched his lips to her, and in that moment, a wonderfully blue sky that had opened up over the rows of Christmas trees outside the glass walls of the sunroom, the stunningly decorated tree from the family's farm, this house, Honeymoon Harbor, the entire world and everyone in it, magically vanished, and there was only this man. He tasted of sweetened coffee he must have picked up at Cops and Coffee. He smelled of that woodsy soap she'd remember him using all those years ago, of the rain that had been falling when he'd first arrived, and the brisk aroma of fir trees and salt water. Her lips parted on a pleased, inviting sigh at the touch of his tongue, which didn't thrust, but instead skimmed along the arch of her top lip, then the bottom, nipping a bit. He took his time, drawing out the pleasure as if they had all the time in the world, his mouth both soft and warm against hers, a quiet kiss, but still possessing the power to cause her heart to hammer and her head to spin. How could he possess such patience, she wondered as he drew the kiss out, keeping it so exquisitely soft, so gloriously long. Finally, he angled his head to deepen the kiss, when the ringtone of his phone shattered the moment and sent her crashing down to earth with a bang. He drew his head back at the same time he pulled the phone out of his pocket. "Mannion." When he heard the voice, he mouthed, "I'm sorry." She shrugged and gave him the resigned look that she figured Cop's significant others had been giving since the first prehistoric human had picked up a club and left the comfort and safety of the cave to protect their group, their community, all those who couldn't protect themselves. His conversation was curt, short. His expression had turned from tender to ice in less than a minute. "I'll be right there. For now, just keep an eye on him. I'll call the others. And have the sheriff's department helicopter stay close enough to come in, but not so close it tips him off." "You found him?" she asked, reminding herself that not just Amanda's safety, but the safety of anyone who might accidentally stumble across the man was more important than a mere kiss. Not that there had been anything mere about it, but still. "That was the head law enforcement ranger in the park. He spotted Eric's SUV inside the Hurricane Ridge gate last night, but there was no one in it, and some snowfall wiped out any footprints. One of the other rangers spotted smoke from a viewpoint." "In the campground?" She remembered that particular campground was open year-round. She also remembered from one less-than-successful Girl Scout skiing trip there, it was really, really cold this time of year. You'd think he'd want to stay away from people. In a way, if he'd been focused enough to check out the Ridge ski calendar, that would have told him it doesn't open until next week. There'd be enough campers, snowboarders, skiers, and tubers up on the ridge that a lone guy might be able to fit in while he figures out his next steps. From the fact that he left his laptop behind, he's probably running on instinct and adrenaline. He's not in the campground, but the smoke wasn't that far away. He could be dangerous. Amanda said they don't have any guns. Aiden said as they left the sunroom. Let's hope that's still true. Sorry, folks, he said as he went through the dining area, where people were starting to sit down at the table. Duty calls. Have a great Thanksgiving. Jolene followed him to the front door. Then, in full view of everyone, she reached up, pulled his face down to hers, and kissed him fast and hard. Stay safe, she said, and come back to me. He gave her a wink, as if this was like any other day, which to him, perhaps it had once been. Don't worry,
I'm not in the habit of leaving things unfinished."
With that, he was out the door and down the steps. JoAnn stood there, watching him speed down the long driveway toward the road. And although she knew it was impossible, she thought she heard a whisper, like the wind in the trees.
"Don't worry that pretty red head, Gidget. Everything will turn out excellent."
Chapter 20. The dinner was delicious and the company wonderful, but it was hard for JoAnn to keep her mind off Aiden. What was he doing? How was he doing? She assumed if they'd found Eric, Aiden would have called, if for no other reason than to let her know he was okay. That could mean one of three things. They hadn't found him, they'd run into trouble after finding him, or he was too busy doing police things to call his girlfriend in front of the FBI. Girlfriend. Wasn't that an odd word? She'd been his girlfriend in high school. Brianna had been a different type of girlfriend. And Shelby was her best girlfriend. So how did she and Aiden as adults fit in? She was too old to have a boyfriend. That sounded more like someone you share shakes with at the Big Dipper than sex. But he wasn't her lover, yet. Not that she'd ever introduce him that way. He could become a friend with benefits. That was more what she was accustomed to. But it was different with Aiden, because he was different. They needed a new word, she decided, because significant other sounded like something you'd call a person you were signing a bank loan with. She glanced across the table at Brianna, who was sharing a private laugh with Seth. Now see, she had it easy. Seth was her fiancé, who told one and all that he was the man she was going to marry. That got JoAnn thinking that the lack of a word for a monogamous, romantic/sexual/committed relationship seemed to say that society was all centered around marriage. A boyfriend, to perhaps partner, then fiancé, then husband. Easy peasy if you followed the path set out for you. But what if you weren't sure that's what you wanted? Relationships were difficult, which is why she'd always tried to avoid them. Until she'd come home to Honeymoon Harbor and was back with the only man who'd ever had her even thinking of possibilities. She was relieved to be able to put the dilemma aside as Sarah asked about her skincare line, which had totally gotten put on hold yet again. Then Quinn brought up the idea of incorporation, and telling her that he'd talked to his brother Gabe, who'd thought the idea sounded like something he'd be interested in investing in. And if that wasn't enough of a surprise, Seth joined into the conversation.
"Remember Roosevelt School?"
Of course. JoAnn had gone from 1st to 3rd grade at the school that had served the community since 1907, until all the students had been moved to a shiny new building.
"It's empty."
"I thought it had been condemned," she said. She remembered the older kids telling horror stories about students who'd been burned to death in the building during a fire that had charred the cafeteria and continued to haunt the place. The images had given her nightmares for weeks, until her mother found the reason for her night screams and had assured her that the only things that had died in that fire were possibly the rodents who'd chewed the electrical wiring.
"It still is,"
he said.
"But I was checking it out last month with the idea of doing something commercial with it. It could make a good workplace. It's 10,000 square feet, all on one floor. It'd be a serious gut job. And when I took off a piece of cedar siding, there were a lot of carpenter ants, so they'll have to be dealt with. Then it'd need new siding. I'd use fiber cement. That's a mix of wood pulp and Portland cement. That'd give you minimal upkeep, is rot, termite, and fire-free, and gives you the look of painted wood clapboards, stone, or even brick. It also costs less than wood or masonry."
"You've been thinking about this," JoAnn said.
"I have. Like I said, I was thinking of buying it myself as an investment property. I did, by the way, use the same siding on the carriage house Brianna and I are living in at Heron's Landing. You could divide the space up any way you'd like. Obviously, Gabe and Quinn could handle the financing, while I took over construction. And I'd give you a fair price."
"I'd never think otherwise," she assured him, still trying to wrap her mind around this conversation. "I've seen what you've done with Heron's Landing. in Kylie and Mai's darling folk cottage. Thanks. Though the interior of the carriage house is still a work in progress. Fortunately, Brianna's taking living in a construction zone in stride. I'm living there with you, Brianna said, which is all that matters. The smile she shared with her fiancé caused an ache deep inside Jolene. It wasn't jealousy or envy, but an emptiness. She still didn't believe you needed to be married to be happy. But to have the kind of relationship Brianna and Seth and Shelby and Etienne had was obviously very special and rare. The last bit of romantic cynicism she was clinging to with her fingertips reminded her. And while the town's grown in popularity with the arts community and the wooden boat business is still going strong and the college has brought in a lot of new people, Honeymoon Harbor is still lacking in good, solid job opportunities to keep young people from moving off the peninsula. John Mannion spoke up. You could be helping the economy while growing your business. The idea of Quinn, Gabriel, and Seth all having gotten together and discussing a way to help her was amazing. Jolene glanced across the table at Brianna, who lifted her hands. It wasn't me who thought of it, although I wish I had because the products I put in Heron's Landing's bathrooms sell off the shelves in the gift shop. But I have to give credit to these guys who came up with the idea over beers and burgers at Mannion's. She felt moisture stinging at the back of her lids. Since Aiden wasn't here with his camo handkerchief, she blinked them away. Well, she said, as it happens, I have an idea for a new brown sugar scrub. If it's okay with Mom, you three can come in for a free facial at the spa. What a wonderful idea. And I'll throw in a pedicure. Gloria offered. I'll chip in for a waxing, Sarah called out cheerfully. And a seaweed wrap, Caroline Harper, Seth's mom, home from Yosemite, offered. I had one in Phoenix that was absolute heaven. When the two Mannion brothers and Seth, alpha males all, looked as if they'd rather face a charging grizzly, the table erupted in laughter, and for that brief moment, Jolene's fear for Aiden was replaced by a rush of love for these friends, who epitomized the small-town spirit of generosity and caring for your neighbors. Not that she was technically still a Honeymoon Harborite, but she'd grown up here and was Gloria Wells's daughter, and for them, that was all that mattered. After dinner, as Jolene and Gloria insisted on helping clear the table for dessert, Jolene's mother pulled her aside into the small butler's pantry next to the kitchen. Are you okay? Her mother, seated next to her, asked quietly. And isn't that what she should be asking her mother, Jolene thought, who was the reason she'd come back to Honeymoon Harbor? I'm fine, she assured her with what felt like a stiff smile. I was just worrying about Aiden. He's an experienced Marine and big city detective. Her mother patted her leg in reassurance. And it's not like he's out there alone. He wasn't alone when he was wounded in Afghanistan. Mrs. Gunderson had reminded everyone of his medals while praising the new police chief for having found her missing gnome on Facebook. And he wasn't alone when he was shot in an ambush with drug dealers in Los Angeles. Gloria arched a brow. How did you know about that? I Googled him, and you look as if you already have. Sarah told me. Apparently, he spent several weeks at the Coast House recovering. She paused, as if debating her loyalties, both physically and emotionally. He lost his partner that night. The article I read hadn't mentioned that part. She hadn't wanted to dig deeper. If he wanted to tell her, he would. The same as she would tell him about the text from Shelby, letting her know there were beginning to be repercussions from that letter she'd signed. Nothing specific, just rumors. But she wanted Jolene to be prepared in case anyone contacted her. John wouldn't have proposed him to be police chief if he hadn't believed he was capable of doing the job. She took hold of Jolene's hand beneath the lace tablecloth and squeezed it reassuringly. Remember what you told me about the powers of negativity and positivity? Of course. It was harder to believe it now, while she was the one with her nerves screeching, even as she'd attempted to join into the table conversation. Good, because I'm positively thinking of a wedding. June is so predictable, don't you think? She asked. How about July? Perhaps even you and Brianna could have a double ceremony. Wouldn't that be lovely? That's why I've decided I don't have cancer, because I want to be healthy enough to help you plan your most special, happiest day. Jolene's mind scrambled from concern over Aiden to trying to come up with an answer that wouldn't dent Gloria's regained positive outlook. And also, she knew that deep down, her mother, who'd been a pregnant bride, married at the courthouse, and was always doing hair for so many women who came to Honeymoon Harbor for their own ceremonies, had undoubtedly always looked forward to the day she could give her daughter a beautiful, perfect wedding. Not that I don't believe you're going to be well and healthy next summer, but I think Aiden and I have some issues to work out before we even get to a point where we're talking about weddings, she said carefully. I know, darling. Gloria ran a hand over Jolene's head and down the back of her hair. A reassuring maternal gesture going back to those simpler childhood days. But it's fun to think about. Why don't you think about you and Michael instead, and what you two were talking about? It had not escaped Jolene's notice that Sarah had seated her brother-in-law next to Gloria, nor had she missed what sure felt like attraction sparking between them. Her mother ran a hand through her hair, revealing tangled nerves. We were talking about his wine and painting nights. He thought I might enjoy one. That sounds like fun. It does. Maybe you should take it. I'm considering it. I've been worried that he might have heard what I said during my procedure, but if he did, he's too much of a gentleman to bring it up. Jolene knew that there was no way Michael Mannion could have escaped hearing about her mother's declaration to take him as a lover. Perhaps that's why he mentioned the class, she said mildly. To let you know that if you meant what you said while under the influence of Xanax, he's interested. I said I'm considering it. Her mother's tone also declared the subject closed. In the end, after 2 days of searching for Palmer, it didn't prove difficult. He turned out to be where the ranger had noticed him, but when Aiden called for him to come out of the tent that had heavy snow on the roof, he'd called back that he couldn't, because his feet weren't working. Do you have any weapons? Aiden asked, knowing that people lied all the time. No. The pain sounded real. I just need someone to come rescue me before I die. He sounds authentic, the FBI special agent said. Does to me, too. The marshal agreed. I grew up ice fishing in Wisconsin, but I sure as hell wouldn't have wanted to spend 2 days and nights in a tent, obviously not made for winter out here in this temperature. Unholstering their weapons, the 3 men tromped through the snow to the closed flap. I'm going in, Aiden said, knowing that the FBI guy could play the Fed card to claim authority. He attacked someone in my town. The other 2 men, along with the Salish County Sheriff, exchanged looks, then shrugged. Unholstering their weapons, the sheriff stood back, as if he would do going through a door where a gunman might be on the other side, and Aiden charged through it, pistol drawn, and saw a man who looked as if he hadn't been exaggerating about possibly dying. Eric Palmer was shivering violently. Having climbed to the glaciers enough times in his teens, Aiden knew shivering was the body's way of generating much-needed heat. His ski mask and sleeping bag were wet with condensation from breathing that had caused it to rain or even snow during the colder hours of the night. His hands were tucked inside the damp bag that was lying on the ground, rather than a thermal mat. Palmer was obviously a guy who'd only done California or summer camping. I need you to get me out of here, he managed. We're going to do that, Aiden said as the ranger accompanying them called for an Air Force Rescue Coordination Center. That in turn contacted the Coast Guard station in Port Angeles to send a medevac copter.
But I'm going to need you to take your hands out from that sleeping bag.
No way was he going to risk the guy having a pistol under there. Although it took an effort, with his arms so stiffened, Eric Palmer pulled his hands out. They were gloved, but held no weapon. His face, when Aiden managed to pull the wet fleece mask off, was a dangerous pale gray. They unzipped the damp sleeping bag and wrapped him in the emergency Mylar blankets Aiden always carried. He also managed to get some water down him, despite his cracked lips because dehydration increased hypothermia. They didn't take off his boots or gloves, because at this stage it could do more harm than good. Warming up skin that might freeze again, which was possible in the copter, then warming it a second time would cause more damage, including the risk of amputation and better left to medical professionals. Even having to go through 3 layers of government services, Air Force rescue arrived within 5 minutes, and Aiden and the others loaded him up onto the litter and watched it go up into the copter that would transfer him to Olympic Medical Center in Port Angeles. The last thing he said to Aiden was to tell his wife he was sorry.
I'll bet she's heard that before,
the sheriff said.
You'd win that bet,
Aiden said.
We get first dibs on him,
the FBI special agent said.
Given we're talking a serious Homeland Security breach, and you've only got him for spousal abuse. Perhaps if you'd seen his wife, you would have left the only out of that sentence,
Aiden said.
But yeah, I'm fine with you having him first. But I'm still going to charge him and arrest him before you take him off to wherever it is you feds take people. Because I want an official record of the assault and attempted homicide. You're going to go with that?
The sheriff asked with an arched brow.
Yeah.
Aiden knew he probably couldn't win that one, since any defense attorney would argue Palmer nearly running over his wife would be accidental. But since it would probably be a very long time before the feds released Palmer for trial in Salish County, he wanted to stack the deck as much as he could to keep the guy behind bars for as long as possible. They'd undoubtedly get him back on his meds while in custody, but he'd already proven incapable of staying on them without strict supervision. They trudged back through the snow to their vehicles.
Well, since he's yours for now,
he told the FBI agent,
I'm going to go have some turkey and cheesy corn and bacon with my family.
But first, he had to call Amanda and let her know that her husband had been found and was reasonably safe. He informed her she could receive his condition from the hospital after a while, but he advised not going there, because he'd probably soon be moved. He'd keep her updated. After she'd thanked him profusely, he drove out to the farm, because he had a dinner to eat and a kiss he needed to finish. Chapter 21. Aiden had called Jolene as soon as he was on the way, so his mother already had a plate fixed up and waiting for him. Everyone else had moved on to Gloria's warmed cranberry apple pie, topped with the vanilla bean ice cream Aiden knew his father would have made that morning. John Mannion had always been the ice cream maker in the family. That had him thinking again of his family traditions and how he'd want to create his own, along with adding his past ones with his own family one day. He'd always believed that cops had no business being married because the job became your life. You only hung out with other cops, and the hours, stress, and not big bucks pay could take a toll on a family that never got the time they needed to fully bond. He bent down and gave Jolene a quick kiss, effectively revealing to probably no one's surprise that they had a relationship. And although Aiden knew it was undoubtedly sexist, and Jolene would probably call him a Neanderthal, he was effectively staking his claim. Which she didn't seem to mind all that much, because when he sat down beside her, he could see in her eyes that her smile came from her heart. He gave a quick rundown of the Eric Palmer situation, since he knew everyone would be wanting to know the details, then realizing he was starving, dug into his dinner, beginning with the cheesy corn.
You're right, he said to her. This is insanely good.
Thank you. That means a lot. Especially since it's the only thing I can cook besides frozen pizza. Aiden can cook, Sarah offered from the end of the long table. I made sure all my boys could. Some of them, especially Aiden and Burke, complained that cooking was a girly thing, but I pointed out that every man should be able to feed himself. She smiled down the table at her husband. John cooked me the same dinner we'd once had at a famous Boston hotel, she told Jolene and Gloria. Everyone else in the family and Seth had heard the story every year, especially when their dad recreated the meal every year on their anniversary. The next day, he proposed right here at the farm. "And you made me the happiest man in the world," he said, lifting his glass to toast his bride of so many years. "Thank you, darling." Her warm smile assured him it was the same for her. "Proving," she said, "that men cooking is not a girly thing, but a very manly, even sexy thing." Her smile suggested that her husband could get lucky once everyone had gone home for the night. Even as Aiden cringed a bit inside at the thought of his parents having sex, he decided that he was going to cook Jolene dinner. He hadn't done any cooking for a very long time, but he figured the same way she'd gotten the cheesy corn recipe from her friend's husband, Quinn and Jarl could undoubtedly come up with a recipe he could pull off. "That's true," Brianna said. "I love all those food shows and have a mad secret crush on Tyler Florence." "You never told me that," Seth said, seeming surprised but unperturbed. "I suppose it never came up. But don't worry, I have an even bigger thing for hot guys wearing a tool belt with a big hammer." Aiden, who'd just taken a drink of water, nearly spit it out. "Isn't there some rule about sisters not discussing their personal lives with family over dinner?" "Just saying," Brianna replied with wide-eyed innocence no one at the table believed for a minute. "I like Tyler too," Jolene said. "But Michael Simon is my chef crush." "You like bald guys?" Aiden asked. It wouldn't be his first choice, but he'd be willing to shave his head if it made Jolene happy. "Not especially, although he rocks it. Most of all, I love his laugh." That kicked off a conversation among all the women comparing the various celebrity chefs. Aiden thought about suggesting they may just be objectifying males, but not wanting to risk blowing up his plans for the evening, decided to just keep eating. "You know," his grandfather said, "it's good to have two of my grandsons back home again, especially when they're both proving to be as smart about choosing their women as I was with my Harriet." Who was, Aiden knew, his second wife, after he'd been widowed young, just like Seth. "You've always been such a sweet talker," Harriet fussed, obviously enjoying the comment after decades of marriage. "It's easy when I'm talking about my sweetie," he returned. "And good thing I was, or you might have married Frank Jensen." "I've told you time and time again that I never had any intention of marrying Frank. I just let him dance with me at the Snowball to make you jealous so you'd finally get around to proposing." She shook her head. "I swear that stroke did something to your memory." "It was a TIA," he corrected. "And it didn't do anything to my memory. I just like hearing you tell the story of how I was always your true heart's beau." "Stop that," Harriet said, her remarkably still smooth cheeks turning nearly as red as the cranberry base of Gloria's pie. "You're embarrassing everybody." "Nothing embarrassing about loving your wife." He narrowed his eyes first at Seth, then Aiden. "As you'll both be finding out soon enough." That said, he shot a look at Quinn. "And you'd get busy finding yourself a girl, because you're not getting any younger and heaven knows I'm not. And I've every intention of dancing with my bride at each and every one of my grandchildren's weddings." "Okay," Sarah said in an obvious attempt to rescue her sons and the man who would soon be marrying her daughter. "Who'd like to help clear the dessert dishes off the table?" After everyone pitched in to clean up, The evening ended early because the family had to get up before dawn to set up the festival. Fortunately, the forecast was chilly but sunny, which was the way of life in the Pacific Northwest. As their bodies touched, one of them trembled. It could have been her, or him, or maybe, since they'd always been so in sync until he screwed it up. Both of them. Aiden kissed JoAnn again, with a tenderness that he'd never felt for anyone else.
There's something I want to get out of the way, so we might as well do it now. Fast and quick, like pulling off a Band-Aid.
All right. She glanced over her shoulder back toward the main room.
Your mom's fine with waiting a moment more.
How do you know that?
Because I saw her talking to Uncle Mike.
Oh. He felt her relax again in his arms. Do you think they're going to get together?
I wouldn't bet against it. Mike can be very persuasive when he puts his mind to it.
I don't want her hurt. She told me he dated Seth's mother this past spring.
I've heard it wasn't the kind of relationship we have. It was more of a friendship. Though he may have been testing the waters.
Admittedly, that's exactly what they were doing too, because Aiden didn't get the feeling JoAnn was all in yet. Yet being the definitive word.
But he never would have done anything with Ben Harper still in the picture. From what Seth told me at the wedding, his parents had some things to work out, which they did. And Mike, being a pragmatic guy, isn't the kind to carry a torch.
Perhaps because he doesn't get committed, so it's easier to move on. And wasn't that like what she'd told him about herself? Until she'd admitted today that he'd been the exception. That was enough to give Aiden hope.
But I don't get the feeling he's a player, because there have been a lot of women suddenly taking his art with wine classes, and according to Mom, he hasn't dated any of them.
JoAnn laughed. Maybe my mom and I should go to the next one.
It'd probably be fun. I was watching him talking with her while I was eating your seduction side dish, and he sure seemed focused in on her.
That's the feeling I got too. She slapped his shoulder. And it is not a seduction dish.
Hey, it had bacon. For a guy, that'll work every time.
He stopped her mid-laugh by kissing her again. Longer, deeper, a kiss that went straight from their lips to below his belt. Damn. He had no control over himself when it came to this woman, and never had. He couldn't count how many times he'd gone home from being with her and jacked off in the shower, because that old saw about cold showers had never worked for what she'd done to him.
We're going to have to wait a minute,
he said,
before I go out and embarrass us both.
Her eyes drifted down, her lips curved in a smile that was definitely meant to seduce. I'm not sure I'd have anything to be embarrassed about. Actually, I should feel pretty smug about my female power. He touched her cheek that was as soft as silk. If this was what her skin cream did, she was going to make a bundle.
All those women's magazines that tell you about how to satisfy your man's burning need, and men ranking their top 50 favorite sex moves would go out of business if you knew that you women have always had the power. How about this? If your mom gets an all clear tomorrow, we go out to dinner.
Like a date?
Yeah. Dinner, drinks, and whatever.
We never had a real date. There had been a reason for that, but it had dawned on him that she might have gotten it backward.
I know. That's the Band-Aid I intended to rip off, but I always seem to get sidetracked when I'm with you.
He kissed her again, a warm, lingering kiss filled with promise.
We'll save it for tomorrow.
Gloria and Mike were deep in conversation as Aiden and JoAnn returned to the main room. Ready to go? JoAnn asked. Oh. Her mother looked up, appearing surprised to see her. That wasn't all that surprising, since they'd seemed to be in their own private world. Gloria's cheeks were as flushed as a teenage girl's. Yes, we should let everyone get to bed. After more exchanges of goodbyes and thanks, they were out the door and on their way back to the lighthouse. The phone rang while Aiden was driving away from the lighthouse, following JoAnn and her mother down the long, tree-lined driveway. It was the FBI, calling from the hospital.
So,
said Bodhi, who had been absent during the search and dinner, was back riding shotgun and had obviously heard the call through the speaker.
I guess everything was copacetic. Yeah, it was frustrating not being able to find him right away. But Palmer was camping out in the snow, got hypothermia, and is currently at the hospital in Port Angeles.
The agent had reported that once they got him warmed up, they'd be moving him to Seattle because it looked as if he could lose a couple of toes and maybe the tips of some fingers.
Good deal. How did things go with Gidget?
Jolene, Aiden reminded him. And right now it's push and pull baby steps while waiting to see what happens with her mother. He glanced over at his former partner, lifted questioning brow, and waited.
I haven't a clue, Bodhi said. Hell, if I knew anything, I'd have told you earlier on. But for what it's worth, I hope she gets an A-OK. Not just for her sake, but for yours and Gidget's. Jolene's, he corrected.
Me too. Patience, Aiden reminded himself. It had been 14 years since they'd been together. He could wait a bit longer. But not much, he thought as he headed back toward town. While usually Honeymoon Harbor night police calls transferred to his cell or the deputy chief's cell phone, he decided to patrol a couple more hours because Thanksgiving dinners, with the mix of alcohol and family members forced together on holidays, were always trouble waiting to happen. Then, if the night stayed quiet, he'd head home for himself. Although Gloria had closed the salon from Thursday until Monday, the day after Thanksgiving, she insisted she was well enough to start getting ready for Saturday's merchant day at the farm. It could be an exhausting day, Jolene warned. Maybe you should rest up. Dr. Lancaster said I could go to work the day after the procedure, she pointed out. It's been longer than that. Plus, I still need to work to get my samples ready to give away tomorrow. All right, we'll do them together. I was planning to try new blends while I was here, but for now, we should probably stick to the tried and true. She went over to the closet where she'd stored the boxes. Wow. Gloria's eyes widened at all she'd brought with her. You're thinking big? Titanic big, Jolene said. It had occurred to her as she'd left the supply store that by planning for such a commercial success for her mother, she could well be sending vibes to the universe to prevent her from having cancer. Because if her products could help generate new spa customers, then Gloria would have to be well. While I make some new batches, why don't you start opening the larger jars you have in stock and putting products into these sample sizes? She suggested. Lotions in the bottles, creams in the jars. I could have figured that out for myself, Gloria said dryly. I know, I'm sorry. That was condescending, but I've never really been an employer before. So I can make all my mistakes with you if I take Quinn and Seth up on their idea. That would first require Gabe Mannion to be her angel investor, and Quinn to help her set up a business plan. She'd also probably need an accountant for that, because this was going way beyond her current self-employed small business. Do you think I'd be biting off more than I can chew? She asked as she could feel anxiety hovering out there just beyond horizon, like jaws waiting to attack. I won't even be living here. How will I keep track of what's going on? That's what planes are for, Gloria said. And phones. And I'm sure you can find someone to manage production for you. It's always just been me and occasionally a couple of part-time beauty school employees to help fill a larger order, she said. You've got the college here, Gloria pointed out, and enough salons around that you'd undoubtedly be able to find an experienced manager. Maybe even from one of the cities, someone looking for a slower pace of living. I see those couples all the time on House Hunters International. But 10,000 square feet? It is a lot, Gloria allowed. But not that much larger than this place. You started small. So did you. You're just skipping some middle steps. Besides, you have a secret weapon. A magic wand? Wonder Woman's bracelets? No. Her mother's smile was wide and warm and gave Jolene the impression that this conversation had momentarily taken her mind off waiting for the doctor's call. Me. I'll be here to oversee things. Hold down the fort, so to speak, because I'm your mother and I love you. A rush of love, almost too large and strong to contain, swept through Jolene with the power of a tsunami. She threw her arms around her mother and hugged her tight, the way she had that night Aiden had stood her up for prom. I love you more. But I've loved you forever. Gloria repeated their familiar lines, then laughed, stepped back and said, For the win. She'd just high-fived Jolene when the phone rang. And although it was probably just her imagination, the room turned chilly, as if a ghost had just entered. Aiden had just walked into the police station with a large cup of coffee, a sugar-dusted donut, and a lingering bit of sexual frustration from last night's dream of Jolene, when Donna stopped him at her desk. Today's sweater signaled the change in holidays with an ice-skating penguin wearing a red scarf. I have the plan, she greeted him. Plan? For the boat. In the parade. Damn, he'd forgotten all about that. He took the piece of paper she thrust at him. You want to make the boat look like a police car? Exactly. She tapped the eraser of her yellow pencil on the top of the outline. Then you could put red, white, and blue flashing lights on the top. Right here. I like it, Jennifer Stone said, coming over to look at it. Her shiny new deputy chief name tag must have arrived from the engraver while he'd been out looking for Palmer. It beats the plain old boring lights and poor Charlie Brown tree we've been doing forever. Not forever, one of the older deputies said. Jim Hooper had retired 2 years ago, but continued to volunteer 3 days a week because his wife told him he was driving her crazy. Don't forget the year of the jail. Oh, Lordy, don't remind me of that, Donna said. Would you care to fill me in? Aiden definitely needed more caffeine, like in an IV. Don decided we needed something different, so he came up with the idea of a jail cell. A cell? Yep, Jim said. It was essentially a steel cage with a door. He also thought it would be a riot to have some deputies dress in black and white prison uniforms. How did that go over? Because nothing says Christmas like imprisonment, Bodie said. Aiden couldn't disagree. Like a fart in church, Jim said. A few drunks thought it was a riot, Donna added. But the Herald got a lot of negative letters about it. It was, thankfully, before Facebook was real popular, so folks couldn't yell about it on that. I told the chief it was a mistake, but bucking Jane's too much was a sore subject in his marriage, so he mostly shrugged it off. Next year, we went back to the lights and tree. How hard would this be to do? He asked Donna. My Hank's real handy. He said he could make a frame in an afternoon, one where you wouldn't even be able to see the boat under it. It'd look just like a car floating on the water, though he did recommend blue lights for the bottom and white for around the windows and the top. He says heavier colors look better on the bottom. Sounds like he knows what he's doing, Aiden said. Oh, he certainly does. He's done all the lights on both the town's Christmas trees since before you were born. And he's built all the animated lighted figures in the park. This year's theme is penguins, though we'll always have the angel at the start of the walkthrough because she's real popular and, of course, Santa. Speaking of which, you do know you're going to be driving the boat in a Santa costume. That would be a hell no. The police float always ends the parade. Then Santa gets off and hands out candy canes to all the kids. It's a tradition. Maybe I'll hang around to see this, Bodie suggested, because so far that sounds like the second best highlight of my visit after bringing down Jess's killers. Can't anyone else do it? He looked pointedly at Hooper. Don't look at me, the retired officer said. I may have packed on a few extra pounds since Cops and Coffee brought their donuts to town. He folded his arms over his donut belly.
"But I damn well never volunteered to play a jolly old elf."
Hooper had been a good cop who'd come from Phoenix before looking for a slower life in the Northwest. Aiden thought if he hadn't retired, he would have probably made a great chief. Donna lifted both her chins. Like I said, it's a tradition, and it connects the police with the people you're protecting and serving.
I thought that was what I was doing when I went out and found Mrs. Gunderson's gnome.
It was, and she appreciates that. And what you did for that poor girl, Amanda Barrow, was wonderful. But this is a big deal too, Chief. It'll also show those few naysayers out there that you're the real deal.
And me wearing a Santa suit will do that?
It's public relations. It'll work, she assured him.
Do I have to wear padding?
Well, all I can say about that is you have a damn fine body, Chief. She swept an appreciative look over him. I imagine you've also got a fine washboard beneath that shirt. But what do we tell the little kids when a skinny Santa shows up in Honeymoon Harbor?
Don't forget what happened when the chief didn't listen to her last time. His brother-in-law suggested the lame cell idea.
Bodhi said.
I'd say, go for it. I'll do it.
Aiden caved.
Ask if we get to run the siren.
Bodhi suggested.
I suppose I'm expected to run the siren?
It ends the parade, she confirmed.
Ask Hank to start building, Aiden said, and ask him if he needs a down payment to buy materials.
Oh, he never takes any money. Donna waved his words away. He's got 3 barns full of stuff on our property, and building Christmas displays is his hobby. Like some guys fish or hunt. He's got displays on all 5 of our acres hooked up to a computer this year. He figures he'll be ready to get on the Great Christmas Light Fight TV show in the next couple years.
Well, tell him thanks, and I hope he makes it on the show.
Oh, he probably will. Hank can do just about anything when he puts his mind to.
A lot like his wife, Aiden considered.
After approving the plan, he received a call from the DA that Don James was paying back the money he'd stolen from the fund and pleaded guilty to embezzlement and criminal charity fraud. Because of his years of service to the town, he'd been given a sentence of 2 years probation, credit for the night he'd served, and a schedule to pay back the debt with interest. If he missed a payment, he'd be immediately arrested and incarcerated in the Salish County Jail. The best news, as far as Aiden was concerned, was that he'd been allowed to serve his probation time across the state in Spokane, where his younger sister's husband owned a body shop and had offered to give him a job, which meant that he wouldn't be around to stir up trouble in Aiden's town.
Hot damn,
Bodhi said, as they drove out to respond to a stray dog that had been reported to look as if it had been hit by a car. The caller had tried to catch it, but it had run away. Honeymoon Harbor was too small for its own animal control team, so usually those were handled by the fire department or police. Unless it was something bigger, like a bear wandering through town getting into trash cans. After breaking into a house and tearing apart a pantry, one had been taken back out into the woods by the county wildlife control.
The trouble with working undercover was that we didn't get to use the siren all that much. But we did get to drive a Ferrari and a Lamborghini,
Aiden reminded him. The second had been wicked cool, but took too much time to climb out of, so they hadn't even driven it out of the impound lot.
There was that,
Bodhi agreed.
So, when are your detective friends going to get back?
Monday. I'll call them first thing.
Damn, I should have thought of that.
What?
You said Jess sent you photos. Texted them.
So, where's your phone?
I don't know.
Aiden could see his partner's mind working.
Since I was dead and not a suspect, the cops on the scene weren't paying as much attention to me as to trying to figure out who all the bad guys were. It's probably sitting in an evidence box with all my clothes.
They'd been removed in the coroner's office while Aiden was getting the slug dug out of his thigh, where the doctor on duty had told him if it had hit 2 inches to the left, he would have bled out before he'd gotten to the ER.
Then moved to a box in the evidence room.
They both said in unison. They exchanged looks.
Great minds,
Aiden said.
We still got it, dude,
Bodhi said.
Just like Crockett and Tubbs.
Aiden couldn't disagree. They stopped by Mannion's, where Jarl cooked up a plain burger to go for dog bait, and headed out to the location he'd last been seen. Aiden spotted the black and white copper Australian shepherd limping along on 3 legs down the railroad tracks that ran through the edge of town. Coincidentally, it had been the lack of a railroad that had kept the once bustling seaport from becoming the state's capital city as early dreamers had lobbied for. She was down to skin and bones. Her coat was matted. And as he'd suspected, she was hungry, because she swallowed down the burger in one bite after he'd lifted her into the back of the SUV, where she'd settled down with a huge moan. He drove the dog to Cameron Montgomery's veterinarian office, where Cam, who suspected either a bad sprain or a break, was going to x-ray the leg. She whimpered as Aiden left, as if she'd already decided he'd do just fine as her new human. As he drove away, Aiden thought that might not be such a bad idea. He'd been thinking of getting a dog. Maybe fate had stepped in and given him this one. As he went back on patrol, Bodhi drank in the trees outside the windows, as if committing them to memory. Aiden wondered, once they put the DC away for a very long time, hopefully life, if his partner would be taking off to continue his journey to wherever the hell he was going next. If he did, he'd miss him like hell, but at least this time he'd be prepared. Chapter 22. It's Dr. Lancaster. As Gloria read the caller ID, she turned as pale as snow and sank down on one of the shampoo chairs, as if her legs had given out on her. Put her on speaker, Jolene advised. Her mother's head had to be spinning even worse than hers was, so it was important for both of them to hear, whatever the news was. She grabbed the old-fashioned appointment book that her mother used as backup in case of a computer crash, and pulled a pen from the pretty round box next to the book so she could take notes. Hello? Her mother answered tentatively. Good morning, Gloria, the doctor said with a professional warmth that gave nothing away. Jolene wondered if they taught that tone in medical school. The results of your biopsy just came in, and I've good news. It's benign. That means no cancer, right? Gloria said. None. Though since you did have this abnormality, we'll want to keep a close eye on it. While the odds are against any additional problems, I'd like you to have another mammogram in 6 months. I will. Thank you. You're very welcome. Passing on good news is one of the best parts of my job. Jolene took out her phone. I'm writing a date down 6 months from today in my iCal and make sure you schedule one. Then I'm going with you when you have it done. What if you're in Los Angeles or Ireland? It doesn't matter if I'm in Timbuktu. I'll be here. I'm sorry I caused you to come up here. You didn't. Not really. I could always tell when you were fibbing. All right, Jolene allowed. You're right. If Sarah hadn't called me, I probably would have just rented another apartment in LA. But she did call me, so I came, and I'm so glad I did. Because even though it was sometimes hard and scary, I wouldn't change this time together for anything. And I'm so looking forward to working the booth with you tomorrow and meeting all your friends. You're going to work the booth? Of course. It's my product, I should be pushing it. And it's a chance to work with my mom again, just like the old days. Gloria looked around at the beautiful salon and spa. We've come a long way from the trailer. We have. But back then we were closer, and it's been my fault. You had your reasons for moving on, Gloria said. I always understood that. And look how well you've done. And the same way I was your date for the Emmys, you can be mine for the annual showing of my holiday movie. Jolene laughed. I wouldn't miss it. I was only nominated for an Emmy for makeup. You, on the other hand, are the only person in Honeymoon Harbor who's appeared in a movie. Well, Gloria said, patting her colorful hair. I wouldn't want to boast, but everyone in the theater did point out that the camera did seem to focus more on me than the other extras. As well it should, Jolene said, because you outshone the stars. Now, let's take this over to the cottage, and you can make up the gift bags on the kitchen table while I make up more samples on the counter." To her surprise, her mother's eyes misted. "This is," she said on a voice that wavered with emotion, "the best holiday season of my life." "Mine too," JoAnn said, feeling her own tears threatening. Damn. Where was Aiden with his camo handkerchief when you needed him? The day of the festival dawned gray and foggy, with intermittent sprinkles that were not enough to keep visitors away. While the Manions were selling trees and other greenery like crazy, the barn was also crowded with Honeymoon Harbor locals as well as people from neighboring towns on the peninsula. JoAnn, who'd honestly been a bit uneasy about talking with people, especially those she'd gone to school with who'd either ignored or bullied her, found herself enjoying the day. The barn was packed, with everyone going from booth to booth, spending their money while picking up stamps for a chance at the grand prize. "Why, that makes my hand just as smooth as a baby's bottom," Donna, who typically had weekends off with 911 calls either being sent to Aiden's cell or the sheriff's department, said. "I'll take one of those pretty gold sample bags, but I'll be in next Wednesday to buy a jumbo-size bottle." She grinned wickedly. "Give my Hank a holiday surprise." While Gloria was happily chatting with Winnie from the market and going through all the things that were in the bag with her, another woman about JoAnn's age came up to the booth. She looked vaguely familiar, but JoAnn couldn't quite place her. "I'm Ashley Winters," she introduced herself. A member of Madison's beehive. Reminding herself that those high school days were long behind her, JoAnn managed to smile. "I remember you," she said, reaching into the basket behind her and taking out a gold bag. "Are you interested in a sample kit, or would you just like a stamp?" "I intend to buy one." The petite, slender brunette in the red parka, black jeans, and tall plaid boots, which, if they weren't Burberry, were a good knockoff, said. "But I mostly came over to ask if you had a moment to talk privately." Sure," JoAnn said with a glance at Gloria, whom she noticed was watching them with an eagle eye. Or that of a mama grizzly prepared to protect her cub. "I can handle things," Gloria said. "The crowd's thinning out a bit while everyone goes over to the tent to get some lunch." Along with the Manions' grilled burgers and fries, Talk of the Town had set up its truck. Kira's Fish House was selling bowls of clam and potato chowder. Sensation Cajun had opted to go with po' boy sandwiches. Leaf was proving vegan can please even the carnivores in the crowd with their loaded vegan nachos by topping tortilla chips with rice, beans, juicy tomatoes, spicy chilies, and corn. While Luca's Kitchen drew in the dessert crowd with a crispy cannoli that had chocolate chips, seasonal allspice, and cinnamon added to the cream filling, then was dusted with powdered sugar. One thing was for certain, no one would be leaving hungry. Not knowing what she was letting herself in for, but hoping it wouldn't be horrid, JoAnn followed Ashley outside and over to where she'd parked and prepared herself for the worst. "It's been a long time," Ashley said. "Several years," JoAnn agreed. "Congratulations on your Emmy." "It was a nomination, not a win. But still, there are so many shows and so many episodes every year. That's an amazing accomplishment. You must be very proud." "I am." "I always wanted to be a reporter. You know, like Barbara Walters or Diane Sawyer. Maybe Kitty Couric, though I hate early mornings." She sighed. "But I ended up here writing for the Herald. That probably gets fewer readers than the town's Facebook page." "You're still doing what you love, right?" JoAnn said. "How many people get to be reporters at all? Especially women." "That's true. I read about you signing that letter. I was impressed." "Thank you." JoAnn was still wondering when she was going to get to the point. None of this couldn't have been said at the booth. Especially since, as her mother had pointed out, the crowd had moved in a herd over to the food booths. "I was wondering if I could interview you about your work and how you broke into the business, and of course, the Emmy." She paused. And if you'd be willing to talk about it, maybe why you signed that letter. Sure. It was beginning to sink in. Have you always been at the Herald? No. I started out working for UW-TV in college, where I may have had more viewers than readers here. After graduation, I got a job in Boise, then worked my way across the Midwest for a while until landing in Phoenix, then some California stations. But New York or D.C. were my ultimate goal. But her smile held no humor. I'd always had to put up with jokes and stuff because, guys. JoAnn nodded. I do know, all too well. Yeah, I suppose you would, from what's come out about the movie industry. Anyway, at one place, things got, nasty and physical, but it came down to a he said, she said thing. So nothing ever happened. Well, I guess something did, because since you'd been voted best anchor in the city for 10 years running, and I was the new girl, I got fired, and here I am. But I'm sorry, that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. I just got sidetracked. Sometimes it just gets in your head, like a flashback. I've been there. One reason JoAnn had stuck to men that she didn't care all that much about was that they mostly served as a buffer. A male who might be seen as being in her corner if anyone tried things. It didn't always work, but she had found it made some difference, especially when said boyfriend worked in the industry. The reason I wanted to talk with you was to apologize. Okay? About the way I acted. I was a shy kid when I moved here from Spokane, not knowing anyone. But I was pretty. Not that you weren't. In fact, you were gorgeous and didn't look like anyone else in town, which was why so many girls were jealous. But I get it. JoAnn lied. Seriously? The mean girls had been jealous? Anyway, Madison invited me into her clique, and I felt like I belonged somewhere, so being new was easier. But I never felt good about the way you were treated. I was just afraid of being kicked out of the group, of being on my own again. As she'd been, except for Brianna, who'd already had her own circle with Kylie and Zoe. JoAnn thought back and couldn't remember any bullying Ashley had participated in. That didn't make her blameless, but JoAnn also realized that it was past time to shake off the last of those days. Still, although it might be petty and cruel, she still would have loved to have blended some poison ivy into Madison's avocado face cream sample. So, Ashley let out a long breath. I'm sorry. I should have been a better person, and I hope you'll forgive me for not being braver and standing up for you. It was high school, JoAnn said. It's a wonder any of us survived those years. Thank you, and thank you for not making this any harder on me, which you had a perfect right to do. Believe me, Ashley, you haven't met mean girls until you've worked in Hollywood. There was an anchorwoman in Phoenix who was much beloved by viewers and always voted their favorite, who'd often had stomping high-heeled temper tantrums during commercial breaks. Ashley said. Once she threw a heavy glass paperweight and hit a cameraman in the head. She just barely missed his eye. Then, without missing a beat and ignoring the blood streaming from his cut, while one of the assistant producers was madly dabbing at his wound with a paper towel, the bitch of an anchorwoman sat back down at the desk, smiled broadly, and welcomed the next guest as if nothing had happened. As bad as she felt for the poor cameraman, JoAnn laughed. Well, she said, now that we've bonded over work horror stories, want to go get a couple burgers? I have an in with the owner who will probably let us jump the line if you interview him while he's grilling. Ashley grinned. Though I've truly turned over a new leaf and frown on line jumping, I am starving. And as it happens, I have an in at Mannion's too. I'm dating the chef. Jarl? JoAnn tried to picture this petite brunette with the former fishing boat cook, who any casting director would have loved to cast as a wild Viking marauder. This time, it was Ashley's turn to laugh. I know, we're definitely an odd couple. But although Jarl looks as if he could break the rock in half like a matchstick, he has a marshmallow heart. Maybe the four of us could double date sometime. You and Aiden, Jarl and me. There's not an Aiden in me, Jolene said. Of course there is, Ashley said easily. And believe me, Madison is not at all pleased about that. And didn't that revelation please Jolene? Talk about being high school petty. As they reached the grills, where Jarl and Quinn appeared to be having an Iron Chef challenge to show off their burger flipping skills to an appreciative crowd, Jolene linked arms with Ashley. I think, she said, quoting Bogart's famous last line from Casablanca, "This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship." By 3 o'clock that afternoon, Jolene had felt as if she'd worked for days. She'd forgotten how it had felt to stand on her feet all day. And she'd been behind the booth for only 5 hours with a short break for lunch. Her mother, on the other hand, was still going like the Energizer Bunny, which Jolene suspected was partly a burst of adrenaline energy from relief at the good news. She began to pack up the empty boxes. The fact that they'd sold out of sample bags before the drawing for the grand prize, won by a third-grade teacher at the new and improved Roosevelt Elementary School, had Jolene thinking again about Seth's suggestion regarding remodeling the old school building into a workshop for her products. Which was difficult to do when every coherent thought whooshed out of her head as Aiden approached the booth. "Hey there," he said, glancing over at the boxes. "Looks like you did okay." "We did. I'd wondered if I'd been overly optimistic when I bought so much packaging before coming up here, but we could have sold a lot more if we'd had another hour. Of course, I'd probably be dead by then. I thought my job was hard, always making sure everyone looked good and the same for every take. But I don't believe I've ever talked so much and for so long ever in my life." "That explains the husky voice." He did that slow, smiling thing with his mouth and his eyes that she imagined could still hold power over her when she was rocking on the porch in some old folks' home for retired makeup artists. "Here I was hoping it was for me." "Goodness," Gloria said suddenly. "I forgot to put the chicken in the crock pot for the chicken and dumplings I'd planned tonight." That was the first Jolene had heard about any chicken dinner. "Why don't I just run over to the food booths before they all close and pick us up some takeout?" She was off before Jolene could say a word, causing Aiden's dimples to deepen at her total lack of subtlety. "Don't do that," Jolene complained. "I'm too exhausted to handle all those killer pheromones you're throwing at me." "Sorry." This time, his grin was quick and just as dangerous. "I dropped in to see if you wanted to go out tomorrow night. You did agree to a date." "You asked me out," she teased. "I don't remember agreeing." "I was hoping you wouldn't remember that part. We can have dinner anywhere you want, then go to the tree lighting in the park." Honeymoon Harbor always had 2 official tree lighting ceremonies. One the Sunday night after Thanksgiving in the park, and a second one down at the harbor the night of the boat parade. The Manions always supplied the park tree. The one at the harbor was created by crab fishermen from crab pots stacked in a pyramid shape. "I'd like that, but I wouldn't want to leave Mom to go to the lighting alone." "Look over there," he said, nodding to the far side of the barn near the food booths, where Mike Manion and her mother were talking. Jolene suspected it was not the heat from Manion's grill that had Gloria's cheeks flushing. "My uncle is asking your mom the same question I just asked you, and I have a feeling he's getting much the same answer." Damn, he was right again when her mother looked across the emptying barn. Her mother deserved this, Jolene told herself as she nodded and gave a thumbs up. Blowing her a kiss, Gloria turned back to Mike. "You Manion men just double-teamed us," Jolene said. "Tell me you're sorry about that." She shook her head. "I can't." "So that's a yes?" "I guess it is." He rubbed his jaw. "I can't remember when I received a more enthusiastic response to an offer to take a woman to dinner," he said. I didn't mean it to sound like that. It's just... What? Having had such a roller coaster life growing up, Jolene preferred to be the one in control, both in her personal and business lives. She'd never felt that way with Aiden. Yet for some reason, as her hormones were screaming, "What are you waiting for?" she couldn't think of a logical answer.
You just realize you don't have any reason to turn me down.
I could turn you down for being so damn smug.
But you won't, because you want to be with me as much as I want to be with you. And you're too smart to cut off your cute nose despite that lovely face.
He'd taken off his leather gloves and stuck them in his pocket, allowing him to trail a warm finger down her cheek. Then he bent his head, kissed that cheek, her nose, and finally her mouth, which, responding right on cue, clung to his. It wasn't that long a kiss, not long enough to embarrass a couple in public. Not that they were a couple, but she knew that by going to dinner and the tree lighting tomorrow night, by the time that switch was pulled to turn on the lights, every person in Honeymoon Harbor would have decided they were together. And would that be so bad? It wasn't like their relationship was going to be permanent. She'd be leaving Honeymoon Harbor January 2nd. And besides, there was always the chance that she'd exaggerated what having sex with Aiden Mannion would be like. Perhaps when they did go to bed, as they both knew they would, it would turn out not to match her heightened expectation. As if that could happen, she thought, as she found herself drowning in his blue eyes. Just like maybe it'd snow on Christmas this year. As a girl, she'd always hoped for a snow day from school. Unfortunately, the odds of a white Christmas in this rainy northwest part of the country tended to range from 6 to a very rare 10%.
So,
he said,
now that you can't put me off any longer, where would you like to go?
It only took a minute. Mannion's, she said. The pub might not be the fanciest first date place, but it was where anyone they knew who was going out tomorrow night would probably end up, so she'd no longer be Aiden Mannion's secret girlfriend. Another thing it had going for it was that, short of talk of the town, it was the most casual place to eat, meaning she wouldn't have to worry about dressing up.
Mannion's it is,
he said.
As it happens, I've already reserved a waterfront window, just in case you said yes.
And if I'd said no?
I'd have sat alone at the bar and moped into my non-alcoholic beer.
Once again, she wondered about his reason for that non-alcoholic beer. But as his head swooped down again, this kiss hard and quick, but still possessing the power to curl her toes, she decided this wasn't the place or time to ask if he had a drinking problem. She certainly hadn't seen any sign of that. Maybe, she considered, it was because he seemed to be on duty 24/7 and needed to stay sober.
Since it gets dark early and kids have school the next day, they're going to light the tree at 7 on the dot. I realize it's probably earlier than you're used to in LA, but we're not all that movie biz trendy here, so how about I pick you up at the Lighthouse cottage at 5:30?
I've never been movie biz trendy, she said. Those few weeks with Chad and his ever-present camera-flashing paparazzi had taught her that she wouldn't want to be. I'll be ready. This time, his fingers traced around her lips. Lips that could still taste the coffee and a sweetness that must have come from the cannoli he'd eaten before coming up to the booth.
Me too,
he said. And with that promise of dinner and a whole lot more lingering in the air, he strolled away whistling. Chapter 23. Amanda's knees were literally shaking as she walked down the hallway of the University of Washington Medical Center burn unit floor the Sunday after Thanksgiving. The doctor she'd spoken with had told her that burn units usually had more experience and facilities to treat frostbite because the procedures were much the same. Although she'd talked to Eric briefly on the phone, she'd waited until today to visit him, telling herself that she was allowing his parents and sister, Jan, whom she'd called as soon as Aiden had called her, letting her know he was being brought to Seattle, to have family time with him after his surgery. She'd never shared what their life had been like with them, but from the resigned tone of his mother and father on the phone, it sounded as if they weren't all that surprised. That had been a relief, suggesting what Aidan Mannion, the counselor at the hospital, and the woman at the safe house she was still living in had already told her, that she hadn't done anything to trigger his episodes. She hadn't seen his family since the wedding, but they still greeted her with hugs, then left the room. She hesitated inside the doorway. Eric looked terrible. Gauze wrap covered the middle of his face. His legs were elevated with his feet wrapped, as were his hands. The doctor had also explained that while once surgery had been advised sooner than later, they'd discovered that led to complications. So now they waited until the dead skin sloughed away to decide on a further course of action. "Hi," she said. She washed her hands with the antibacterial foam from the container hung by the door, then held tight to the handle of her purse, as if it were a life preserver, keeping her head above water in a stormy sea. "Hi yourself." He sounded tired, which could be from the pain meds the floor nurse had explained were running along with fluids and antibiotics through his veins. "Guess I really screwed up this time, didn't I?" "It was a whopper," she agreed. "You had us all scared." "I didn't mean to hurt you." "I know." The medicated Eric, the one she'd loved, had always meant that. The same way the unmedicated Eric always forgot it. "I talked to the doctor. He believes you won't need surgery." "Yeah. They've got me in a warm whirlpool bath twice a day to help the dead skin slough off." His eyes misted, making her own sting. "It reminds me of that hot tub we had at the house in Palo Alto. Remember?" "I do. We had some good evenings there." With music playing quietly and wine at the end of their workday. "Bygones," he said with a sigh. "It'll take a couple to 3 weeks to know, but I could be in here as long as a month." "I'm sorry. So sorry." "You're not going to be there when I get out, are you?" All the emotion swirling in his eyes were echoed in her own heart. "I'm sorry." She shook her head, swiped the tears that had begun to overflow onto her cheeks. "I just can't. Not anymore." She plucked a tissue from the box on the table and dabbed at her cheeks. "I could tell you that I'd stay on my meds." She bit her bottom lip and closed her eyes. "But we both know that's not true," he continued. "It's like a drug. I need the highs. I suspect my sister, who appears to have escaped that particular gene, got her medical degree in psychiatry because of Dad and me." His father was a brilliant neuroscientist, who her mother-in-law once admitted when they'd moved into his parents' basement for a month between jobs, had the same outbursts. But she'd assured Amanda they'd lessened as he'd gotten older. "I suspect it's a decrease in testosterone," she'd said, taking Amanda's hands in both of hers. "So it does get better." "It's good. Not about, your dad and your disease, but that Jan got that medical degree." "She thinks I'd do better in a controlled environment. She's also looking for an attorney who's won cases such as mine to keep me out of prison and in something like a resident home, but gated." Like a prison, Amanda thought, but so much better than the one the government would send him to. "I think that sounds like a good idea," she said. "And I know you never believed it, but you really did think better when you were more stabilized." "That's what Jan's been telling me, having watched me all through school. But it's not what my mind's telling me, you know?" Amanda nodded. Oh yes, she had a wall covered with mathematical equations attesting to that. "There's something you need to know," he said. "Okay." "I always loved you, and despite what I've said and done over the years, I always will." "I know." Her heart was breaking. Her eyes were burning, but the rational part of her brain, the part she could hear everyone who cared about her saying, was reminding her that love wasn't worth dying for. She stepped closer to the bed and, not wanting to hurt him, with a touch as light as a feather, brushed her fingers against his cheek. "Good luck, Eric. I'll always remember our good times. And you need to remember that you have so many people, including me, rooting for you." Then, before she said anything that might give him hope, like telling her soon-to-be former husband that a part of him, that funny young man who made her laugh and told terrible jokes and spun wonderful tales of the future they'd have together, would always hold a part of her heart. She made herself walk, not run, from the room, then closed her eyes and leaned against the wall, the handrail digging into her back. It was all she could do to keep from sliding down that wall onto the immaculate, clean tile floor. "You did the right thing," she heard a familiar voice say. Opening her eyes through the blur of tears, Amanda saw Eric's sister. "The only thing you could do. Now I'm going to tell you something my parents never will, so you won't weaken. My uncle, my father's brother, killed his wife when I was 8 years old, then shot himself on Christmas Day, which is why I hate this season and have always volunteered to work overtime so I don't have to remember those twin caskets. I'd be in Oregon working today if this problem hadn't sprung up. And it turns out Uncle Henry wasn't the only suicide in the family. I love Eric. How could I not? He's my brother. But I will never entirely trust him. Ever. And neither should you." That said, JoAnn surprised Amanda with a quick hug and said, "Get out of here. Go make a wonderful life for yourself because you damn well deserve it." 2 hours later, Amanda was back in Honeymoon Harbor, having taken the ferry because she'd needed the time to separate from what she'd just done. Time to breathe. To stand at the rail, the cold wind of Puget Sound whipping at her hair and stinging her cheeks, clearing her head. Now that she was going to be single, she could, she realized, go anywhere in the world. She could throw a dart at a globe and just take off, go to Italy, Peru, maybe even Iceland, which was supposed to be beautiful, although the growing season wouldn't be very long there, which would prevent her from keeping a business she'd built literally from the ground up and loved. As she saw the lighthouse come into view, followed by Brianna's beautiful Heron's Landing, Amanda watched the boats bobbing in the marina near the ferry landing and realized that she didn't want to go anywhere, that she'd found her home, or more accurately, Eric had found it. But despite what had happened, it didn't diminish the inner pull she'd felt when she'd first seen the town online, that she belonged here. After driving off the ferry, Amanda still wasn't quite ready to go back to the shelter residence where everyone would undoubtedly want to hear how her visit went. She wasn't ready to talk about sad things yet. She wanted to savor this moment of freedom, of coming home. On impulse, she decided to stop at Mannion's, intending to treat herself to a glass of wine. Quinn was behind the bar as she walked in. He greeted her with a slow, easy smile that didn't look as if he had any idea where she'd been or what she'd been up to. But she suspected he did know. There were no secrets in Honeymoon Harbor, and Aiden was, of course, his brother, and Quinn had also been at that interrupted Thanksgiving dinner.
"Well, welcome back,"
he said as she climbed up on a stool. It may be foolish, but she always felt uncomfortable sitting alone at a table.
"I saw you drive off the ferry and was wondering if you were going to come in here or Cops and Coffee."
"Caffeine is the last thing I need after the last few days. I'll take a white wine. A Chardonnay." She glanced around. "I like what you've done with the place. I hadn't realized your talents extended to holiday decorating as well as microbrewing."
"Cute, but unfortunately not all that original. I've been getting ragged about it from nearly every guy who comes in. And I know that you know all this sparkly stuff was put up by Mom and Brianna because they bought those berries and ribbons for the tree from you."
"I cannot lie. That would be true. But I did talk them out of the gold and white tulle draping around the bottom, and glitter."
"That makes you a saint in my book. One Chardonnay coming up."
He opened a new bottle, a label that had her arching a brow at the price. Eric had almost ordered it once for a table of 6 in a Napa restaurant they couldn't afford if it had been just the two of them, until one of the other men who knew about wine had suggested a less expensive Merlot.
"It's on the house,"
Quinn said.
"A rep from the winery dropped off a trial case the other day, and you're the first to weigh in on whether or not I should buy more.
I don't know anything about wine tasting.
Neither do I. But you drink wine, so that makes you more of an expert than me.
He poured the wine into the stemmed glass, then placed it in front of her on a white bar napkin. She held it up, studied it as if she knew what she was doing. It shone like sunshine in the light streaming in from the waterside window. It's got a good color.
That's a start,
he said. She swirled it around, sniffed. I smell fruit and vanilla.
Sounds good.
She took a little sip. There's a hint of apple with a touch of pear. And she tilted her head, took another sip. Maybe a touch of passion fruit?
I'll definitely push that on New Year's, date nights, and Valentine's Day,
he said. Yet a third sip. And a finishing of creme brulee from the oak. He lifted one of those Mannion black Irish brows and said,
I thought you didn't know your wines.
I don't. She surprised herself by bursting into laughter. How long, she wondered, had it been since she'd laughed? I just remembered that part being of a description from a pretentious sommelier with a fake French accent in Napa. He grinned.
It still sounds impressive. How does it taste, really?
It's really good, even though I don't have a clue what went into it.
The rep also gave me a fancy multi-page binder with a lot of photos explaining the process,
Quinn said.
I'll check it out for any foodies who'll want to know. In case you feel like a late lunch or early dinner. One of the Harpers brought in some fresh Dungeness crab an hour ago. Jarl's planning to make chowder and some other stuff, but tonight's special is going to be crab fettuccine.
Sold, she said. She hadn't had an appetite for a week, but suddenly she was hungry, even if that meal was a heart attack on a plate. The chef at Leaf, the vegetarian restaurant down the street where she more often ate, would probably keel over on the spot just looking at it.
Comfort food,
he said approvingly.
And by the way, before you pass out at the price on the menu, it's also on the house.
I can't let you do that.
Hasn't anyone told you? Everyone gets a dinner on the house for their birthday.
But this isn't my birthday. His smile faded and his gaze gentled, touching her face like the lightest of butterfly kisses. Not a hitting on her or sexually suggestive way, but the kind meant to comfort a broken heart Amanda wasn't certain could ever be fully put together again.
Yeah, it is,
he said, then turned and took her order into the kitchen. Chapter 24. Deciding they deserved a day off after yesterday's busy market and all the stress they'd been through, JoAnn and Gloria had started off a lazy Sunday morning in the apartment above the salon in pajamas, eating decadent chocolate chip pancakes that might have come from a box mix, but they had added the chips, chocolate sauce, and canned whipped cream topping themselves. Afterward, they crawled back into bed where they indulged in a Christmas in Connecticut and Miracle on 34th Street double feature, and agreed that for some reason movies seem the most Christmassy in black and white. Then, as the clock struck 4, they realized they needed to start thinking about getting ready to go out. Did I mention I've forgotten how to date? Jolene's mother asked as she stood in front of a tall standing mirror Sarah had found for the bedroom at Treasures, the local antique shop. You have, but by the way Mike looked at you at Thanksgiving, I seriously doubt that'll be a problem, Mom. I'm too old. Don't be ridiculous. Haven't you heard? 50 is the new 30. Gloria put her hands on the hips of her pink silk pajamas that were a stark contrast to the comfy green tartan flannel ones JoAnn had bought in Ireland. I am not 50. She tossed her gloriously colored head in a diva-like way JoAnn couldn't pull off in a lifetime. I happen to be in my mid-40s, as you well know. Isn't that when women are supposed to be in their sexual prime? I am not having sex with Michael Mannion. She walked over to her closet and stood there, just looking at her clothes as if seeing them for the first time. At least, not tonight. I may be in my sexual prime, but I'm old-fashioned enough not to sleep with a man on the first date. which I may not even be going on because I don't have anything to wear," said the woman with a walk-in closet filled with clothes. "It's going to be cold. You'll be all bundled up. Dress warm. He already likes you. You don't need to dress to impress." "I'm nervous." "You're not alone. Want to sit together? Like a double date?" "No, because I don't want to take private time away from you and Aiden. I'll just put on my big girl panties, which are thankfully not granny panties yet. Not that he's going to see them, and let him take the lead." She sighed. Caroline Harper is such a Southern belle, even after all these years in the Pacific Northwest. Whatever her and Michael's relationship was this past spring when she was separated from Ben, she probably always sparkled like Scarlett O'Hara charming the Tarleton twins at that barbecue before all those foolish men raced off to war. "Don't be dramatic. Just be yourself." "That's the woman he asked out." A thought occurred to Jolene. "Where are you going?" "Luca's. How about you?" "Mannion's." "They've divided to conquer." "You could be right about that, but I chose Mannion's." "Seth and Brianna will no doubt be there, and of course Quinn, and a lot of people your age. My guess is he's publicly staking his claim, the same way he did when he kissed you in front of everyone at Thanksgiving." "No one stakes a claim on me," Jolene said. "Why don't you keep saying that?" Gloria suggested sweetly. "Perhaps one of these days you'll believe it." It was already dark when Aiden arrived at the cottage less than 5 minutes after Gloria, who'd opted for a fluffy white Angora sweater and a pair of red wool slacks beneath a lipstick red parka, and atypically flat-heeled suede boots, had departed the Lighthouse apartment with Michael Mannion, headed to Luca's kitchen. From the way his blue eyes had lit up at the sight of her mom, she needn't have worried about sparkling. Jolene, who hadn't had the time to get to the dancing deer to fully replenish her wardrobe, decided that the white fisherman sweater she'd bought in a little shop in County Clare, a pair of skinny black jeans, and her Ireland boots with 2 pairs of wool socks would have to do. Knowing the wind could come sweeping off the mountains, she put her hair up in a messy bun before spritzing a bit of cologne she'd created for herself while playing around with scents into the air, then walking through it. It was a technique she'd learned from Kyan Douglas, the grooming guru of the original Queer Eye, whose makeup she'd once done for an appearance on a morning talk show. At the last minute, she'd reached into a small box she'd carried with her all over the world for years, took out a necklace and fastened it behind her neck. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been so nervous waiting for a man to pick her up. Then again, none of those men had been this one, she thought, as she'd opened the door to the sight of Aiden with those beautiful black curls, neon blue eyes, and those lips that she wanted to feel all over her. His parka was open, revealing him casually dressed in a blue and black checked Pendleton wool shirt that accented the blue of his eyes over a black t-shirt, dark indigo jeans, and brown leather lace-up boots that made him look a bit like a sexy lumberjack. "You look gorgeous," he said, taking her into his arms as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Since it certainly felt that way to her, she went willing. "You look pretty good yourself." "You look a hell of a lot better." He nuzzled her neck. "You smell great, too, like summer. You wore a gardenia cologne that summer, too." How had she forgotten that? And even more surprising, how had he remembered? She also realized that was undoubtedly why, while playing with oils, she'd come up with a scent that was far more over-the-top old Hollywood feminine than the fruity and green notes used in most perfumes today. But it had always made her feel sexy, just as it did tonight. Talk about giving a man mixed messages. It always reminded me of the glamorous, gilded age of Hollywood movie stars wearing a white gardenia in their hair with those backless and beaded body-hugging dresses with the plunging necklines. His smile turned reminiscent. "Which is why I didn't mind watching all those old black and white movies Mom likes so much. Looking back, they were sort of like training porn before I turned 13 and Burke showed me where Quinn hid his Playboy magazines. Who knew back then that you'd end up in Hollywood? In a much different era and behind the scenes. I'll bet you could have become an actress if you'd wanted to.
You were always the most glamorous girl in town."
How strange that this was the second time in the past 2 days someone had used that description on her. In that vintage look she'd taken on to avoid wearing those other girls' cast-offs, she'd always felt like a Martian landing on a planet populated by confident girls wearing juicy couture, bedazzled jeans, words written across their butts. She never had figured out why anyone would want to do that. And Uggs. That was Kylie.
Kylie was the most noticeable because she was so extroverted, while you always seemed to want to hide away. Your scent reminded me of a gardenia. Exotic and mysterious. That's the real reason all those rumors swirled about you. All the girls were envious and wanted to be like you. All the boys wanted you. And when they couldn't, they thought it raised their stud quotient by lying and saying they had.
They'd never spoken about it back then, but while JoAnn hadn't a clue the girls might have felt that way about her, it was impossible to miss the knowing leers from boys who'd known nothing about her. I always understood that false rumors were why you didn't want to be seen with me, she admitted. That had been hard, but having given her teenage heart to him so fully, JoAnn had been willing to keep their relationship secret. Also, if it had gotten out, the other boys and many of the girls would have dirtied what they'd had.
Hell.
He surprised her by scrubbing his hands down his face.
I was so clueless back then, it never occurred to me that you'd think I was trying to protect my reputation. I will admit to wondering if you possibly had thought that since you got back to town.
You came from an important family, she pointed out. One of the earliest families in town.
So did you.
Despite the seriousness of the topic, she had to laugh at that. My family, neither on my mother's side nor my father's, was ever up to your level. The Manions were town mayors and even a state congressman.
None of that meant anything to me. Hell, I was such a smart-ass juvenile delinquent wannabe. I was trying to protect your reputation. I was the last person in Honeymoon Harbor you needed to be seen with.
And wasn't that a revelation? JoAnn wondered how things would have turned out differently if they'd talked about this misunderstanding back then. They had talked, a lot. He'd tell her about how hard it was to be expected to live up to a Manion family reputation going back over a century. How people had expected him to be a choir boy, and even his parents had wanted him to focus on the future. Quinn, the eldest, had always had a big city law career in his sights and was so focused. He'd done all that debating in high school to prepare for litigation. Burke seemed to spend every spare minute throwing footballs through a tire in the backyard behind the farmhouse, developing skills that would take him to the NFL. Gabe's aim had been to become the family's first millionaire living in a penthouse in Manhattan. The family's only daughter, Brianna, had of course appeared perfect, like Honeymoon Harbor's own Princess Di. But before the Marines had shaped him up, Aiden had always drifted, unable to find his place in his family or in life. You weren't really a juvenile delinquent, JoAnn said. The story she'd read on the Facebook page today about him searching for that poor, stray, wounded Australian shepherd and then taking it to the vet for treatment when he'd finally found it reminded her of that owl he'd saved. And while he'd admittedly played typical teen boy pranks, like papering the Gundersons' tree on Halloween, the worst he'd ever done before stealing that beer had been to drive too fast and get in fights. But they'd always been to protect the underdogs, kids that were routinely bullied, couldn't stand up for themselves and had no one else to fight for them, except Aiden Manion. A thought struck like a bolt from the blue. Some of those fights that got you sent to Saturday detention had been about me, weren't they? He shrugged.
There were so many I forget. Mostly they were because I was a dick.
I wouldn't have fallen in love with a dick.
You realize you just said the L word.
Young love, she pointed out, which, like that old song says, is filled with deep emotion. JoAnn might not have known much about herself in those days, but she had been determined not to get stuck in a too early bad marriage like her mom. Although, for all his problems, Aiden had been nothing like her father. Or, another thought suddenly occurred to her, perhaps both men had both just been rebelling at 17. Unfortunately, unlike Aiden, Her father had never managed to grow up. Could that be why her otherwise intelligent mother still claimed to have loved him until the end? And why she'd stated she still missed him at times? Dad made my mother cry a lot, she mused aloud. But he also made her laugh. There was this one special Christmas Eve when I was about 5, and we all went skating during a rare cold snap that had frozen Mirror Lake. Apparently, Dad had played youth hockey growing up, and although I'd been terribly wobbly on the thin blades of the white skates he'd rented for me, he'd held my mittened hands and had led me around and around in circles. Then he bought us all cocoa with pastel-colored mini marshmallows from a tiny cabin decked out in bright lights and greenery from your family's farm. I'd forgotten all about that until now. How easy it had been to focus on the difficult aspects of her father while overlooking the good times.
I knew guys like your dad,
Aiden said.
Some couldn't get with the Marine program and got booted out of basic training. Others, when I was a cop, were repeat offenders. They'd rotate in and out of the system, but weren't really bad guys. They just, for one reason or another, couldn't seem to get their acts together. And hey, isn't this a fun date night conversation?
It is a good one, she decided. We cleared the air about what seemed like a major misunderstanding back then on both our parts, and you reminded me of a wonderful family evening. She smiled at the memory.
Speaking of memories,
he reached out and touched the necklace that was lying just below the spot where her pulse kicked up in response to that lightest of touches.
You kept it all this time?
It was a simple heart made from a piece of aqua sea glass found on the peninsula that hung on a white gold chain with a fastener that looked like a mermaid's tail. He'd given it to her one summer night at the Cove in July. In the beginning, I was afraid not to wear it because I thought you might be killed in the war if I took it off.
And I thought we Irish were superstitious. But hey, maybe it worked because I survived.
You've no idea how glad I am about that, she said. Because I would have felt so guilty if I hadn't, and you died.
It doesn't work that way. And believe me, guilt can eat away at you.
Feelings aren't always logical.
Believe me, I know that.
I stopped wearing it after I'd heard you'd left the Marines, she said. But I could never make myself get rid of it, because that may have been the best night of my life.
Let's see if we can give you an even better one.
He took her back in his arms for another lingering kiss that had her toes curling in her boots. And if probably everyone in Honeymoon Harbor didn't know they were having dinner tonight at Mannion's, she'd just pull him into the bedroom of the cottage and have her way with him. He laughed when she shared that thought as they walked out to his SUV.
This time, we don't have to worry about misunderstandings, because we're both definitely on the same page.
Mannion's Pub and Brewery was located on the street floor of a faded red building next to Honeymoon Harbor's ferry landing. The tragic story of the devastating 1893 fire that had swept across the waterfront, consuming all the original wood buildings, had been chronicled and was now in the Honeymoon Harbor Historical Museum. Jolene knew that one of Seth Harper's ancestors had rebuilt the replacement for Finn Mannion, who'd reopened the pub until Prohibition had put the place out of business. It had remained an abandoned eyesore until Quinn had come home from Seattle and hired Harper Construction to reclaim the place. There were 5 choice tables next to the windows, offering a dazzling view of both the harbor and the mountains beyond. A second row on risers behind the first row also allowed a prime view. Other heavy wooden tables Quinn had custom-built from reclaimed wood took up a good part of the floor, with a long wooden bar that Seth had found at a reclamation place in the old gold rush town, Virginia City, at the end of the room across from the door. Behind the bar, out of view except for a rectangular window, where Quinn hung the orders, was the kitchen. White fairy lights framed the mirror where the glass shelves for liquor bottles were set, and a tree, decked out with colored lights and shiny balls, brightened the corner over by the pool tables and dartboards. "Wow," Jolene said, looking up at the stamped tin ceiling. "Quinn's really brought it back to life. It looks like it must have looked back when it was rebuilt after the fire." She hadn't had the time nor inclination to go to a Mannion restaurant when she'd been in town for the wedding.
Seth kept it as close to the original plans as he could. The Harpers apparently never throw anything regarding their work away,
Aiden told her.
So, Quinn told me he was working with those original plans. He did put in the windows. Originally, all 4 walls were brick.
Probably for men hiding from their wives, JoAnn guessed. Aiden laughed, which, despite the warmth of the fire burning in the gas fireplace, caused her nipples to harden as if a cold wave had swept through. Apparently, everyone in town was eating out tonight because the tables and bar stools were filled to capacity. A cardboard reserved sign rested on the center foretop, boasting the best view. Quinn, who was pulling a draft pint of porter, waved a hello as he took a drink order from one of the servers. She shrugged out of her coat, and instead of hanging them on the rack by the door, in Honeymoon Harbor, people still didn't worry.
As you listen, remember that rest is also part of the experience. Enjoy this break as a small gift for your mind, and thank you for choosing this free audiobook.
Overly much about theft. He draped them over the back of the empty seats. The server, who just left the order with Quinn, came over to the table. She was in her early 20s, which had JoAnn wondering if she might be a student picking up extra money while attending the college. "Hi," she said, putting a leather-bound book with a few choices of wine and more of beer that JoAnn decided made sense given that Quinn hadn't entirely given up the law to run a pub, but to have his own microbrewery. "I'd like the Chardonnay," she said. "Good choice," the young woman said with a warm smile, despite the fact that the place was crazy busy. "We just got a case of a really great label." She pointed to the name on the list. "It's a bit higher priced, but worth it. Quinn's also handing out cards asking people who order it, if they don't mind, to tell them what they think, taste and price-wise. It's just a 1 to 5 scale. You don't have to write a research paper," she said with a grin. "That sounds fine," JoAnn said. "How about you, Chief?" she asked.
"I'll have a draft pint glass of the Winter Blizzard Brew," he said.
"Dandy. I'll go get those while you look at the menu and decide what you like." She took a small plate from her tray. "Meanwhile, here are some fried clam strips pulled fresh out of the water today. On the house." "Being family definitely has its privileges," JoAnn observed.
"Don't knock it. Jarl's spice mix, the recipe that he swears he'll take to the grave, is amazing."
"Speaking of Jarl," JoAnn tilted her head toward the bar, where Ashley sat at the end, closest to the kitchen door. The giant cook was looking down at her as if she was the most fabulous dessert he'd ever seen.
"Wow, he really cleans up nice,"
Aiden said. JoAnn decided that only love would have gotten him to cut his long, flaming hair, which was rocking a man bun. And he'd trimmed his bushy beard neatly close to his face. He's quite handsome. She'd met him only 2 days ago, but he definitely toned down the Viking marauder look. She squinted. "Is that a full-sleeve tattoo of a butcher's chart?"
"Of a cow," Aiden confirmed. "He takes his carnivore cooking seriously. To show how he's into full courting mode, he's traded his usual Embrace the Lard t-shirts for a plain black one. Quinn originally tried to put him into a black chef's jacket, but he refused, so the topic was dropped."
"I'm not surprised. Although Ashley claimed he had a soft heart, I doubt anyone would want to get in an argument with him."
"He looks scary. Seth had to cut 2 rows of bricks above the door because he's 6'7". But he really is a softie. Quinn told me he gets crushes on all the women that come in, which might have something to do with spending years on fishing boats up in Alaska. But he's always respectful and has never made a move on one. Until Ashley. He fell for her. Hard. To hear Quinn tell it, he messed up nearly every dish that came out of the kitchen that night. It cost Manions a full night's profits, but apparently it was so cute, Quinn felt the entertainment value alone was worth it. Halfway through the dinner serving, customers caught on and started just ordering wings.
JoAnn laughed. I suppose that made it on the Facebook page, too?
How could it not? Someone took a photo of his charred-to-shoe leather ribeye and posted it with another of Jarl bringing out a salad with flowers on it and placing it in front of Ashley as if he were presenting a token to a queen.
I've never been to a pub that serves flowers on salads. That sounds more like Leaf.
That's where he got them. He abandoned the kitchen to Quinn for long enough to run over and beg for them.
Aw. JoAnn pressed her hand over her heart. I adore him.
Too bad. He seems to be taken, so you'll have to settle for me.
She took his hand and hers atop the table. I'd never consider that to be settling. The wine proved to be excellent. Not that she was any expert, so she gave it a 5 on the card the server had brought with it. JoAnn never got into the wine snobbery that was so popular in the movie business. She'd once been at a rap barbecue at a producer's house, and while being given a tour, had seen a stone-walled, temperature-controlled wine cellar that held 1,000 bottles.
Someone who needs to show off.
Aiden decided when she told him about it.
I've been called to homes in the hills.
He took a drink of the dark ale.
The people aren't all that different from anyone else, just richer with a sense of privilege, so they also tend to treat cops like employees.
I can imagine. May I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
Do you drink non-alcoholic beer because you're always officially on duty, being chief of police in a small town?
That's a careful way of asking if I'm an alcoholic. And given your dad, I can see why you'd want to know up front,
he said.
I drink non-alcoholic beer because I spent a few months drunk to the gills when I first came back here, before I took the job of police chief.
You didn't seem impaired at the wedding.
I was suffering from the mother of all hangovers, but I quit drinking the night before so I wouldn't disrupt Kylie and Mai's big day. Believe it or not, weddings are up there at the top of drunken, disorderly police calls.
I guess I can see that, she said. But why did you go in the first place? I don't remember you being close with them.
No, but Brianna was close with Kylie, and Seth's always been my best friend. His mom was officiating, and Bree had pointed out to me that I'd been ignoring him since returning to Washington. There was also the fact that if I did get drunk there, my sister would have murdered me on the spot.
I think that's an overstatement.
Probably. All right. Totally. But I had some issues I needed to deal with. Since I mostly have moved past them, I don't need to use alcohol to hide from them. But now that I've stopped cold turkey, I just decided not to start again.
That's probably wise. Not everyone can do that.
It's my guess that your dad had a disease,
Aiden said gently.
I just had issues. There's a difference.
He bestowed one of those dimple-creasing, blood-warming smiles on her again.
So, now that we've gotten past that hurdle, let's get on with the date part of the evening.
JoAnn returned his smile. I'd like that. After a dinner of steak and potatoes for him, a cioppino of right-off-the-boat crabs, shrimp, and fresh clams for her, they left the pub, which was quickly emptying. As they headed toward the town square, anticipation of the rest of the night, after the tree lighting, hummed warmly in JoAnn's veins. Chapter 25. The 30-foot Douglas fir was donated by the Manions, as it was every year. It had been brought into town on a trailer last week, then lowered into the concrete and metal holder by the town's utility company crane. Several dozen volunteers had spent the past week giving up their own Thanksgiving dinners for a potluck in the town hall to put on the lights and decorations. Last year, on December 26, the committee had decided to do a riff on Disney's It's a Small World ride, and during the year, Woodworkers, including Aiden's grandfather, had carved dolls wearing painted native costumes, celebrating immigrants from many of the countries that made up America. Members of the high school band accompanied the school's choral singers who stood in the lacy white Victorian bandstand, serenading the gathering crowd, many who sang along with Christmas songs. Placed in a way that created a walking path were the large lighted Santa, an angel, and all the animated penguins, skating, skiing, and leaping over igloos that Donna's husband, Hank, had made and spent a rainy day setting up. "I've always thought Honeymoon Harbor outshines Stars Hollow at Christmas," Jolene said. Since Brianna had never missed an episode of Gilmore Girls, Aiden immediately got the connection.
"It does,"
he agreed,
especially since Stars Hollow didn't have a boat parade.
Which he still wasn't all that enthused about, especially the Santa bit.
"Damn."
Bodie appeared at their side.
"This place really is Bedford Falls."
Rather than scoff at the small-town celebration, he began to sing along. He was flat, as always, but sang as enthusiastically as he'd done everything in life. Aiden almost felt sorry that he was the only one who could hear him. The town hall tower clock, viewable from all four sides everywhere in town and spotlighted extra bright for the occasion, ticked its way towards 7 o'clock. When there were 10 minutes left before the lighting, Aiden spotted Amanda Barrow standing with a young woman holding a child with either hand, and an older woman with a blue streak through her silver hair. Accompanying them were Stephanie and Scott Dunn.
"Would you mind if I run over and talk with someone?"
he asked. "Not at all," Jolene said. "And if you can do it without embarrassing her, would you tell her I'm so glad she's safe?" There was no pretending that she didn't know what had happened. Even if she hadn't had Thanksgiving at the Manions and been there when Aiden had come home to tell the outcome of the story, the search for Amanda's abusive and possibly dangerous husband had made TV news from Portland to Seattle. "Not that she has anything to be embarrassed about," she added.
"That's exactly what I told her."
He kissed her quickly, causing a loud ew from the 5-year-old boy standing next to them, followed by a loud hush from his mother with an apologetic laugh from Jolene.
"Merry almost Christmas,"
he said as he reached the group. Amanda's bruises were now in the process of changing from the green stage to a healing yellow-brown. "Merry Christmas," she said, already looking a great less nervous and worried from the emotionally battered woman she'd been only last week. He knew it would take longer and more than a Christmas tree lighting to repair the damage Eric Palmer had done. But he also knew she was in good hands and receiving counseling. She introduced him to the mother and children and the older woman, who she informed him had knit her hat.
"Linda does amazing work,"
Stephanie told him.
"I've been suggesting she talk to Dottie and Doris at the Dancing Deer. I bet they'd love to feature her sweaters and, this time of year, hats, scarves, and gloves." "I bet they would,"
Aiden said.
"Do you happen to have any?"
"I have quite a few stocked up," Linda Marvin told him. "Knitting relaxes me." And he suspected she'd needed relaxing to have landed up at the Dunn's home.
"Would you mind if I dropped by sometime next week?"
he asked.
"I'd like to buy some for my mother, grandmother, and sister."
The woman blushed. "Not at all, but I wouldn't know what to charge you. I always wanted to open a little boutique or maybe just a booth at some of the local craft fairs. But Wayne, he's my husband, always said that I didn't have any head for business. So, like I said, I have a lot to choose from."
"Why don't you call the Dancing Deer?" he suggested. "Doris and Dorothy would be able to give you some suggestions on pricing." "Do you have any small-sized women's sweaters? My Gram says her bones get cold during our cold rains."
"I do." A light brightened in the eyes, the same color as the streak in her hair.
"Terrific."
He glanced back up at the clock, which had ticked down to less than 5 minutes.
"Well, it was good meeting you all," he said to the mother, kids, and Linda. "And I'll also be in for some of those poinsettias,"
he told Amanda.
Since this is our busy time, Mom and Graham didn't get into town to buy any for the house.
I'll put the best ones aside for you, she said. With another quick glance at the clock, he mouthed a thank you to the Dunns, then returned to JoAnn. He'd gotten accustomed to Bodhi's presence enough to know that he'd taken off to wherever ghosts go when they're not haunting their former partners.
How is she doing? JoAnn asked. A lot better, I think. I bought 3 scarves and a sweater from the elderly lady with the blue hair. She knits. But Wayne, that'd be her husband, apparently didn't want her to earn any of her own money. So she's got them stockpiled. Since I need to buy presents for Graham, Mom, and Bree, I figured this solved my shopping problem while giving her some income.
JoAnn went up on her toes and kissed his cheek.
What was that for? He asked.
Because you're the nicest man I know. Oh, look! She pointed toward Mike and Gloria, headed toward them. They were holding hands. Isn't that sweet?
Seems they clicked, Aiden said.
It does. JoAnn couldn't ever remember seeing her mother so happy. Her face was glowing as if she'd had a honey, olive oil, and baking soda facial. She was laughing up at something he'd said, and in that moment, she could have been starring in her own holiday romance movie.
She's happy.
She's not alone. Mike was gazing down at Gloria as if he was about to lasso the moon for her. Darling, her mother said on a musical lilt as she hugged JoAnn as if it had been years, rather than an hour since they'd been together. Isn't this the most perfect night? We were lucky with the weather, JoAnn said as Mike and Aiden exchanged a one-armed man hug. That too, Gloria agreed. She dimpled in a way JoAnn couldn't ever remember seeing. How was your dinner? She asked JoAnn. It was lovely. How about yours? Wonderful. My bucatini carbonara was like being whisked away on a magic carpet to Rome. Luca said his secret is adding lemon to it to balance out the richness. I'd never been there for dinner before. It's very upscale for Honeymoon Harbor, with white tablecloths and candles on the tables. Sounds romantic. It was. Her mother glanced up at Michael again, hearts dancing in her eyes.
The food was great, as always, he said with a slow smile, guaranteed to melt the most guarded heart. And candles are always a nice touch. But it was the company that made it special. For a suspended moment, they could have been the only 2 people in their world. Aiden lifted a brow as he and JoAnn exchanged a look. JoAnn loved that he seemed to be enjoying the couple's obviously shared attraction. Go, Mom. Then it was time for the event everyone had come out on the chilly winter night to experience. John Mannion, acting in his role of mayor, walked to the dais that had been erected that morning and handed the switch over to a little blonde girl who looked to be about 8. She was wearing a green parka and an elf hat and was seated in a wheelchair. She pressed the button, and as the tree burst into bright, multicolored flashing lights, the band and choral singers broke into an enthusiastic rendition of We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Diamond-bright stars spun in a black velvet sky as Aiden pulled JoAnn close. His public kiss was brief, but nevertheless made her feel as if she were floating. As she kissed him back, JoAnn wished she could freeze this moment forever. I know this is our first date, Aiden said when they were back in his car. So, under typical circumstances, I'd be out of line, but there's never been anything typical about what we have together. So I'm going to come straight out and ask, your place or mine?
No, JoAnn thought. There'd never been anything typical about Aiden and her. Mom's going back to work full-time tomorrow, she said. And for the pre-work crowd, she opens at 7. Although there's probably no one in town who doesn't know about us this time around, I really don't want her clients to see the chief of police parked outside my cottage in the morning.
My place it is.
He drove a few blocks through the rain that had fortuitously held off during the lighting, past Mrs. Gunderson's house. "She has her lights up," Jolene murmured, "with those projector things making it look as if snow's falling on her gnomes. She couldn't have managed it herself. Gee, I wonder who in town might have done it for her."
"You've been reading the Facebook page, haven't you?"
"Yes, and I thought it was sweet how she posted how lovely it was that Honeymoon Harbor's prodigal son was back home after having to reform himself."
"I hate that page," he muttered.
"I probably would too, if I were in your place," she said. But I was relieved that what happened with Amanda and her husband didn't show up.
"Donna, my officer manager and 911 officer, moderates the page," he said. "But she didn't have to block anyone because no one said a word. One thing about this town, it's always cared for its own. And I'd guess a lot of people feel bad about not recognizing the signs right away."
"You did?"
"Because I've seen it before."
"In your police patrol work, I imagine." There was a significant pause, giving her the impression that she'd hit an uncomfortable topic.
"Yeah,"
he finally said.
"I was a Marine sniper scout. When I was getting out, I was contacted by one of my old instructors, who offered me a job on the SWAT team, which sounded like it'd be a good transition."
"But it wasn't?"
"No. My first call was a hostage situation. The husband was barricaded inside with his wife."
"I'm afraid to ask."
"She got out alive."
A longer pause.
"He didn't."
"You saved her."
"I guess. And can we change the subject, because I may be a little rusty when it comes to seducing a beautiful woman, but I don't think this counts as the best foreplay conversation."
"Probably not," she agreed. "Unless I was a cop groupie." When he gave her a sharp-eyed glance, she said, "I did make up on a few episodes of Blue Bloods. One was a bit like Fatal Attraction meets Law and Order, and to set your mind at ease, I'm not hot for you because you're a cop. I'm hot for you despite your job. And I promise not to boil your bunny."
"That's good to hear. Though I don't have a bunny. But it looks like I might have a dog."
He told her about the stray he'd rescued. "Oh!" This time she clutched both hands to her melting heart. "You're going to keep her?"
"It seems so. She's not chipped, so there's no idea who her owner is, and Cam Montgomery, he's the vet, says she looks and acts like she's been on the road for a long time. The shelter's at full capacity, so he was hoping to find her a foster family."
"And you stepped up to the plate."
"Someone had to,"
he said with a shrug. Oh, God. Jolene realized that she didn't just want Aiden Mannion. She could well be falling in love with him all over again. And how much would that complicate her life? No, she wasn't going to think about that now. This was simply going to be a holiday affair. Like all those Christmas movies her mother marathon watched, without the forever after ending. He pulled into the driveway of one of the 1930s bungalows that looked like most of the rest of the houses that she knew had once been homes for mill workers. "It's darling," she said. "It reminds me of the Gilmore Girls' house."
"Bree says the same thing. She found and rented it for me while I was still at the Coast House."
"She did good, which is to be expected since she's perfect."
"Wait until you see the inside,"
he said dryly as he cut the engine. After going around and opening the door, he took her hand and they dashed through the rain that had begun falling in earnest. "I love front porches," she said. "You don't see that many in Los Angeles, because people seem to prefer the privacy of their backyards, whatever the size."
"Yeah, I noticed that. I guess when you're living in a beehive of a big city, privacy becomes more important. A place to decompress from all the noise and craziness around you."
"I suppose so. I always breathed a sigh of relief when I got home, even though it was an apartment."
"Mom told me about the fire. I'm sorry about that,"
he said as he unlocked the door, reminding her how, when she'd grown up here, no one had locked their doors. Despite Honeymoon Harbor not being the big city, she noticed he did have security cameras set up. "It was just stuff," she said what she'd told everyone else. The difference was now, after going through that cancer scare with her mom, she believed it. The exterior of the bungalow was a typical cute 1930s arts and crafts style. She could completely imagine herself living there, until she walked inside. "Oh, wow," she said, staring at the blue carpet and wallpaper printed with huge peonies as she sat down on a bench by the door to pull off her boots so as not to track water. "You're living in a grandma's house."
Yeah.
After taking off his own boots, he looked around, as if seeing the pink velvet couch with the gold tassels and room crowded with tables, which in turn were taken up by enough old knickknacks to stock Treasure's antique shop several times over.
I guess I've gotten so I don't notice, because mostly when I'm here, I'm sleeping.
If the bedroom is anything like this, I'm surprised you get any sleep. Clutter had always put her own nerves on edge. She would have guessed that as a Marine, accustomed to traveling light, he'd be much the same way.
When you're in the military, especially as a scout sniper, out ahead of your team, you learn how to sleep anywhere, and quick.
He gave her just a hint of a sexy smile.
And hopefully you won't want to sleep, or I'll be doing it wrong.
She doubted that was possible. He hung her coat on an antique coat tree covered with iron birds and leaves, while she tried to find table space for her purse, gave up and put it on the pink Victorian sofa. Like most of the furnishings, it didn't fit the plain and simple concept of the house at all.
"Would you like something to drink?"
he asked. "No, thank you."
"Is this going to be awkward?"
He definitely got more to the point than the men she was used to. In her world, everyone, even non-actors, seemed to be playing roles. Her agent had explained that her brand was quirky, creative, cheerful, easy to work with, and unrelentingly dependable. She'd never miss being on the set on time because she was hungover, overslept from partying too late, or suddenly decided to take off to Cancun for a few days of me time. "It's a little," she admitted.
"Because of the wallpaper?"
"No." She laughed because the question sounded serious. "My eyes are going to be so much on you, I won't even notice it."
"You probably will,"
he said on a long sigh.
"The bedroom is cats, and not the Broadway play kind, the furry ones. Apparently whoever owned this place last must have been a cat lady."
"I like cats," she said.
"Good. I just didn't want to risk you freaking out at them all staring at you."
He frowned.
"I should have thought of that and booked a room in Port Townsend."
"It'll be fine. The only reason I'm feeling a bit awkward is that it's been so long and we're such different people now."
"True."
He ran his hand down her hair, across her shoulder, down her arm and laced their fingers together, then lifted their joined hands and pressed a kiss against the center of her palm, causing her pulse to pick up. When his thumb touched the inside of her wrist, she knew he could feel it jump.
"But the chemistry, attraction, connection is still exactly the same."
"More so," she said. Back then, she'd been a virgin who fought against sexual feelings for fear of a pregnancy that could ruin her life. And Aiden's life as well, because despite his bad boy reputation, she'd always known that he'd want to do what he'd considered the right and only thing: marry her. And then they'd be two struggling teen parents trying to raise a child when they weren't yet adults. She put those thoughts aside because they were far in the past. And because of that, I have no doubt that tonight is going to be memorable, in all the best ways. She went up on her toes and kissed him, lightly at first, then let it linger. They walked together, hand in hand, down the hall, lined with overly Romanized Victorian paintings of children she'd always found a bit creepy, into the last of the 3 bedrooms. "Okay," she said when he turned on the light. "This is a bit weird." Ceramic, porcelain, and blown glass cats were on the top of the dresser and one of the side tables. The other was bare, save for a normal brass lamp that suggested he, 1, slept on that side of the bed, and 2, didn't bring company home.
This wallpaper was covered with cats wearing oversized white feather wings and halos, floating in a blue sky and sitting on clouds in what she assumed was supposed to be heaven. That's either a Victoria's Secret runway show, cat edition, or the former owner was a cat serial killer who wanted to memorialize the poor kitties she sent to heaven.
Cat killer was my first thought.
He laughed. I suggested to the owner that I wouldn't mind repapering on my own time and dime, but she wanted to keep it just the way it is. It's her great-grandmother's house, and apparently some of her happiest memories were summers here. Her bedroom is across the hall. It's all unicorns and rainbows.
Maybe you could get that removable wallpaper and cover the cats while you're here.
My lease came with an option to buy, which Seth and Mom want me to do. But meanwhile, how about we just open the blinds, turn off the light, let the moon shine in, and get back to what we're here for?
I like the way you think, she said as she moved over to him and began to undo his shirt with hands that were far from steady. She let out a frustrated breath as she fumbled with the buttons. As if deciding it could take all night before they got to the good part, Aiden pulled her down onto the bed, where they fell in a tangle of arms and legs. JoAnn could feel his heat as their clothes landed piece by piece on the carpet, leaving them erotically hot skin to hot skin. Even after all this time, and despite their rigid control all the other times they'd been together, the man knew her body as clearly as if he possessed an internal sensual GPS. He remembered that licking her breasts would make her arch her back for more, and that taking her hardened, sensitive nipples in his mouth and sucking on them would cause her to whimper. He knew that moving his tongue from her aching breast to her navel could make her press her lower body closer, harder against his. Beyond that point had always been unexplored territory, yet somehow he nevertheless knew that nipping the back of her knees, first one, then the other, would create delicious ripples of pleasure. That stroking the inside of her thighs over the hot flesh she'd smoothed scented lotion on before leaving the house would cause them to fall open, and that burying his face against her heat, sucking, licking, tasting, would bring out a wild recklessness she'd never realized was hiding inside her. The first climax of her life, not caused by her own hands or batteries, was mind-shattering as it tore through JoAnn. How could he have known that this was exactly what she'd been waiting for, dreaming of ever since that long-ago summer of their secret love? She came alive, little explosive charges going off everywhere he touched. Feeling wickedly, wonderfully wanton, she touched, then tasted his sweat-slicked bare skin, everywhere, as he'd done and continued to do to her. She took his erection in her hands, then when he groaned, her mouth, then murmured a complaint when he buried his clever, wicked hands in her hair and lifted her head. "Not yet," he said in a deep, husky, pained voice that vibrated through her body. "We've waited too long for this. We deserve it to last." JoAnn wanted to beg. As he continued to tease, torment, and thrill, she heard herself begging as he unlocked that secret part of her that no other man had ever found, because it had always belonged only to him. She lost track of how many times she came, like stormy waves crashing against the western cliff where they'd spent that long-ago clandestine night. Outside the house, a white crescent moon moved across the sky. The wind moaned in the tall firs. Rain pelted like stones, thrown by a giant hand against the window panes. But neither noticed nor cared. There was only now, only him, only her. He paused only long enough to reach into the bedside table drawer for protection. Watching him roll that condom over his rock-hard erection was the most erotic thing JoAnn had ever seen. Then, finally, he gripped her slick hips and lifted them, entering her as if they'd been created to fit together, so perfectly, only with each other and just this way. He never took his eyes from hers as he began to move. Even when she lifted her legs around his hips and he went deeper, harder, faster, He watched her face with an intensity that claimed her, body, heart, soul. Just as he'd promised he would, just as he'd also promised, she'd claimed him. Suddenly, they were catapulted into a swirling, dark universe of shooting stars and fiery comets streaking around them. And despite being truly lost, Jolene felt safe because she wasn't alone. She was with Aiden, whose name she cried out as the universe exploded. Chapter 26. Wow, she gasped sometime later as she lay on her back, looking up at the ceiling that she hadn't originally noticed had some sort of glitter sprayed on it. Or maybe it was leftover stardust. I've been dreaming for years how making love with you would be. Well? Lying on his side, braced on an elbow, Aiden ran a hand down her cheek, across her shoulder, continuing on to circle each breast with a fingertip. Did it live up to your expectations? She turned toward him and put a leg over his. Better, she said. So much more than I'd ever imagined. Same for me. He pulled her on top of him and nuzzled her neck. But maybe it was a fluke. Do you think? Her body was warming, softening, fitting so perfectly against his. It's a possibility. This time, his stroking touch moved down her back and over her bottom. I think the only way we'll know for sure is to try it again. That was pretty intense, she said, even as she felt him hardening against her again. Are you sure we could survive? Hell, I haven't got a clue about much of anything right now. She felt his laugh against her breast, the same way she could feel his heart, which had coordinated its rhythm with her. But I want you again, and I think you want me. I do, she said on a long, fluid sigh of pleasure as his hand slipped between them. Well then, I say we risk it. It was her turn to laugh. Another thing she'd never done while having sex. As it happens, I'm feeling reckless tonight, she said as she lowered her mouth to his smiling one. So let's go for it. Jolene was awakened from a wonderful dream where she'd been reliving her and Aiden's lovemaking. At first, she thought the ringing was her phone, then remembered she'd left it in her purse in the flowered living room. She felt a loss of warmth as Aiden moved away, picking up his phone from the bedside table. Mannion, he answered in a voice she hadn't heard before, not even when he'd pulled her over for speeding or when he'd dropped by his parents' house for Thanksgiving. It was a cop voice. Yeah, give me 5, okay? Then call back. Thanks. His smile didn't match the hardness in his eyes. It's some leftover business from L.A., he said. It shouldn't take long. He kissed her, but after all they'd shared last night, she could tell that his heart and mind weren't totally in it. Keep the bed warm. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, she said. She considered teasing him by saying to make sure he got back soon or she'd start without him. But every movement as he'd thrown on the clothes that they'd scattered around the room last night radiated a tense, dangerous energy. Whatever had precipitated the call, it was deadly serious. She decided to take the time to brush her teeth with the toothbrush she'd tossed in her purse at the last minute before leaving for dinner last night. She opted against a shower because she'd hopefully get sweaty again when he returned. And she liked the musky, manly scent of him and their lovemaking on her bare skin. Resisting the urge to eavesdrop, she climbed back into bed and waited. Thanks for getting back to me, Aiden said. Yeah, I had an interesting Thanksgiving. He knew that news stations around the country had picked up the story of his chase for Eric Palmer, whose social media was now calling America's most dangerous rocket science spy. I'm calling for a favor. Not knowing who to trust in the department anymore, the message he'd left had only asked for the detective to call. It's about the ambush. He didn't have to say which one. It wasn't that often police from a department as well-trained as LAPD ended up getting lured into a death trap. I had a thought. It's going to sound crazy, but there's something on Bodie Warfield's phone that you need to see. I'm guessing it ended up in the evidence locker with his clothing after he was taken to the morgue. Then came the question he'd been expecting. A guy didn't end up with the highest case closure rate in the homicide department without questioning everything.
I didn't think of it sooner,
Aiden said when asked.
I was diagnosed with a concussion, so maybe I had some memory loss. I also spent several months trying to drink Washington State dry, so my mind was pretty fogged.
The first part could be true. The second part definitely was.
You and your partner, Kendall, are going to have to keep this close between you because I'm warning you that it could be dangerous. So if you don't want to hear the rest, we'll end this call now.
The curse he got back was short, rude, and probably anatomically impossible. Because he was all amped up, and the fast-moving storm that had blown in from the coast had already passed on toward Seattle, Aiden walked down the steps and began pacing the front lawn.
Okay. Bodie Warfield was having an affair with the DC's wife. Right. The wife who coincidentally drowned 6 weeks after the ambush.
That earned another quick question in response.
I know. I'd already left the department and the state by then, and I can't tell you how the hell I know about it. But I remember hearing it.
More truth.
It could have been on the news during my blackout time.
It could have. Aiden vaguely recalled the TV on from time to time, though odds were that the channel had been tuned to sports.
There should be texts and calls on that phone proving the relationship, and the fact that she was being physically and mentally abused and was going to leave her husband for Warfield. How do I know? He told me.
More rapid-fire questioning.
Again, I don't remember. Maybe when he was dying.
His first lie that had him cringing and dragging a hand down his face. Anymore, and not only would he be behaving like a crooked cop, this detective who'd probably interrogated thousands of criminals and witnesses during his career would be bound to pick up on any lies with his well-honed cop sense.
Like I said, I'm missing a lot of time and details due to the drinking, but I'm sure about the texts.
Again, the truth, which he was going to have to stick to if he ended up being a witness. Yet admitting that he'd gotten his information from a ghost would undoubtedly have the detective bailing on the call from a probably burned out, possibly still drunk former undercover cop.
When you read the text, I'm guessing you're going to want to have a talk with the DC, because I believe we were set up.
Another barrage of questions, peppered by some colorful curses Aiden, in all his years as a Marine, then a cop, had never heard.
I don't have any solid evidence to prove it, and I'd make a lousy witness because, like I said, my head got all messed up, partly from some possible PTSD and definitely the alcohol. Hell, maybe all this was a hallucination.
Hadn't he tried to tell himself that in the beginning? Aiden no longer believed that, but he was smart enough not to share that his dead partner had been providing the information.
But would it hurt to look?
He pressed. One more thing. That had just occurred to him as they were talking.
You're going to need the passcode to unlock his phone. It's 082584. Why do I have it? Because we shared in case something happened, and one of us needed to use the other's phone in an emergency.
Another truth, and Aiden could remember the day Bodie had told him he'd changed it.
It's Jess's birth date.
A familiar voice revealed. Aiden glanced back over his shoulder and saw Bodie rocking back and forth on the wooden porch swing.
But I'd suggest letting them figure that out for themselves.
He continued his conversation.
Because you don't want to get dragged into this by knowing too much. If they're as good as you say they are, they'll make the connection. Since nearly everyone uses a password or phone code personal to them, so they can remember it. When they match it with the DC's wife's birthday, which his secretary will have because Jess told me that she was the one who always ordered the roses, it'll be more proof of my relationship with her. Truthfully, I used it because, I have a lousy memory for dates and I didn't want to forget it. You might also want to mention her fear of water.
Hell, that was the kicker clue. But how to work it into the conversation? Pressing his fingers against his eyes, Aiden punted.
You might want to also ask her friends and family about her fear of water. I don't know. I probably heard it somewhere. We were all invited to that Christmas party after the DC got promoted. Lots of conversations float around at parties, especially when people are drinking too much spiked eggnog.
Good off-the-cuff save, Bodie said approvingly.
That bit of bullshit came so easily off your tongue, almost had me believing that you really were Mayberry on Puget Sound's bad boy when you were growing up.
Aiden flipped him the bird, which only made him laugh.
It's not funny,
Aiden said after the detective promised to do some digging and get back to him before ending the call.
Illegal gun sales and drugs equal a lot of bucks. The DC undoubtedly wasn't able to pull the ambush off without help in and out of the department. Tossing adultery into the mix is like throwing a live grenade into a pile of ammunition. If word of this gets back to the DC before they unearth enough to nail him, others could die. Starting with 2 detectives who happen to be friends and have families.
Bodhi sobered.
Good point. Now I'm sorry I got you into this. Maybe I just should have kept my mouth shut. No, you did the right thing. Dirty cops can spread through the ranks.
Aiden thought how Don James had, in a lesser way, started the same downward slide with those damn courtesy cards.
You don't have to apologize. You'd do the same for me. In a fucking heartbeat, dude.
Bodhi's gesture was his familiar surfer shaka sign, his 3 middle fingers bent toward his palm, thumb and pinky extended.
Now that we've set the wheels rolling, I think your lady is waiting for you.
And then he was gone, like morning mist over the water burned off by the sun. Maybe he was crazy, Aiden considered as he walked back into the house. At least one thing he knew for certain. He was still as flat-out crazy for Jolene Wells as he'd once been. But even more because he was older, more experienced, and knew the real thing when he was living it. The challenge, he figured, was to not rush ahead like he wanted to, but to pace himself and let Jolene get used to the idea to making their relationship permanent. Because no way was he going to screw it up this time around. He put the case aside for now, replaced by far more pleasant thoughts of tumbling the woman he loved in those rumpled sheets again. Having hoped the night would turn out the way it had, he'd already put in for the day off, putting his new deputy chief in charge. Jennifer Stone was already a good cop. Now it was time for her to practice her leadership skills, and she might as well learn on the job the same way he had. Unfortunately, instead of waiting for him in bed, Jolene was in the living room, her phone to her ear, her expression serious. "You know, I was halfway expecting this," she told whomever was on the other end of the phone. "No, I'm fine. Really, in a way, it's not that terrible. It'll just give me more time to work on my skincare line." She turned when she'd reached the far wall and saw Aiden, then held up her index finger, promising to be off the call in a minute. "Seriously," she was saying, "I don't know if I'll make a public statement or not. I need to digest it a bit more first. But big smooches for giving me the heads up. I have to go. Someone's waiting for me." Just as he was wondering who she was sending smooches to, she said, "Yes." The redhead's blush he loved to watch rose in her cheeks. "And yes." She looked at him while she answered the next question. It blew the scale up. Despite whatever news she'd received, she smiled. "Gotta go. I'll call you later. Promise." She ended the phone and let out a breath.
What happened?
Aiden could tell that despite her brave words and smile, she was shaken. "That was Shelby, my best friend who's engaged to that chef that gave me the cheesy corn recipe. We met several years ago on a set in Tucson. She's a caterer for movie and TV productions. Apparently, the word around town is that I'm being blacklisted."
For what? And can they do that?
"I signed a letter addressing sexual harassment to those working in jobs that don't get as much media coverage as the big-name stars. There were over 200 signatures, and I'm sure I'm not the only person singled out."
But you're one of them because you have a higher profile due to your Emmy nomination,
he guessed. While he admittedly hadn't been aware of her receiving that until it had been mentioned at the wedding, he figured it was probably a big deal in her business. "Yes, probably. They're using me to send a warning. And no, it isn't technically legal, but it happens every day, especially in the shadows. That's why I signed that letter."
So it's happened to you?
She looked at him as if wondering how naive he could be. "Of course. I'm a woman working in a male-dominated industry. but I've never been forced to do anything sexual to get a job."
"Well, that's a plus,"
he said dryly. The part of his brain still with caveman DNA wanted to go to LA, find any and all of the guys who'd ever laid a hand on her or forced any other sick show of power on her, and twist their fucking heads off. A thought belatedly occurred to him.
"Damn, you did know I was just kidding about that dick pic I promised not to send you while we were talking in the market, right?"
The concern that had remained in her eyes from her news was replaced by a warmth that he wouldn't mind waking up to every morning for the rest of his life. "Of course I knew you'd never do that," JoAnn said. "Though," she suggested, her gaze dropping to below his belt, "it would make a very impressive Snapchat photo." She walked the few feet toward him and wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'll admit that being blacklisted is upsetting," she admitted. "So living up to that service part of your civic duty, how about taking me back to bed and making me feel better, Chief Mannion?" Aiden did not have to be asked twice. Chapter 27. It was more than obvious that the Mannion men, Aiden and Michael, were, as the Facebook page announced, in full courtship mode of both Wells women, providing amusement to seemingly all the residents of Honeymoon Harbor. Seth even informed Aiden that there was betting taking place at the pub as to which Mannion would propose first. Jarl had been put in charge of holding the money. 2 days after the tree lighting, Aiden and his uncle showed up on Lighthouse Lane with 3 Christmas trees, lights, and extra ornaments. Because, as Mike explained, they figured Gloria wouldn't have enough ornaments for both the tree in the salon and in her apartment, and any JoAnn might have had would have been lost in the fire. "You didn't have to do this," JoAnn said as Aiden carried hers into the cottage.
"It's not like my family doesn't have an entire farm of them,"
he said as he set the trunk in its metal stand. "I never had a tree in California," she said.
"Not even an artificial one?"
"Nope."
"Any reason why not?"
His brow furrowed after he finished tightening the long screws that would keep the tree upright.
"Because I can take it back if you don't like it."
"It's beautiful. And as perfect as any she'd ever seen. Any set director looking for a tree for one of those Christmas movies her mom and Shelby loved so much would have snatched it up on the spot." JoAnn could tell he was puzzled. She wasn't used to sharing personal aspects of her life, which was why, not only was she a serial dater, she tended to stick to guys in the business because all of them, camera operators, gaffers, grips, stunt coordinators, love to talk about themselves. What shows or films they'd worked on, what stars they'd met, occasionally, most often in the case of the stunt guys, what actresses they'd slept with. But she reminded herself she'd always shared everything with Aiden, the same way he had with her. He knew about how much it hurt to have those false rumors about her mother and herself, and the difficulties of both loving but occasionally hating her father. She knew how frustrated he was at feeling that he was always expected to properly represent a respected pioneer family. Now, they'd made love, and not just the night of the tree lighting, but it was as if she couldn't get enough of him, and he'd assured her he felt the same way. They'd shared their lives, and now they'd shared their bodies. It seemed wrong to hold anything back. "It's just that Christmas trees bring back memories of my family's last Christmas together, before my dad robbed the liquor store." Complicating her feelings about that was his defense that he'd committed the crime to get the money to buy her mother a pair of sparkly CZ earrings for their anniversary. "He got drunk and fell into the tree, knocking it over and shattering all the ornaments."
"As my old surfer partner would say, that's a bummer,"
Aiden said as he began stringing the lights onto the tree.
"I guess the thing to do is to make some new, happier memories."
Which they did, as they decorated the tall, fat, fragrant fir together, while Bing Crosby crooned about a white Christmas. Elvis sang about a blue, blue one. Perry Como was coming home for the holidays, and John Mellencamp saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus. Afterward, they sat in front of the 2-sided gas fireplace Seth had installed, eating decorated cookies Aiden had bought at Ovenly and drinking hot chocolate, while Celtic women walked in a winter wonderland. You even remembered the miniature marshmallows," Jolene had exclaimed after he'd pulled the package of tiny pastel pillows of sugar from the bag, along with the box of cocoa mix.
"I'm a cop," he said. "We have good memories and are, by nature, very detail-oriented."
Later, as she'd laid on the soft rug, gazing up at the sparkling lights in the dark, after Aiden had demonstrated exactly how detailed he could be, making every part of her body hum with pleasure, Jolene decided that this was, hands down, the best night of her life. Over the next week, after Aiden would leave the cottage for work, Jolene worked on her skincare line, creating a fluffy coconut almond shea butter body moisturizer with rosemary and lavender oil that felt wonderful going on and made her skin soft and glowing. Gloria tried it out in the spa, and all the women with skin dried out from winter heaters had proclaimed it a winner and asked when they could buy it. Another favorite proved to be a hydrating face mask made with yogurt, honey, coconut oil, and cocoa. The only problem was it left clients hungry for chocolate, so along with the cupcakes, Gloria started stocking dark chocolate sables, an intensely flavored delicate cookie from Ovenly that took shortbread to a whole new level. One of Jolene's goals was to create products that would have a long shelf life without resorting to commercial preservatives that would defeat the organic properties of her line. When using it in the spa, she could make a small batch each morning, but she knew that Gabriel Mannion, who'd called and talked with her for over an hour, after which he'd asked her to send him a projected profit and loss sheet, a business plan, and some samples, would want a more commercial product capable of being produced in larger quantities. She was trying out an avocado mask that would stay safe and fresh for 2 years when Aiden returned from work.
"Hey, you beautiful green-faced alien lady. What have you done with my woman?"
No man had ever called her his before. And although even 2 weeks ago she would have probably told him that he didn't own her, Jolene secretly admitted she liked being his woman, as he was her man. And now she was paraphrasing one of the most sung karaoke songs out there. "I was trying out a new face mask and didn't expect you home so soon." Home was a slip, but if he noticed, he didn't comment on it.
"I took off early to take you to dinner."
He crossed the room, leaned forward, kissed her on her lips, and sniffed appreciatively.
"I was thinking Italian at Luca's, but now you have me craving Mexican takeout from Taco the Town."
"It's the avocado oil and lime," she said. "It probably reminds you of guacamole."
"That's probably it. It smells great, but I think so far my all-time favorite is the chocolate."
"That's because it was edible," she said. He waggled his dark brows in an exaggeratedly rakish way.
"That's definitely the reason. And I plan on trying that again the next time you make a batch. But in the meantime, how would you like to go on an errand with me?"
"Where are we going?"
"To pick up my dog."
"Oh, yay! Let me go wash my face. How exciting! Are we bringing her back here?"
"Only if you want to, and if your mom wouldn't mind her being in the cottage."
"I love dogs, and Mom has a pet-friendly rental policy." She gave him a huge kiss, rubbing some of the avocado mask onto his face. "I'm sorry. Let me get a wet cloth and I'll wipe it off."
"Or we could both wash off together in the shower,"
he suggested. She was so tempted. "What about the dog?"
"I told Cam I'd be there within the next hour. Are you up for a quickie?"
"I don't know. We haven't had one yet."
"Well, damn."
He scooped her up into his arms and carried her into the bathroom.
"We're going to have to take care of that lapse."
Her apartment had burned up. She was being blacklisted, and she may or may not, at this very moment, have reporters from TMZ and other media outlets looking for her. But as Aiden pulled her under the rain shower head, Jolene no longer cared about any of that. The dog was, Cam Montgomery told them, a tri-black Aussie, who was black with white markings on her face, chest, legs, and underparts, with copper points on her face and legs. Her tail had been bobbed, which had her looking a little funny as she wagged her furry butt in a wild welcome at Aiden, who, Jolene learned, had been visiting here at least daily. Fortunately, her leg hadn't been broken, but merely sprained. Is that lack of a tail natural?
There are some who've been bred to be born without a tail, but most are bobbed by breeders while they're puppies for cosmetic reasons. The AVMA is against bobbing because it's unnecessarily painful and takes away an important way dogs communicate with other dogs. But as you can see, she manages just fine anyway.
She's beautiful. JoAnn knelt down and ran her hand through the thick, silky fur. I always wanted a dog, but my lifestyle's never really allowed for one.
You can share mine,
Aiden offered. Avoiding answering, she scratched behind the Aussie's ears, earning more butt-wagging and a big swipe of a tongue on her cheek. What are you going to name her? She asked.
I haven't come up with one yet,
he admitted.
It's a big responsibility.
I vote for Angel. JoAnn hugged her tightly, which the 60-something-pound dog seemed to like just fine. Because it's Christmas, and she's such an angel.
It's not a very manly name,
Aiden said. She is female, Cam pointed out. Aiden laughed.
It's 2 against 1, though I was planning to have her trained as a police dog, and it's not the most fearsome name out there.
She's not a fearsome dog, the vet said. She's easygoing, but she is a working dog with a lot of energy, so you're right to give her a job. You could do walking patrols with her downtown, JoAnn suggested. Maybe take her to schools, like those officer-friendly visits I remember. Though the former chief had brought along a more typical German shepherd.
You do realize that school visitations are something officers are assigned for punishment?
It doesn't have to be that way, JoAnn argued. Chief Swenson came to Roosevelt School when I was a student there. She'd be great with kids, wouldn't you, Angel? The dog, hearing the friendly, encouraging tone in JoAnn's voice, wagged her furry black butt in full agreement. She could also easily be trained as a comfort dog, Cam said. That could be useful in your line of work. I sure could have used Angel to hug the night my apartment burned down. JoAnn echoed that idea.
There you go with the name again,
Aiden grumbled, but he didn't sound truly annoyed. It's a perfect name, JoAnn pressed. You're not planning to teach her to tear her teeth into jaywalkers or kids egging cars on Halloween, are you?
Of course not.
Then not only is it a perfect comfort dog name, it'll also make you seem more accessible. Also, all those negative people who still are waiting for your former bad boy to show up would cave when they saw you walking or driving around with this beautiful ball of fluff named Angel. You'd be like Officer Friendly, which admittedly might not work as well in the city, but is perfect for Honeymoon Harbor. She's got a point, Cam pointed out. She could be your police ambassador, the same as the Dalmatian Flynn Flannery adopted 6 months ago for the fire station. Sparky has ceremonial duties like riding in parades and greeting station visitors. They also taught him to stop, drop, and roll on command. Flynn won over the city council by telling them that kids today like interactive learning, and they'll remember Sparky doing that a lot more than reading it in some brochure they hand out. The dog even has his own business card with a paw print signature. And I'll bet you wouldn't have thought Sparky was a manly name at first. JoAnn continued to press her case. But it's perfect for a fire station. If you're planning on using her as a comfort dog, Angel is a great fit. Also, as I said, it's a perfect name for a dog who's rescued at Christmas. Aiden threw up his hands, tossing in the proverbial towel.
I surrender. Angel it is.
Chapter 28. 5 days later, after some slow morning lovemaking, as she dressed in a long-sleeved purple t-shirt with black leggings and red and purple striped socks, JoAnn looked at herself in the full-length mirror. Wow. If people discovered that the secret to glowing skin was simply a lot of excellent sex, she'd never get her business off the ground. Aiden, who had to be at the station before she started her work, nevertheless brought her a mug of hot coffee before he took the first shower. Some mornings, when he didn't shower alone, the coffee cooled before she could drink it. This morning, a delicious aroma drew her like a cartoon character out of bed. She slowed only long enough to put a pair of pajamas on, an advantage of working at home, and found him at the stove. Angel was sitting up, watching him with the patient intensity she might watch a herd of sheep she was protecting from coyotes. "What are you doing?"
"Making breakfast."
"But you always stop at Cops and Coffee."
"I probably still will. But we had some sauce left over from that takeout chicken cacciatore last night, so thought I'd make you an omelet."
"Why?"
"Weren't you listening to the conversation at Thanksgiving? A guy cooking for a woman is supposed to be sexy."
"You don't need to cook to be sexy," she said. "In fact, with your body, if they try another reboot of Baywatch, you could win the David Hasselhoff role."
"Now there's a career goal,"
he said dryly as he grated cheese onto the egg in the pan.
"If I'd have thought of it, I might have stayed in L.A.
She laughed. "I'm glad you didn't," she said, still unsure if she'd be going back. Then put that concern out of her mind to watch with fascination as he folded the omelet into thirds and slid it onto a plate he took from the oven's warming drawer. "But that's a pretty impressive move."
"I've been told by a certain gorgeous redhead that I have excellent hand moves,"
he said, as he took a plastic container out of the microwave and topped the omelet with Luca's spicy Italian sauce.
"Sit. Eat,"
he said.
"From what I've seen, you haven't eaten anything but dinner since the tree lighting."
"I've been busy." On the outside chance Gabriel Mannion would make it home for Christmas, she wanted to have a good selection of products to show him. "Besides, I'm living on love." She cut off a piece of the omelet and bit into it. "Okay, if you made me this every day, I might reconsider." She looked up at the clock. "You still have time? Sit down and share. We've only ever had breakfast together on your day off."
"Because we spend so much time in bed before I have to leave,"
he said, nevertheless pulling up a stool to the bar and sitting beside her.
"Being a cop, especially a chief, isn't a 9-to-5 job."
"So I've discovered." She took another bite of the omelet that Julia Child might have envied. "This is really delicious."
"Luca did the hard part with the sauce,"
he said.
"I just made the eggs."
"I can scramble an egg," she said. "Some days. Other days it ended up as sort of a dry egg pancake. If you'd become a fireman instead of a cop, they'd definitely make you the firehouse cook."
"Running into burning buildings never really appealed to me,"
he said. "You'd rather run into bullets? Like Superman?"
"That doesn't happen that often."
He took a drink of coffee.
"So,"
he said with forced casualness,
"do you think you could ever marry a cop?"
She froze for a moment and had to tighten her fingers around the fork to keep it from clattering to the plate. Or floor, which was probably what Angel, who'd switched her unwavering gaze to Jolene, brown canine eyes following the fork from plate to mouth, was hoping for. "I've honestly never thought of marriage at all," she said, her own casualness as forced as his. Except that one summer of teen girlish fantasies, which she knew enough not to bring up.
"I never did much either,"
he said. He polished off his half of the omelet, then took his plate over and put it in the dishwasher.
"When I was a Marine, I didn't want to risk leaving a widow at home. Then the jobs I was doing in L.A. definitely didn't lend themselves to a happy home life. But lately, it's crossed my mind from time to time."
50% of marriages don't work.
"Cops deal in facts, and you'd have to prove to me that's an actual statistic and not some number floating around for years,"
he argued.
"But even if it is true, that's a glass half-empty way of looking at it. Maybe because you work in an industry that admittedly doesn't have the best success rate. Conversely, again, even if it is true, that I personally doubt. 50% of marriages do make it. Just think of the couples around the Thanksgiving table. Harriet and Jerome, John and Sarah, Ben and Caroline."
"Who I heard had trouble this past summer."
"A bump that they overcame because they love one another, and Ben was willing to do what he needed to do to fix things. Because he loves Caroline, even after all these years. And what percent are you putting Bree and Seth into?"
"They'll make it. She's loved him forever."
See? And then there's Donna down at the office and her Hank, who made all those animated penguins at the tree lighting. And Seth told me that Otto and Alma Carlson celebrated their 60th anniversary in the town hall this past Valentine's Day. The party was originally planned to take place in the Friendship Hall of the Swedish Seamen's Lutheran Church, but when so many townspeople wanted to join in the celebration, it was moved to the larger venue. He picked up the stainless steel travel mug he'd usually get filled at Cops and Coffee, then bent down and kissed her. "Why don't you try thinking about it?" he suggested, then walked out the door, leaving Jolene feeling as if a hurricane had just blown through her life, disrupting everything. "Well, that went well," he muttered as he drove down to the coffee shop. Despite the omelet, which, thank you, Mom, for the lessons, had turned out perfectly, he was in serious need of a sugar boost. "You're in a mood," Bodhi said. "Trouble in paradise? You don't know? I told you, I'm discreet. When you're in that cottage that looks like Snow White should be living there with a bunch of dwarves." The glare Aiden shot at him could have melted steel. "Just saying," he said. "It's cute. I just never pictured you living there. It beats the crazy cat grandma house," Aiden muttered. "And it's just short term until after New Year's, when Jolene goes back to LA. "Yeah, or maybe no." Aiden swiped his fingers through his hair. "Hell, I don't know what she's going to do." "Gotta be a problem for a control freak like you." "I'm not... Okay, maybe I like to know what to expect. Anything wrong with that?" "I didn't say there was." "Exactly. Like you told me a bazillion times, a failure to plan is a plan for failure. There's a reason for that other saying I learned in basic training," Aiden said, still annoyed at his situation. "The Marines have landed and the situation is well in hand. That's probably due to planning ahead. I may have been a laid-back surfer dude, but when it came to the job, I was dead serious, which is why I asked to partner with you when you switched from SWAT," Bodhi said. This time, the look Aiden gave him was surprise. "I never knew that." Bodhi shrugged. "It never came up. But although sometimes running over every single possible outcome could get damn tedious, I figured I had the best chance to stay alive with you." "Yeah, that turned out well. Dude, you never could have planned for that ambush. It was all on me." "No, it was all on the DC," Aiden said. "No one could have expected one of the top guys in the department to hook up with gangsters to kill a guy who were screwing around, making love," Bodhi corrected. "There's a big difference." "You're right," as Aiden had recently discovered. "Sorry, but my point was, murder is never a way to handle a problem. He chose it, which is why we're going to take him down." "You hope." "I know," Aiden said through a clenched jaw. "Because failure is not an option. Not with putting the cop who killed his partner behind bars, nor with Jolene."
"I don't get the problem," Shelby said. "A guy you love, one you've probably loved since high school, which partly explains you being a commitment phobe." "I am not." "Of course you are, and you can't change it unless you own it. The guy proposed, Jolene. That's a big deal." "Why do you think I'm so freaked out?" "Is it because he's a cop, like he suggested?" "No, I mean, sure, that would be hard, but Honeymoon Harbor, while it has problems, isn't that dangerous. His biggest threat may be dying of boredom." "You said he seems to like the job." Jolene couldn't help smiling at that. "He does. Just since I've been home, he's rescued a stray dog, gotten a woman out of an abusive situation, put her husband behind bars, hung Christmas lights for an elderly woman, and located a missing gnome." "Yay for the first three. But I don't get the gnome." "It's stone, and it doesn't matter. The problem is that it's all too perfect, even if the sex probably registers on Richter scales all over the state." "Yeah, so you've said. Which is good news because now you don't have to envy me. At least about the sex. I still win on the food." "He made me an omelet this morning with cheese," and cacciatore sauce. Jolene wailed. The cad. I'm serious, it was delicious. And he didn't make it for both of us, though I made him eat half. He made it for me because he was worried I wasn't eating enough. The only person who's ever cooked for me, except your fiancé, is my mother, who mostly resorts to her crock pot. And mothers have to cook for their children, so that's a given. And, oh my God, I just had another thought. What if he wants children? You told me you'd thought about them. Not seriously, more in the abstract. My lifestyle doesn't allow for them. Even if I don't get work in LA again, I have my company to establish. And I belatedly realized what a big wedding business we have here. I can always do bridal party makeup and even include the cities. My Emmy nomination seems to be a big deal up here. The Seattle Times covered it. Other working women have children, Shelby said. I'm not going to quit my catering business. I'll cut back when we get started on those 3 kids, but although I admire them a bunch, I could never handle being a SOM. What's that? Stay-at-home mom. I read it on some message boards. But I don't think women say it like Sam. Mostly it seems to be just for writing because it's faster to type. Oh, God. You're already drinking the mommy Kool-Aid, Jolene said. Or I could be leaning in. I told you, my eggs aren't getting any younger. And I've always pictured myself as a mother. I just never met any man I wanted to have them with until ATN. I wouldn't know how to be a wife, let alone a mother. Do you have any paper bags in the house? I don't know. Why? I suggest you breathe into one before you have a full-blown panic attack, Shelby said mildly. Then do some of that beachy meditation thing you do. That doesn't work anymore, because I always picture Aiden as the hot beach boy. And you're complaining about your so-called perfect life? I'm not saying it's perfect. That's why I called you, to talk me off the ledge. Jolene heard a long sigh. Okay, here's my advice. Put away work for the day. Go to the market and buy some ice cream and chocolate. Then come home, climb into bed, and binge-watch Christmas movies. Christmas movies give me cavities. See, that's your cynical side coming out again. Yes, they're super sweet and also all about finding true love in the most unexpected places, between the most different people who face obstacles then live happily ever after. Huh. You notice they never show the happily ever after part. That's implied, like an epilogue in those romance novels you down like truffles. Jolene opened her mouth to argue her beloved novels were nothing like those movies. But the truth was, they were. Just without the fake snow and mittens. I hate it when you're right, she muttered. No, you don't, or you wouldn't have called me. You also remember that much of what I'm telling you is what you told me when I realized I was falling in love with ATN. But the difference is that deep down you wanted to be in love. So do you. You're just afraid to admit it. Now, I've got to run and get ready for Epicure's Christmas party. I wish you were here to do my hair and makeup. You couldn't be anything but lovely. Be sure to take lots of selfies. I will. Ciao. Jolene sat there with the phone in her hand for a full minute, then looked down at Angel, who it was decided would stay home with her until she could begin her training in the new year. Hey, Angel girl, want to go for a ride? She asked. The dog's ears flew up and she cocked her head, her eyes revealing hope. That's right. Ride. The dog skittered across the floor, grabbed up her stuffed lamb, and ran to the door. After buckling her into her seatbelt harness she and Aiden had bought her, Jolene took off, with the lamb squeaking all the way into town. Bad day? Winnie asked as she rung up 3 pints of ice cream, a huge salted dark chocolate bar, a bag of organic dog cookies made in Olympia, and a bottle of Bailey's Irish Cream. I decided to take a day off, Jolene said. I'm going back to the cottage, climb into bed with Aiden's new dog, and binge-watch Christmas movies. Sounds like a plan, Winnie agreed. Since this place isn't mine because Mildred still refuses to sell it to me, I may take a sick day and do the same thing myself tomorrow, though I have cats. Cats are wonderful companions, JoAnn said. Self-care is important, especially during this stressful season. Winnie looked over at two middle-aged women arguing over who'd scored the last box of blue outdoor Christmas lights. Blue can be depressing if you don't pair them with white LEDs, she advised. I saw that on HGTV, but we've got lots of those multicolored ones right next to the blue that you can program 6 different ways. They've proven real popular. As both women abandoned the blue and put boxes of the recommended ones in their carts, Winnie shook her head. Yep, she said. I'm definitely taking tomorrow off. But I like the peppermint Baileys this time of year. She handed JoAnn the canvas bags. If I don't see you at the boat parade, you have yourself a Merry Christmas. You too, JoAnn said. She was already feeling better as she left the store. Chapter 29. 6 hours later, 2 of the pints of ice cream were empty, and the bottle of Bailey's was a third of the way down when the credits began rolling on a story of a mystery writer whose SUV breaks down in the small mountain town of Santa's Village, Washington. The cynical heroine has a reason to hate the holidays until a hunky lodge owner and his young daughter rekindle her belief in love and magic, and a years-old Christmas wish comes true. That was the best one, wasn't it? She asked Angel, who'd snuggled up beside her and had seemed to perk up and watch whenever the hero's dog, a huge mutt with PTSD he'd brought home from war, appeared on the screen. The ending, while seasonally sappy, had made JoAnn tear up with a joy she hadn't felt for a very long time. I hope Winnie does take off tomorrow, she told Angel, because Shelby was right, as usual. This was the best medicine. She was debating whether to move on to the next movie about a heroine magically whisked back to World War II Christmas time when her phone began to chime with Carol of the Bells that her mother had insisted she change from her usual boring ringtone for the holidays. Both the area code and the caller were instantly familiar. Oliver? She answered, wondering why her former salon owner would be calling. JoAnn, love, he said in that British accent she'd never been certain was real or fake. But she'd never asked, and he'd never told. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time. No, she said. I'm taking a day off with Bailey's, a big furry dog named Angel, and binge-watching Christmas movies. I approve of the Baileys. Dogs are angels on earth. So yours is well named, but we must get you out of that little hamlet and back down here before your brain turns into cotton candy. Dogs are very relaxing, she said, either them or the Baileys, which had warmed her to her toes in a lovely way. First, I wanted to tell you that I'm so sorry what those bastard pricks are doing to you. And, of course, you know, if you ever want to come back here, you're always welcome. Thank you. Her tongue felt thick, making conversation a bit of a challenge. Right now I'm working on new products for my line. I think I might have an angel investor. Brava, darling. The 6-foot-tall salon owner, who also performed as Whitney Houston, Tina Turner, and did a spot-on impression of Aretha at a local club, said, I'm sensing an angel theme here. You must have someone watching over you, which is why I called. I've someone here who'd like to talk with you. She asked for your number, but I didn't feel it was my place to give it out. Who is it? Kendall Powers. JoAnn sat up so fast, she startled Angel, who let out a deep, warning woof. Hello? She said as her head was spinning. Kendall Powers was one of the few women powerhouse producers in the movie business. She'd been on Oprah, had been interviewed by Barbara Walters, and was a regular on late-night television whenever she was in New York to promote a film. Some producers stayed in the background, not Kendall, who was larger than life, just like Oliver's Aretha. JoAnn! The familiar foghorn voice boomed. Oliver tells me that you've deserted us." "Not deserted," Jolene said. "Was she speaking too slowly? Too loudly?" "I'm just visiting family for the holidays." "How lovely. And Hallmark commercial quaint. Did I meet your mother at the Emmys?" "You did. You told her she reminded you of Rita Hayworth, which will undoubtedly go down as her favorite compliment ever." "It was the truth. I'm not known for my compliments, nor my politeness, so I'll cut right to the chase." When Aiden arrived back at the cottage, he found Jolene lying on the bed, a wet rag on her forehead and covering her eyes, Angel squeezed against her.
"Is everything okay?"
He gazed at the table, taking in the glass, the bottle of Bailey's, one empty pint of Rocky Road and another of Cherry Garcia. "I don't know. What time is it?"
"About 5:45.
"Huh. I guess I've lost pretty much all of the day."
"I heard you were giving yourself a day of self-care."
She yanked the cloth off her face. "Please don't tell me it's on Facebook."
"No, Winnie told me, and assured me your secret was safe with her and wanted me to thank you for the advice that she intends to take tomorrow, whatever that means. Oh, and she suggested I might get a box of Advil to go with the milk and cereal I stopped to pick up."
"Thank you." She sat up and put her hand to her forehead. "You're right about the drinking. It's a dumb idea. I think Santa's elves are hammering on toys in my head."
"I'll be right back with some pills and a glass of water. You need to rehydrate."
"Or I could just die," she suggested, covering her eyes again. He was back in a minute, helped her sit up and held the glass while she swallowed the pills.
"Drink it all down,"
he said. "Thank you. Now, if you'll just excuse me, I think I'd like to lie down again. But if I don't cover my eyes, the ceiling spins."
"I'll wet it again."
He went into the adjoining room, re-wet the damp rag, wiped her face, and laid it across her eyes and forehead again. Her skin didn't feel clammy. Her pulse was fine, and the bottle wasn't all that empty.
"Apparently your mother isn't the only lightweight in the family,"
he said. "Sometime between the sleigh ride and the Christmas letter from Santa, I forgot I wasn't drinking a milkshake," she said.
"I hope this isn't because of what I brought up this morning."
"No. Yes, well, a little bit," she said. "You're definitely prime husband material, like Bill Pullman in Sleepless in Seattle, who Meg Ryan stupidly threw over for Tom Hanks."
"Thank you, I think."
"It's true. You're a catch, and any woman with a brain in her head would snatch you up. In a New York minute." She frowned. "Am I slurring?"
"No."
"So I don't sound drunk?"
"Not at all."
"Good. I didn't think I did, but Kendall caught me by surprise, so I was worried. Though she still offered me the job, so I guess I wasn't during the call."
"A job?"
"A great one. And why haven't you been snatched up? Are all the women in LA and Honeymoon Harbor that blind and stupid?"
"I can only speak for myself. I haven't been snatched up, so to speak, because I couldn't see myself spending the rest of my life with any of them."
She pulled the washcloth off her face again and gave him a direct, though somewhat blurry-appearing look. Enough that if he'd pulled her over for a traffic violation, he'd definitely do a breathalyzer test on the spot. "Did you propose to me this morning?"
"No."
"Oh." Her lips turned down. What appeared to be disappointment shadowed her green eyes like mist filtering through the trees outside the window.
"I asked if you'd ever thought about marrying a cop, because if I propose—"
Actually, when, but he didn't want to scare her off.
"and you happen to be inclined to say yes, I wanted you to know what you'd be getting into."
"Oh." She covered her eyes again. Shelby's right, damn it. Aiden was hesitant to ask, but they were finally having the conversation he'd wanted to have this morning and was afraid to blow it.
"About what?"
He laced her fingers together, encouraged when she didn't yank that hand that was pressing on her forehead away. "That you're sweet and perfect, and I'm afraid because I want to let myself love you.
Is it that hard?
No. She took the cloth off again to look at him. It's that easy. Then she covered her eyes and sighed. And that's the problem. Also, we get along too well.
Isn't that a good thing?
No, because it's so easy. I can't trust it. We haven't even had our black moment, except for when those guys slipped the ecstasy in my beer trying to get me to have sex with them. But I told them I was only going to have sex with you, and suddenly there you were, like you'd been magically conjured up by my wish. So I have this vague, horrid memory of climbing you like a tree and begging you to take me, which was probably a really bad impression of a porn movie. Not that I've ever seen a porno, but I imagine that's how sexually aggressive actresses behave in them, given that the industry caters to male fantasies. This time, he pulled the cloth off her eyes and leaned over her until they were practically nose to nose.
You were nothing like porn. You were a sweet, innocent girl who'd been drugged by some bastard rich college frat boys because I made one of the biggest mistakes of my life by trying to keep you from putting your life on hold to wait for me. If I told you the truth then, that I loved you and wanted to marry you when I got out of the Marines, you never would have been at that damn party.
Her eyes widened and cleared. You wanted to marry me?
Not then, because we were too young, but yeah, I always knew you were the one.
Me too. She admitted softly. But it's complicated.
Because of the black moment.
You're laughing at me.
Never. Especially now, about this. Though you still haven't told me what the hell it is.
It's that moment when all is lost and the hero, or in a romance, perhaps when the couple knows they can never be together. In a movie, it's usually at the end of the second act, leading into the third. Novels can have a looser structure, but it has to happen before the climax.
You can't tell me that you faked one climax, at least with me. So maybe we get to skip the black moment.
You know very well that's not the kind of climax I'm talking about.
You're talking about fiction.
True, but fiction mirrors life.
Not always. I've been to Forks lots of times and have never seen a sparkly vampire.
That doesn't mean they're not there, she pointed out. They might be like ghosts, only visible to those who are supposed to see them. He wondered what she'd say if he told her how close to home she'd hit with that one.
What if I don't want a black moment? What if I just want to love you forever and ever? Amen.
You're proposing with a line from a country song?
Maybe. But may I point out that you're trying to squeeze our lives into some concept created for screenplays, when I'm talking real life.
Speaking of real life, I got a job offer today.
Oh?
Yes. From a top Hollywood producer. That Kendall I mentioned. Kendall Powers is a big deal, and she and a group of other women are forming a studio. Like D.W. Griffith, Charlie Chaplin, Mary Pickford, and Douglas Fairbank did when they established United Artists in 1919 to allow actors to control their own interests, rather than being dependent upon the big commercial studios. She offered me a job as top makeup artist to a feature-length film that's got Oscar written all over it. She's even got Chris Pine and Jennifer Lawrence on board.
And you were worried about being blacklisted. I told you that you were too good for that to happen.
It would mean being away.
For how long?
6 weeks.
Hell, that's nothing. I was drunk for a lot longer than that. Where is it being filmed?
Vancouver, BC. Not Washington.
Could I come up and visit on an occasional day off?
Of course. You could probably even be like Mom and score a part as an extra. You're so ridiculously good-looking, you could probably become a star.
I think I'll pass. So, problem solved.
What if I was offered a job in New Zealand?
I've always wanted to see those islands.
She lightly slapped his arm. You're being impossible.
On the contrary, I think I'm being perfectly logical. You've worked hard to establish a successful career, so why should you give it up?
What if we had children?
Are you saying you want to?
I don't know. She shook her head, then cringed. Oh, yeah. She was going to be regretting that Bailey's in the morning. Maybe. But how could we if I had a career?
You're talking to a guy whose mom had a career while raising 5 kids.
And we've already discussed that she's Wonder Woman.
Our kid, or kids, if we did have any, would have 2 grandmothers who'd love a chance to take care of them from time to time. And does this new job offer enough for a nanny?
Yes, but... He bent down and kissed her, tasting the chocolate ice cream in Bailey's.
Problem solved.
Except you're refusing to give me a dark moment, which we need. What if we get married, then rush into it, and it breaks us up? He managed, with effort, not to roll his eyes and reminded himself that she was under the influence of alcohol that had undoubtedly heightened emotions while fogging logic.
Okay, he said, standing up. Here's your black moment. Angel and I are going over to my place. Maybe we'll see you at tomorrow's boat parade. Or not. Because this seems to be your hero's journey, so you have to make the next move. Meanwhile, I'm not going anywhere, and in a town this size, I'll be easy to find when you're ready.
He bent down, framed her face between his palms, and gave her a long, hard, deep kiss, intended to not only make her head spin even more, but remind her what she'd be missing if she gave up on him. Then he whistled for the dog, who immediately jumped off the bed and followed him out of the room. Traitor, he heard her mutter. Aiden wasn't sure whether she was talking about the dog, him or both of them.
Not one word, he said when he saw Bodhi sitting in the passenger seat, singing a Beach Boys song. Hell, you didn't screw it up? I don't think so. I'm hoping I set it up. I guess we'll see over the next few days. Have you ever heard of some damn thing called the black moment? Sure, it's a symbolic death when people or characters lose everything they've achieved. Wealth, power, love, whatever. He shrugged. That's when they have to be willing to do anything to win because, hell, there's nothing left to lose. And then, once they've survived the fire of the black moment and risen from the ashes, they're stronger and more determined than before. That's when they achieve whatever they perceive success to be.
Aiden stared at him before turning onto the old Fort Road, heading back to his rental house, which he'd decided to take Seth's advice and buy. With all the flowers and cats and antique stuff taken out, and the kitchen opened up, it could make a great starter home for JoAnn and him. She did say it reminded her of her beloved Gilmore Girls house, which he took as approval. How the hell do you know all that? You're talking to a philosophy major who had 2 psychologists for parents. You didn't think we talked about surfing or cop stuff over dinner, did you? JoAnn wants a black moment, said we needed it. I think it's crap. You had your own black moment at the Coast House, Bodhi pointed out. The least you can do is give her hers. Then you can both win. When put that way, it kind of made sense, Aiden decided. I just hope to hell she hurries up. Chapter 30. 5 minutes later, JoAnn was lying down again, the wet cloth back on her forehead, rerunning the conversation with Shelby and the 2 she'd had with Aiden over and over again in her mind. Maybe she was wrong. Okay, more than maybe. But then again, she was under the influence of 3 Christmas Channel movies and a third of a bottle of Bailey's. So she wasn't sure her mind could be trusted. But her heart was telling her something else entirely different. That she had always loved him, that after all these years they'd been given a second chance. And if she let this opportunity pass, she might never get another. And then she might as well buy Aiden's house, because she'd already have the wallpaper when she became a lonely cat lady. Or worse yet, a gnome lady. Though at least Mrs. Gunderson had enjoyed a long, happy marriage before her husband's fishing boat went down in a sudden storm off the coast. That thought had her remembering a story Brianna had told her. about when she'd been working at a hotel in Hawaii, and an elderly woman would show up every year with an urn filled with her husband's ashes. She'd stay in the same room they'd stayed together on their honeymoon and take that urn all over the island to all the places they'd visited together during that honeymoon and decades of anniversary trips. Although it might seem weird, or even a tad creepy to some, Brianna had found it a sweet display of a true and lasting love. Of course, for all her organizational skills, Brianna was, at heart, a romantic who'd married the man she'd loved since second grade. Jolene had never considered herself a coward. Hadn't she survived years of bullying, that horrible night on the beach, going back to school and getting her degree? And how many girls would set off for Hollywood and sleep in a car, then keep working her way up the ladder to where she could reach the top of her game and be offered a job on a movie with Oscar potential? All that had taken determination and an unwillingness to surrender. Yet, as she'd already seen, all the success in the world didn't make for true happiness. Although it took her mother's cancer scare to get her back to Honeymoon Harbor, she was truly happy here. Happy to have reunited with her mother, her friend Brianna, and to be making new friends like, of all people, Ashley. And she could have Aiden, if she wasn't too afraid to go for him. This wasn't technically a black moment, because she hadn't really lost Aiden. It just felt as if she had, which was dark and sad and had her feeling wretchedly lonely. But here's where she had to do like all those characters in those movies she'd overdosed on today. She needed to make that leap of faith toward love. She reached for her phone. "I'm not a commitment phobe," she told Shelby. "I just never met the man I wanted to grow old with. Don't make any plans for next July, and I promise I won't make you wear pink taffeta." "Go for it," Shelby said. Her second call was to her mother at the salon. "Hi, are you and Mike going to the boat parade tomorrow night?" "We wouldn't miss it." "Can I ride with you? I'm planning to agree to marry Aiden, and I don't want to be stuck with my car at the dock." "Of course. And it's about time. How about we have tea at the Mad Hatter tomorrow? Then afterward, we'll go over to the Dancing Deer and find you some appropriate seduction clothes." "Newsflash, the seduction ship has sailed, and I have clothes." "You have flannel pajamas with snowmen on them." "They're warm." "That's not the point. That's Aiden's job to keep you warm. Tomorrow's going to be the biggest night of your life until your wedding night." "But hey, no pressure," Jolene murmured. "I want to do this for you. After all, you came home for me. A cancer scare is a lot higher on the importance scale as after-parade sex. If not for that, I may never have blurted out that I wanted Mike as a lover and could still be waiting for him to make a move. And for the record, commitment sex is different than just sleeping together. You're agreeing to become a pair, to bond. It should be celebrated." "You've been talking with Seth's mother, haven't you?" Go ahead and laugh, but although Caroline's recently acquired belief system may be thought of as new age, there's some ancient wisdom in it we'd be wise to follow. I'll make reservations for noon. That'll give us time for tea and shopping, and then you can get some sexy new lingerie to knock Aiden's socks off. Jolene was about to assure her mother that Aiden had seemed to like her underwear just fine. Not that it stayed on very long once they were in the bedroom, when she realized she did want to knock his socks off. And maybe this time climb him like poison ivy on purpose. "I'll see you at noon," she agreed. She hung up, drank another glass of water in an attempt to rehydrate and not be faced with a hangover tomorrow, then pointed the clicker at the TV and turned to a Christmas movie about a couple set up by their families to be snowed in over the holidays in a mountain cabin. "The suit smells like mothballs," Aiden complained as he adjusted the stupid pillow beneath the Santa outfit. "That's probably because it's been in a trunk since last year," Donna said. "But don't worry. Once you get out on the lake, the salt air and smell of the furs will fix it." "I still think as chief I should be able to delegate." "The people will love you," she assured him.
Yeah, you'll sure turn your girl on wearing that,
Bodhi said. He was just about to complain about the beard itching when his cell rang. He pulled it out, exchanged a look with Bodhi, and told Donna,
I'm going to start airing it out now.
Don't go out the front door, she said. We want you to be a surprise. Go out the back into the alley. Even better. That way he wouldn't risk stinking up his rig.
What do you have?
He asked the caller, keeping the phone to his ear to prevent any passersby overhearing.
Enough that the DA is pressing charges this afternoon. On conspiracy, at least 2 counts of murder, probably more, given some dealers died in that shootout, and a host of other stuff that should keep him in solitary confinement for the rest of his life. I'm glad to hear that.
He gave a thumbs up to Bodhi.
Are you going to need me to testify? Nah. No offense, Mannion, but with your sketchy memory, I wouldn't want to put you on the stand. We've got some guys on the other side who are willing to flip for a plea deal, and they've got the money trail to prove it. You've got to be organized to run a deal as complex as that one was, and they kept records. As for the wife, Jessica.
Aiden corrected.
Yeah, her. My wife had the idea to check out where she'd gone to school and started contacting sorority sisters in case she stayed the night with any of them. And we found 3 from Alpha Delta Pi. All knew about ongoing abuse from her husband, going back to when they were dating. 2 were concerned enough to keep contemporaneous diaries, just in case they ever needed to testify. They hoped it would be in a divorce case, but wanted to be prepared for the worst. So 2 detectives are picking him up any minute. Then we'll set the wheels in motion. Thanks,
Aiden said.
Thanks back. Dirty cops give us all a bad name. I'm glad to get this one, and I suspect we'll run down more over the next weeks and months. You sure you don't want to come back? It's got to be getting boring up there. Hey, when did you ever get the chance to locate a missing gnome? I'm not going to ask. It's just as well. I'm also getting hitched. Huh. Well, good luck with that, and we'll keep you updated.
I heard, Bodhi said when Aiden turned to tell him the details of the call.
I'm not going to ask you how you heard both sides of the conversation. Just as well, Bodhi said, because I don't have a clue. But hey, dude, just in case this is it, because I'm getting the feeling that now that everything's wrapped up and you're not only okay with being alive, but crazy in love, and that DC's going to prison, I'll probably be blowing this pop stand soon. So, have yourself an epic time playing Santa and an awesome life. And when you finally get the girl, which you will, don't be surprised if you see me back here for the wedding. Just don't expect me to wear tux.
And then, just like that, he was gone. Apparently, Mother Nature was feeling benevolent toward this part of the Olympic Peninsula, because with the exception of a lone cloud floating overhead, the night of the parade was as clear and bright as it had been for the tree lighting. While the temperature was briskly cold, everyone was dressed for the weather and enjoying the music from the band yet again, and cups of cocoa being handed out by the high school pep club. The fishermen, including many retired ones like Jerome Harper, Sarah Mannion's grandfather, had all gathered at the tree created from crab pots and decorated with red and white painted wooden crab pot buoys. With all legally having to bear the name of the crabber, the tree was like a who's who of the area's fishing community. When the bugler played a fanfare, Jerome, being the eldest of the group, turned on the multicolored lights. A moment later, all the boats that had been waiting beyond the harbor sounded their horns, turned on the decorative lights, and began moving toward the harbor. There were big boats, most festooned with green lights along the sides, looking like garlands. 3 of the favorites among both parents and kids alike were one featuring inflatables of all the Toy Story characters, another with minions from Despicable Me, and one from Mannion's restaurant with a pirate dressed like Captain Jack Sparrow, not coincidentally the name of his award-winning beer, dueling with a trio of pirates while the Jolly Roger flew from the mast, the skull part of the skull and crossbones, wearing a Santa hat. Another favorite was from Kira's Fish House, where workers had created 3 large Dungeness crabs with animated snapping claws. The red and white Honeymoon Harbor Lighthouse drew applause and cheers, as did a boat that featured breaching orcas wearing green and blue Seattle Seahawks helmets. Several sailboats had string lights on their sails. Other boats had decorated their decks with varying size Christmas trees, and Luca's kitchen had opted for a gondola, flashing lights strung along the sides, with a gondolier lip-syncing to a recording of Bianco Natale. That was White Christmas, in both Italian and English. JoAnn was too nervous to count, but she supposed there were more than 24 boats in all. Then finally, a blue and white police car with flashing red, white, and blue lights, like the ones she remembered flashing in her rearview mirror the day she arrived home, appeared, and a siren blasted 3 times before switching to a recording of Jingle Bell Rock that had everyone in the crowd not only singing along, but kids and even adults like Mike and Gloria started dancing. As the boat pulled up at the dock, Santa got out with a red megaphone shouting, "Ho, ho, ho, Merry Christmas," with grand enthusiasm for someone who JoAnn knew had been dreading playing the role. She was hoping she could help make the experience a little more enjoyable. Donna Ormsby, dressed as Mrs. Claus, and 2 girls from the pep squad wearing red parkas and green elf earmuffs, led Aiden to an oversized red chair where he began handing out candy canes from his bag to children who'd lined up to meet him and tell him what they wanted for Christmas. He stood his ground on no lap-sitting, but no one seemed to mind. The more shy children received their candy canes from the perky elf helpers. JoAnn waited until the line had cleared before walking up to him.
"Well, ho, 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 pretty girl," he said. "Are you here for some candy?"
No. She climbed up on his lap, suspecting he wouldn't stick to that rule about no sitting. She was right. "I wanted to tell you my Christmas wish."
"Well then," he said, "that's what Santa's here for."
She leaned closer, only vaguely aware that nearly the entire town had leaned forward, attempting to hear their conversation. "I want you," she said. "Forever and ever, amen."
"Well then," he said, "I think Santa can handle that request right now."
He reached into his bag and handed her a candy cane, then a red velvet box.
"I'd planned to give you this for Christmas, but this finally seems like the right time."
JoAnn was certain her heart had literally stopped. Her hands trembled as she lifted the lid, and there, sitting on a bed of white satin, was a sparkling heart-shaped diamond ring.
"Dottie and Doris found it for me right after you hit town, and I had it reset in a more modern style in recycled white gold. The stone is rescued from a Victorian-age antique and didn't involve any new mining, which I figured you'd prefer. It's said to have belonged to an opera singer who used to perform here back in the town's wealthy heyday. But who knows?" He shrugged. "What really matters is that you've always had my heart, so I wanted to give you this one."
"It's beautiful and absolutely perfect. And they didn't give away a single hint when I was in shopping today with Mom."
"I swore them to secrecy. Doris, by the way, has been married over 60 years. Dottie would have made that, too, if her husband hadn't keeled over playing pickleball."
"What's that?"
"I've no idea," he said. "But all that's important is that I love you. You love me, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. So what do you say?"
"I say it's about time." As she slipped the ring on her finger, huge, fluffy flakes of snow began to fall from that single cloud hovering overhead. Then she lifted her lips to his and heard the crowd cheering before the band, obviously given a heads up on the event, began playing the old Dean Martin classic, "I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm." And for that wonderful, heartfelt moment, kissing the man she loved, the man she'd always loved, inside what felt like their own magical snow globe, JoAnn discovered that sometimes, if the fates smiled on you, and you got really lucky, life could be even more perfectly romantic than any Christmas movie. This is Ashley Klanick. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Snowfall on Lighthouse Lane by JoAnn Ross, presented by HQN Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2018 by JoAnn Ross. Production copyright 2018 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.